So hey guys, this is your favorite the fictional vortex. So in this video, we will see, what if Naruto become a Rokudaime Hokage and fall in love with pokegirl. But before we start, remember to subscribe and like this video. Now let's start. I'm so bored, a 19-year-old man said as he stretched back in a chair in front of a desk filled with signed paperwork. Not even Kage Bunshin is making this process go any faster, the man said as he stopped stretching and lurched forward so he could put his head on his desk. Now Naruto you can. I'll better than to fall asleep on the job, Naruto heard someone say at the entrance of the door. When he looked over there he saw Shizune his secretary walk in with what seemed to be another stack of papers that needed to be signed. You're not as old as Tsunade-san and yet you're starting to pick up her bad habits, Shizune said as she put down the stack of papers in front of Naruto, which caused the desk to shake a bit. Over the past 3 years since Naruto had come back from his training trip he had finally shown himself worthy of becoming Hokage. Just 2 years ago he along with Kyuubi's power defeated Akatsuki, ending the Biju extraction and Akatsuki's plan on making a super weapon. Although this helped Naruto become Hokage as he is now, people still feared him, which was one of the major reasons why he was still a bachelor. When will I get a girl? Naruto thought as he saw Shizune come closer. Ah, come on Shizune ne-chan, I'm the strongest ninja in the village and they expect me only to do paperwork. Why can't I get someone else to do it for me? Naruto asked in a whiny voice. Whining won't work on me Naruto, so I suggest you get started on your paperwork, Shizune said as she started to leave the room. Oh, and don't you dare think about running away, Shizune said in a deadly voice which was laced with killer intent, scaring Naruto a bit. Hi Shizune-san, Naruto said in a hockey voice as he saw Shizune leave the room. I'm finally Hokage and now I have nothing to do, Naruto said as he sat back in his chair and started to just think. Oi kid, if you're that bored, why don't you use that one scroll that had Sukebe on it? That one seemed interesting, Kyuubi said in Naruto's mind in a neutral tone. Oh, that scroll. Maybe I should look into it, thanks for the idea. Naruto thought to the giant fox inside of him. Now where did I put that scroll? Naruto thought as he got up from his chair and started to look around in the office for a scroll. I think you last left it in your robe pocket, Kyuubi said as his sweat dropped a bit. Yup, it's there, Naruto thought to Kyuubi as he did a quick hand seal, causing a small poof of smoke to appear around his cloak. Before a small scroll which was labeled Sukebe on it appeared in Naruto's hands. Now time for this, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Naruto said, creating some clones around him. I want you guys to start signing my paperwork now, Naruto said. Why should we sign your paperwork? One of the clones asked. Do it yourself, we're too tired of paperwork, another one said, not noticing Naruto pull out a kunai from his pocket. I'll get to work, one of the clones said as he saw 2 of the clones disappear, courtesy from Naruto's kunais. Good, the real Naruto said as he opened the scroll that was in his hands. Interesting, Naruto said as he started to read deeper into the scroll. Apparently this Sukebe man is some kind of mage or something and he was able to come from another dimension, Naruto said, rubbing his chin while thinking. Another dimension, huh? That sounds interesting, let's go there, Kyuubi said enthusiastically, knocking Naruto off guard. Staying in one dimension is boring, I've won almost everything possible in this lame world, and besides you might find yourself a potential mate there, unlike here when nobody even wants to go near you, Kyuubi said, causing a figurative arrow to go through Naruto's body. I'm not that bad with girls, am I? Naruto asked as he stood up from the arrow blow. Well, since you asked, there was the time with Hinata and the hot spring which labeled you a pervert. One of his clones said, making another arrow hit Naruto. Then there was the time when you accidentally spilled your ramen onto Sakura while talking to her, another clone said, causing another arrow to go through Naruto again. There was also another clone began only to be cut off. I get it already, Naruto shouted, causing the clones to shut up. But what are pokegirls? Naruto asked as he read further into the scroll. It only talks about some kind of research, as in, Naruto said, only to get a nosebleed. God, did Jiraiya write this or something? Naruto asked as he pinched his nose to cover the blood coming from his nose. I don't know, but this guy is amazing. I mean, look at how accurately he drew the Kyuubi began only for Naruto yell out, causing Kyuubi to stop. Quote, I get it. This guy is a pervert, but why would he need something like this? Naruto asked again as he stole another glance at the scroll. New pokegirl to Army Kunoichi. Naruto read, getting more confused. Kyuubi, do you understand this? Naruto asked. Kyuubi while scratching his head. Don't know, but maybe you should read the bottom of the scroll, Kyuubi said as he pointed something out at the bottom. Blah blah blah. Dimension travel technique. Place hand over scroll and concentrate your chakra over the scroll. After that, a tear in the dimensions should appear in front of you to allow travel between dimensions. Naruto read as he looked over the scroll. This sounds like a bunch of bees to me, Naruto said as he looked the scroll over to see anything other than the naked women drawn on it. Hey, you have nothing to lose, so why don't you try it out? Kyuubi asked in an eager tone. Fine, Naruto said reluctantly as he stuck out his arm and started to channel chakra to the scroll. See, nothing's happening, Naruto said as he turned around to face his clones. When he did, he didn't see his clones, only a swirling blue portal in front of him which seemed to suck him in. Oh shit, Naruto said before he was sucked into the portal, which disappeared as soon as he entered it, leaving the room with only Naruto clones. So who wants to go out for ramen? One of the Narutos asked, getting me from every one of the clones. I'm not paying though, the one Naruto clone said, causing a dispute to happen between the clones. Sorry about the first part of this chapter, I know it's real. Lee choppy and everything, but please bear with me. Why did I trust you? Naruto asked as he felt himself fall into some kind of darkness which surrounded him. Look at it this way, Kit, no more paperwork, Kyuubi said, getting a chuckle out of Naruto. I guess you're right, you big old fluff ball, Naruto said, getting a growl from Kyuubi and some kind of rant of being the strongest there is. Looks like we're about to exit, Naruto said as he saw a white light start to come closer to him as he fell even faster. Be sure to land on your feet, Kyuubi said before Naruto was engulfed in the white light. When Naruto opened his eyes, he found out that he was over what seemed to be rice fields with some people in them. I wonder if this Sukebe guy did this on purpose, Naruto asked as he quickly flipped in mid-air to have his feet facing the ground. This is going to hurt, Naruto said as he neared the ground. When Naruto did land, he created a 2-foot crater thanks to his chakra, which was able to cushion his fall a bit. That hurt, Naruto shouted, grabbing the attention of a guy who walked over to Naruto. Hey, are you alright? The guy asked as he came closer to Naruto. As Naruto got out the crater, he saw the man in front of him to be someone around the age of 30 years old, around 6 feet tall. He had on a white lab coat and carried around a huge duffel bag which seemed to be stuffed with scientific equipment. I guess you can say that, Naruto said as he sat down and started to massage his legs, which absorbed most of the impact from the landing. I've been to survive, Naruto said as he continued to massage his leg. You've been through worse, the man said, causing a sweat drop to form on his head. As long as you're alright, the man said as he extended his arm for Naruto to grab. The name's Professor Woods, making up some random name. Thanks, name's Uzumaki Naruto, Naruto said as he grabbed onto his arm, pulling himself up. As Naruto got up, he looked around to only see another person in the same area. It was a girl around 25 years old. She looked like a normal girl, only that she had cat ears and a cat tail. Is this some pervert's idea? Naruto asked as he stared shocked at the girl, seeing that her tail and ears were moving on their own. Can you tell me where I am? Naruto asked, momentarily getting over his shock from seeing the girl. Seeing as you fell from the sky, I guess you wouldn't know where you are. Right now you're in the Edo League near my research center, although it's still small, Professor Wood said as he put down his equipment. In case you're wondering, my research deals with the evolution of Ronins. So far I haven't gotten that far, Wood said as he sat down dismayed. But I've gotten farther than most other researchers. I even know of a Ronin supposedly in this area right now, Wood said in an excited voice. Ronin. Edo League. Girl with cat ears, what's going on here? Naruto yelled out as he grabbed his head, which was filling with too much new information at one time. Kyuubi, do you have an idea what's going on? Naruto asked Kyuubi. Actually, I got lost the moment the man started to talk about research, Kyuubi said in an embarrassed voice. Great help you are, Naruto thought sarcastically to Kyuubi, who only stuck out his tongue childishly. Are you all right? Wood asked with a look of concern on his face. And what do you mean you don't know what's going on here? Wood asked, purely confused now. How do I say this? Naruto said as he started to ruffle his hair while trying to think of a good answer. How about I start like this? I'm not from here and I come from someplace really far away, Naruto said, stressing the really part. I'm sure you can explain to me where you come from at my lab. Sufi, lead the way. Wood said as he picked up his equipment. Hi Professor Wood, the cat girl apparently named Sufi said as she walked in front of the two and started to lead them across the rice fields. Goin'. Gee, the way Naruto looked around and saw things he saw in his old world. The regular trees, grass, and such, but what he didn't see in his old world were things such as weird girls such as Sufi. The weird things he saw were occasional tamers. As Professor Wood put it, walking mostly with half-naked girls. What intrigued him was that not only did they walk with barely enough clothes, but they seemed to be used to it, as they didn't falter or look around. Don't say a word or bring up images, Naruto thought to Kyuubi as he fought really hard as not to get a nosebleed from walking past another woman wearing a really tight ninja suit showing her assets quite easily. Bahahaha, you should see the look on your face, it's priceless. If I were you I would just enjoy the sight right now, Kyuubi mentally ranted in Naruto's mind. Just shut up Baka Kitsune, Naruto said as they continued walking. Speaking of Kitsune, look at that, Kyuubi said as he mentally pointed to another girl that walked by. What? Naruto asked as he, on reflex, looked towards where Kyuubi pointed to see a girl that was coming straight at them. The girl in question had fox ears and a fox tail which were red in color. Had a bit of fur around her body making her look more like a fox. A kitsune, Naruto thought to Kyuubi. I think she is, although she looks like a human also. Hot but still confusing, Kyuubi said with mixed emotions. What? Naruto asked nervously as the girl stood in front of him and started to sniff him. Professor Wood, Naruto asked as he saw the man looking at Naruto with a confused look and a bit of an amused one. That's a feral kitsune. Why would one come here especially this close to a human? Wood asked as he brought out a notebook from his bag and started to scribble madly. Can I help you? Naruto asked as he stared at the kitsune who looked at him in his eyes. For a second Naruto felt his eyes change to the color red before they turned blue again. Kyuubi, why'd you do that? Naruto asked as he saw the girl stare at him more intensely now. It wasn't me. Surprisingly, you did that on your own, Kyuubi said, a bit shocked. I will come back later, my lord. The Kitsune said in a language that Naruto could strangely understand before she started to run off the road and away into the trees nearby. What just happened? Naruto asked as he looked Wood again. No, but this might get me a bigger laboratory if I can get more information off of this phenomenon, Wood said eagerly as he jotted some more notes down. You should stop doing that, you're starting to scare him. The cat girl Sufi said as she walked over to Naruto. I'm not sure how, but why do you have a similar scent to those of a kitsune? Sufi asked in an interrogative manner. Naruto visibly stiffened as he heard this question asked. I wonder if I'll be persecuted here also. Naruto thought to himself as he prepared to speak. I'll explain it as best as I can when we get to this so-called laboratory of yours, Naruto said as he dismissed any more signs of conversation. Very well. Professor, let's go, Sufi said as she pulled the professor by the neck as she led Naruto to their laboratory. After 20 minutes of walking through a forest-like road, they arrived at a 2-story house which was of moderate size. It was surrounded by the woods and the only way to civilization seemed to be through the trees and onto the main road. Now inside of the house, Naruto is sitting at the living room on the couch looking around. The house was filled with books and random pieces of paper around the house with half-scribbled notes. Other than that, the house was pretty clean with no stains or anything anywhere. So can you tell us about you then? Wood asked as he pulled out his notebook and a pencil to write with. I'm not sure if you guys would believe me even if I told you of me, Naruto said with a defeated voice. As long as it's not too far-fetched, such as coming from another diamond. Sigh because you were bored or something, then we'll believe you, Sufi said, causing Naruto to sigh and slump into the couch even more. Is it something like that? Sufi asked, causing Naruto to nod. The only part that I disagree with a bit is the part of boredom. I came here half because of that and the other half is the reason you smell the scent of a fox on me, Naruto said as he hesitated a bit. I'm not sure if I should tell you this, but if you guys don't like it I can just leave, Naruto said as he mentally prepared himself to get shunned. You see, in my world I was used as a sacrifice to stop a giant 9-tailed demon fox from attacking my village. The problem was that I had the fox sealed inside of me and most people thought I was a living reincarnation of the fox. In the end I was mistreated by most of the villagers and even beat up, Naruto said as he told the rest of his story to the two. Just go with the story of his life. If I wrote his story it would be too long. I can understand if you want me to leave, Naruto said as he got up from the couch ready to leave. On the contrary Naruto, I think you should stay with us since I've just found some great research material, Wood said, surprising Naruto a bit. I mean I could. Wood began only to stop when Sufi hit him hard with one of the notebooks that lay around the couches. What he means to say is that we won't look at you any different just because you have a fox inside of you. In case you're wondering, most people wouldn't look at you differently since we've had our share of demons, both good and bad, Sufi said while keeping Wood's head down. Really? Naruto asked in a small voice, still unsure if they were telling that. Now since you're from another world I guess you're wondering about what I am, right? Sufi asked, getting a nod from Naruto. Well, since you come from another world, which is kind of hard to believe, I guess it should start how pokegirls came to be. We came to be when a pervert scientist and mage by the name of Sukebe came to be, Sufi began. Sukebe. Hey, that's the name on the scroll, Naruto said as he brought his hand to his cloak and brought out a scroll with the name Sukebe on it. Naruto, how'd you get this? Wood asked in a serious voice. It was in my world, and it was the reason why I'm here. I apparently followed the instructions and it caused me to land in this world, Naruto said as he opened up the scroll again. All it has is some notes and profiles on some women which there are in my world, Naruto said as he held the scroll in his hand. Can I see that? Wood asked as he extended his arm to get the scroll. Sure, Naruto said as he tossed the scroll into Wood's hands, which fumbled with the scroll clumsily. What's the big deal anyway? Naruto asked as he saw Wood carefully open up the scroll and examine it, without blushing. Amazing. These are some of Sukibe's notes before he created some of the Edo-type pokegirls, Wood said enthusiastically. Though some of the print is illegible, I should be able to get more information on the pokegirl Ronin, Wood said as he rushed off, going off to someplace in the house. Sorry about that, Why does that when something that can help him comes along, and if that is a scroll from Sukebe it should help him out greatly, Sufi said, giggling a little. Oh yes, where was I? I was talking about Sukebe. He had created pokegirls as you today, to go out and kill the human population. Of course the people retaliated and soon a group of people were formed called Tamers. They were able to tame feral pokegirls and use them to help them in the battle. After a while though, Sukebe also released a killer disease into the world and that killed millions of people. The bad part of the disease was that women could not reproduce after the disease. Thankfully there were pokegirls which could reproduce with humans to create either pokekits or regular humans. Because of this humans were able to continue on living even after the disease. Everyone in this world now has pokegirl ancestry, which comes along with blood gifts, abilities that help us, and blood curses, abilities that harm us. Then airs how human girls in this world can turn into pokegirl through a process called threshold. This happens to any girl with pokegirl ancestry and tends to happen during their puberty. Some girls get it, some girls don't. Now because of the past events, pokegirls are part of the norm, as you can see, and are used in multitudes of contests or battles, Sufi said as she stopped to catch her breath. Any questions? Sufi asked as Professor Wood came out of one of the rooms with some more notebooks in his hands. I heard a few terms that I was unfamiliar with, such as feral and taming. Can you tell me what those two are? Naruto asked, a bit confused while he heard Kyuubi laughing in his head. This is the perfect world for any man, Kyuubi said in an amazed voice. I'm glad that you're enjoying it. Naruto thought sarcastically as he tried to ignore the images Kyuubi kept sending him of the pokegirls he saw before. So any other questions? Sufi asked as she looked at Naruto. No. I think I'm fine. Naruto said as he got up from the couch still pinching his nose. I'll just walk outside for a bit, Naruto said as he started to leave the building. Watch out for ferals, Sufi said as she saw Naruto leave the building. What is with this world? Naruto asked as he started to wander around in the nearby forest. Just shut up, Naruto said as he leaned against a tree thinking of what had happened. At least there's no persecution going on so far, Naruto thought as he closed his eyes and fell into deep thought. Just grab one of those girls, it'll be a chance for you to stop being a bachelor. And from what I've heard it seems you can have more than one, Kyuubi said in a perverted voice. Not listening, Naruto said as he used most of his mental shields to block out Kyuubi's rant. While doing so he didn't notice something approach him until he felt something on his shoulder. Opening his eyes Naruto immediately saw a fox girl like the one he saw before. Gah! Naruto quickly said as he jumped sideways away from the girl who had her head on his shoulder. That wasn't very nice, the girl said in the same voice as last time. Who are you and what do you want with me? Naruto asked calmly as he tried not to stare at her assets which she was blatantly showing off. As I said before, I have come back, my lord, the kitsune said as she bowed in front of Naruto. You have the scent of a fox and a strong one at that. Not even a dark kitsune has as much power as you do, the girl continued. And you know all this from just smelling me? Naruto asked a bit skeptically. Our scent just gives you off as a kitsune. It's the aura you admit that makes me know you are stronger than most, the girl said as she moved closer to Naruto. It's also very hard to resist, the kitsune said as she started to make suggestive moves towards Naruto. Just to tell you, I'm no tamer and right now, so I don't think I can tame you or anything, besides I don't even know you completely, Yugo said as he put his hands in front of him while stepping backwards. You're no fun. Well anyway, I was one of the kitsunes sent to test you, the kitsune said as she got into a battle stance. Let's see if you can match my speed. The kitsune girl said before she dashed forward at a pretty good speed. Pretty good speed if I do say so myself, Naruto thought as he saw the girl approach him. Too easy, Naruto thought as he sidestepped to avoid her charge. As she came by, Naruto then tried to punch her in the stomach, only for the girl to jump over him and land behind him. Reacting quickly, Naruto then jumped up, but not fast enough as he received a scratch which ripped through his pant sleeves and into his flesh. That stings, Naruto said as he landed on a tree branch while looking over the wound done to his leg. Then react quicker, the girl said as she jumped up to Naruto only to see him smirk. Gotcha, Naruto said as he jumped straight at her. As soon as he was in distance, Naruto disappeared, causing the kitsune to go off balance. Looking up, she saw 4 Narutos come straight at her from above. What the kitsune said before she felt all 4 axes kick her, sending her flying down to the floor. He is strong, the kitsune thought before she blacked out before she even reached the floor. Save, Naruto shouted as he appeared below her, catching her while the 4 other Narutos appeared around him before disappearing in a poof of smoke. Strongest kitsune, Naruto said as he gently laid the girl down by a tree before heading back to Wood's house. I think I'll give this tamer thing a shot, Naruto said, ignoring the congratulations and other things Kyuubi was giving him. Taming for dummies, Naruto asked as he looked at the book in front of him. Am I supposed to read this? Naruto asked as he then looked at Professor Wood. It would be helpful for you to read that book, although I could just register you as a trainer because of my status. But just in case, start reading that book, Wood said as he went to another part of his house before tapping away on a computer. This is stupid, Naruto said to himself as he started to read the book, which he found out was almost like Ika which received from Jiraiya when he became Hokage. Maximum number of pokegirls. Intel a storage test 6. More junk, Naruto said as he continued reading, not noticing Wood come back with a Pokédex and a few Pokeballs. Catch, Naruto heard Wood say as he turned around to see 7 red objects come his way. Gah, Naruto said as he dropped the book he was reading and quickly head towards the 7 objects, grabbing them with some Daido that Naruto asked as he put the 7 objects on the couch next to him. Well, I thought you were a ninja, and aren't ninjas supposed to be able to do stuff like this? Wood asked in a taunting-like manner. Ha ha, very funny, Naruto said as he looked at the red machine which looked like a small notebook. I'm guessing this is the infamous Pokédex. Naruto asked as he held it up. Yup, fast reader aren't ya? Well, you don't need to do anything more to the information since I set it all up thanks to my skills, Wood said as mischievous glint appeared in his eye. You don't need to know. How about I registered you to be a tamer since I thought you wouldn't want to stay idle while in this world. Also, I marked you out as one of my helpers who'll help me with my research a bit. Wood said in a proud voice. Thanks, I guess, Naruto said as he felt a chill go up his back from Wood's smiling face. So your research requires a Ronin? Naruto asked as he looked up at Wood. One of them. So I would much appreciate if you'd go out and find one. Being a ninja, you should be able to subdue one quite easily. You'll know if you find a Ronin by using your Pokédex, so you don't need my help now. Oh, and here, take this, Wood said as he tossed to Naruto a cell phone. I already put my number on it so you can contact us anytime. I'd appreciate it if I'd keep us up to date on your travels since I know you're going to go. Also, be sure to catch a Ronin, Wood said in a happy cocky manner before receiving a hit from Sufi. What he means is that now's you're stronger than you say you are, so he won't follow you. Technically, I don't think I can even go against a Ronin since I was mainly trained to do housework, Sufi said as she grabbed Wood by the neck of his shirt and pulled him away. We'll be busy for now, so come back in a little while, Sufi said in a seductive manner as she pulled Wood into a room. Yeah, I'll leave for now, Naruto said as he quickly exited the house. Ah, what's with you? You could have seen a great show, Kyuubi said as he berated Naruto for leaving. So where do you think a Ronin is? Naruto asked as he started to go down the road to the area where he had previously met Wood. Don't ask me, I'm as new to this world as you are, Kyuubi said as he started to stretch out in his cage. What I do know is that you should get as many sexy pokegirls as you can and have them all service you, Kyuubi began only for Naruto to shut him out. Why am I surrounded by perverts? Naruto asked as he walked down the road, ignoring the passerbys who stared at him curiously. Why, he was still wearing his Hokage's robe, which was white all around except for the bottom, which had a fire design around it. He also had on his bamboo hat which had the words cage on it in kanji. As he was walking down the road with only a few other tamers, he was soon stopped as a girl in a ninja outfit appeared in front of him with a guy in a similar outfit. Fight me, the guy said as he pointed a kunai at Naruto, which shocked the other few tamers who were walking around Naruto. Naruto, unfazed, just stared at the guy just judging him. He guy who challenged him was around 15 years old with a cocky face. Although he hid it with a face mask, Naruto still saw it in his eyes, which were a green color. As for his hair, it was jet black and short. He was around 5 feet 6 inches and from his clothes held more weapons underneath them. Why should I fight you? I don't even have any pokegirls, Naruto said as he lifted his hands to open his cloak and show his belt, which indeed had no pokeballs. I didn't mean your pokegirls, I meant you, the guy said as he threw his kunai in front of Naruto's feet. My kunoichi tells me that you are strong, which is strange for a tamer. So I want to test you out, the teen said as he got into a taijutsu stance. Look, I don't have the time right now. I've already had a rough day, so I would be thankful to you if you just moved out of the way. Naruto said, getting a little pissed by the attitude of this teen, which reminded him of Sasuke. You're just scared. Looks like my kunoichi was wrong, the guy said as he stared at the girl next to him, giving her a death-like glare. Wimps like you couldn't even match the might of the Kizashi clan. Anyway, as soon as this guy said this, most trainers around him head back some more while some whispered in low voices which Naruto heard. Kizashi clan, that's that one clan that specializes in poke battles with the trainers. I heard anyone that went against them usually ended up in broken bones and sometimes dead, one person said to another. It's that super rich clan. As suspected another clan member is just as spoiled as the others, another said in a spiteful voice. TCH. I bet he's just putting on a show, another said as he spat on the ground next to him. Well, member of the Kizashi clan, I'm sorry but I have to go and help Professor Wood in his RCH by catching a Ronin, so I have to hurry, Naruto said as he moved into a jog past the guy and his girl. Oh, and don't go challenging people like that, it can be dangerous, Naruto said as he threw a kunai at his direction which no one saw. Thankfully to the guy, his pokegirl did see it and quickly grabbed the kunai in midair and stashed it away which no one saw. That guy is stronger than my master for sure, the kunoichi thought as she stared at her master with disgust. These days people like him give the Kizashi clan a bad name, the girl thought again as she saw her master about to do something stupid again. Well, you better run, you coward, form the almighty Jin, next successor of the Kizashi clan, Jin yelled only to see Naruto out of sight. That bastard, Jin said as he turned to his kunoichi. Prepare for some torture for lying to me, that is your punishment, Jin said as he gave his pokegirl a kick before grabbing onto her. Get me back to the manor quickly, Jin said arrogantly. Yes, master, the kunoichi said in a neutral voice, although her body language said another as they disappeared in a column of smoke. Hey, didn't that guy say he was going to catch a Ronin? One of the trainers asked as he finally got over his shock of seeing the quarrel. He's got to be lying. There hasn't been a feral Ronin here for decades, even if this area is the Edo League, none have been seen so far. Even tamers with Ronin these days are a rare sight, one of the bystanders said. So if he does find one and catch it, he'll be one of those rare sights, another said. As if that will happen. The one who tried to act tough before said before everyone around him started to agree in a murmur. Man, those kind of guys just get me so pissed off, Naruto yelled as he jumped through the trees. Long since abandoning the road. Still angry about the Sasuke thing? Kyuubi asked as Naruto increased his speed jumping around in the trees. It's just that his attitude, I guess you can say it gives off this I'm more superior than you because I was born this way, and you can't be as superior as me, Naruto thought as he jumped down to the forest floor. And he had to be that way when we defeated Akatsuki, girl hog. Naruto thought as he remembered the girls flocking towards Sasuke. Then there was that one time when Naruto was about to enter the hot spring with Sasuke to relax and he heard Sasuke scream and run out with a bunch of rabid fangirls after him. Thinking about it closely, Naruto actually didn't want to attract girls, to Sasuke's degree. Naruto thought as he started to laugh. I gotta agree, girls are alright, but once you have your own fan club with rabid girls that will chase you everywhere, that's no fun, Kyuubi said as he sighed. If only I was free, Kyub, I said as he looked at the bars that barred his freedom. No can do, Kyuubi, at least not until I figure out a way to control the seal more, Naruto thought as he reached into his cloak and undid a seal, causing a katana to come out. You gotta admit Tenten's good at choosing weapons, Naruto said as he held the 4-feet katana in his hands. It was lightweight thanks to some seals that Naruto another seal made it radiate a bright blue color. I haven't practiced in a long time, Naruto said as he started to do some practice swings with his katana. I wonder if I'll find a Ronin here. The professor did say there was one sighted here, Naruto said as he practiced some more. An attack, Naruto thought as he turned around and held his sword up to block a downward slash aimed at his head. When Naruto got a good look of his attacker, he saw a girl no older than 17 with a bakken. She had on a white kimono shirt with a red kimono bottom and was around 5 feet 7 in. Her hair was dark black and was tied in a single ponytail which reached to her waist. As for her other assets, from Naruto's eyes he saw her boobs were around a B cup, but Naruto could see a bit of bandaging around them. A Ronin? Naruto asked. As he jumped back and pulled out his Pokédex. Ronin, the sword fighter pokegirl, level 17 type, very near human. Element: fighting. Frequency: rare in Edo League, unknown other leagues. Diet: human style diet. Role: warrior. Libido: low, increases when they find a tamer that they like and trust. Strong versus bug, dark, ice, normal, rock, steel. Weak versus flying, psychic. Attacks: bonk, slash, cut, sword dance, focus energy. Enhancements: increased speed and stamina. Can summon weapons. Evolves: samurai, mechanism unknown, may be unique. Evolves from slicer, normal. Ronins are among the best pokegirls when it comes to fighting with weapons. The role of Ronins in Tsukubi's army was part of a special striking group. It was small in numbers, but very quick and strong, which made them hard targets and excellent fighters at the same time. After the Revenge War, however, the majority of the surviving original team of fighters relocated somewhere in the Edo League. These pokegirls were eventually found by the first generation of Edo League tamers to go out into the world after the end of the war. Most of these tamers were found to be unworthy of taming the Ronin, however, and a few tamers were killed before the League got the idea. The Ronin dispersed, taking their training and ways to other parts of the League. A few may have even left the Edo League as well, but no matter where they go, Ronin are rare. It wasn't until sometime in 254 as that slicer pokegirls were discovered by a researcher to evolve into a Ronin. Even after so many years, few Ronin ever bothered to show themselves to even worthy tamers. With this revelation about the much more common slicer's evolution into a Ronin, many tamers have begun to tame and train their slicers in an effort to evolve her into a Ronin. The Ronin, being rather legendary when it comes to their training and abilities with bladed weapons, are an honored addition to any harem. Depending on the level of the Ronin, it can summon different weapons. From levels 1 to 15, a Ronin can summon a shinai, a bamboo sword. From levels 16 to 30, they can summon a bakken, a wooden sword. From level 31 and up, a Ronin can summon a katana. When they can only use a shinai or a bakken, Ronins don't have access to the slash and cut attacks. A Ronin can only summon one weapon at a time. Ronin do not bother to use anything other than Eastern-style medieval swords, finding other weapons to be inferior to any others that they might have used when they used to be a slicer. Ronins have an innate rivalry with kunoichi. It is likely that because the kunoi kai were more successful during the Revenge War that this rivalry exists. However, it is also speculated that the reason is more mindset-oriented than anything else. Ronin live by their own code of honor, and believe that the kunoichi's more sinister and stealthy ways are more dishonorable than anything else. Kunoichi, on the other hand, don't seem to see anything wrong with doing what they excel at. Ronin are direct, kunoichi are subtle. The few confrontations between the two breeds have shown that the Ronin actively pursue this rivalry, whereas the kunoichi try to let it slide. And so, the rivalry goes on. While a Ronin actually came, Naruto said in a shocked voice as he stared at his opponent. "Wonder why?" Naruto asked as he saw the girl approach him again wielding her bakken at a level that paired with most Junin ninjas. Naruto, not wanting to be outdone, charged at her also with his katana ready to meet her. When they were 4 feet apart, Naruto slashed horizontally. Surprisingly, for Naruto, the girl blocked his slice and the bakken was still intact. "Strong sword," Naruto said as he continued on the offensive by trying to slash at her side. The girl in question, flawlessly ended against his attacks, although she struggled against the force that Naruto used behind his attacks. Pretty soon Naruto cornered her against a tree as she kept on backstepping to reduce the impact of Naruto's attack. What Naruto didn't expect was for a few swords to surround her and spin, knocking Naruto back a few feet. "Opening," the girl said as she dashed towards Naruto at a faster speed before and went on the offensive, forcing Naruto into the defensive. This girl is pretty strong, Naruto thought as his hands actually started to get raw from the vibrations the girl's bakken sent through his sword. "Brat, stop holding back and show her who's boss," Kyuubi said in an agitated voice as he saw his container continuously get pushed back. "Fun time's over," Naruto said suddenly, conference, using the Ronin for a split second, giving Naruto enough time to jump back far enough so the girl wouldn't reach him in time. "Reduce gravity to 4x, Naruto said as he held out his hands. Soon blue letters appeared on his clothing which moved around a bit before they disappeared. While Naruto was doing this, though, the Ronin was not idle as she had steam rising from her body. "Focus energy," Naruto thought as she saw the girl with a more lively expression. "This blow ends it, I guess," Naruto said as he held his katana with both hands before putting it in front of him, which the Ronin copied. The two stood still as if waiting, not caring about anything as they just stared each other down. As if given an invisible signal, both dashed at each other at considerable speeds before they appeared on the other side of each other with their swords raised. They held this positing for a few seconds before Naruto leaned on his knee, his chest bleeding a bit. I win, Naruto then said as the Ronin fell down to the ground. Her shinai cut into pieces and her clothes frayed a bit. Nice fight, Naruto said weakly as he walked over to the girl, who had on a submissive face. Hope you don't mind too much, but I'm going to capture you now, Naruto said as the girl put on a face of understanding. As soon as Naruto said that, he pulled out one of his Pokeballs and tapped the girl with it. As soon as both the Ronin and ball made contact, the girl turned into some kind of red beam which shot into the Pokeball. Caught a Ronin. Nice, Naruto said as he sat down resting a bit. She damaged me quite a bit, Naruto said as he touched the gash he had across his chest. Is this going to leave a scar? Naruto thought. A small one, it will still be there but small, Kyuubi said, not concerned at all. All right, Naruto thought as he got up and started to stretch a bit. That book about taming did say something about poke centers. It should be in a town. Where is a town though? Naruto thought as he looked around only to see more trees. I guess I can travel in the trees to save some time, Naruto said as he jumped up and started to jump in the direction in where he had come from. Where's the poke center? Naruto asked a bystander as he entered a town called Shinto. It's that building with the orange rooftop, the man said as he pointed to the building which was in front of him and said poke center on it. Oh, Naruto said, embarrassed a bit for not noticing a building like that. Thanks, Naruto quickly said as he entered the building. Inside he saw a few people around, some their pokegirls that were inadequately clothed. Perverted world, Naruto thought as he reached the desk which apparently was the one he had to go to. Oh, for you? A woman asked with vivid pink hair. Pink hair, Naruto thought as he stared at the women before snapping back into reality. I would like this pokegirl to go into a healing cycle please, Naruto said, hoping he said the right words. Can I please see your Pokédex and the Pokeball? The Nurse Joy asked as she held out her hand. Oh sure, Naruto said as he gave the two items to Nurse, who opened up his dex and looked at his information. So you're the boy that Professor Wood told me about. I see you've caught the Pokegirl that he needs. I hope you take good care of her, the Nurse Joy said as she handed back the dex to Naruto. Please, Ace, wait for a few moments after I give you back your Pokegirl since Professor Wood asked me to give you something, Nurse Joy said as she went to a back table to put his Pokeball on something. All right, Naruto said as he sat down on a couch, ignoring the stares he was receiving. When will people learn not to stare? Naruto thought as he closed his eyes and relaxed. Are you all right? Naruto heard a guy say right next to him. Huh? Naruto asked as he opened his eye to see a teenager around 16 years old looking at him with a bit of concern. Why do you ask? Naruto asked as he lazily lied back again to relax. Well, your torso is covered in blood, and you have a slash mark on your shirt, the guy said as he pulled out a Pokeball. I could get out my Megami to heal you, the guy offered. Nah, I'm fine. The name's Naruto, by the way, Naruto said as he stood up, shocking the guy. I'm Tom, a watcher, the guy said as he pulled out a notebook. Another Professor Wood, Naruto thought as he saw him look through his book. By the way, how did you get that? Tom asked as other tamers started to scoot in to listen to what Naruto had to say. This slash, I received it from a Ronin, Naruto. Said, which caused mostly all the tamers in the poke center to surround him. Where did you meet her? How did you survive? Did you lose any Pokegirls? Did she look hot? Were some questions asked by the crowd that surrounded him as each were eager to get his question answered. Get away, Naruto said as he felt uncomfortable with how the guys started to surround him. You would too. F10 plus guys started to surround you and pester you. Don't you have anything better to do than ask questions like this? Naruto asked as he saw their eyes, which clearly said no. A poke center is a place to gather information, and most of these tamers here gathered here to catch that one Ronin that was reported to be around this area, Tom said as he too had come here to catch the elusive Ronin. Quote, most tamers that went out to find her came back with frayed clothes or worse, Tom said as he remembered tamer after tamer coming in all bloodied up. Well, good luck trying to catch her then, Naruto said as he saw Nurse Joy done with the healing cycle. If you'll excuse me, Naruto said as he pushed his way through the crowd of tamers to reach Nurse Joy. Your Pokegirl is completely healed, Although, I would recommend that you put her through a level 3 taming cycle, Nurse Joy said as she handed the Pokeball back to Naruto. Nah, she didn't seem that feral enough that she lost her ability to speak or know who's boss. Naruto said as he put the Pokeball by his belt which stuck to it. So what am I to receive? Naruto asked as he looked at Nurse Joy expectantly. I told the professor of what you did and he congratulates you. He sent some money into your Pokédex which you can access in. You've been given access to the rooms in the Poke Center, Nurse Joy said as she bowed. Do you have sleeping areas? Naruto asked which the nurse just smiled at. Trying to tame her already. Alright, right this way, Nurse Joy said before Naruto could protest that he was going to tame her. Alright, Naruto said as he let out a sigh and followed the nurse to the room. It was quite a spacious room, larger than the one he had as a kid. There were some basic commodities and even a TV across from the bed, the only bed in the room. Don't worry, we clean the rooms in the Poke Center every day so you don't need to worry about it. Now I'll leave you two alone, the nurse said as she smiled and left the room. Even the girls are perverted here, Naruto said as his sweat dropped. This is the perfect world. Kyuubi yelled in Naruto's mind as he started to sing in joy. Kyuubi, shut up, Naruto thought too. Kyuubi before he cut the connection so Kyuubi couldn't bother him anymore. Might as well get some information out of this new pokegirl, Naruto thought as he reached to his belt and threw the pokeball in front of him. There was a red light before it manifested into the Ronin in which he had fought before. She stood before him with a small puzzled look, but other than that she stood innocuously. Are you well, my lord? Naruto heard the girl ask, shocking Naruto a bit. Lord, Naruto asked as the girl nodded and kneeled in front of him. There are not many tamers in this area who could match up to your skills. All the other tamers I have fought used pokegirls. When they were defeated most just ran away in fear, the Ronin said as she paused for a bit. You were the first who stood up to me and actually beat me in a sword fight. My lord, the Ronin said a bit slowly. I see, Naruto said as he rubbed his chin. So how come you don't display what feral girls usually display as they said in this book? Naruto asked as he pulled out the Taming for Dummies book. The girl started before blushing a bit. I sometimes visit the shrines which have shrine maidens in them and with them lower my need to release myself. The girl said as his face turned an even darker shade of red. It took a while before Naruto understood what she said and started to blush. Well, putting that aside, what are you going to do now? Naruto asked as he blushed a bit. I will follow you, my lord, but first I will see how you are, the Ronin said as she quickly regained her composure. Oh, so you're going to judge me? Fair enough. By the way, the name's Uzumaki Naruto, Naruto said, causing the girl to blush again. Uzumaki dono gomen nasai, my name is Motoko, the girl said as she lowered her head, expecting some kind of punishment as she heard that tamers give to misbehavior from one of the shrine maidens who had a tamer before. None taken. Besides, even I forgot to introduce myself, Naruto said as he stuck out his tongue and rubbed the back of his head. Is this guy really a tamer? Motoko thought as she looked up at her new master with confusion and bafflement. This is not what the shrine maidens described tamers to be. They said they were cruel and mean. Why is he so different? Motoko thought as she saw her tamer turn on the TV. You can take the bed if you want, between you and me I don't want to go with the whole taming thing yet, so we'll wait, I guess, Naruto said as he sat in a chair and started to surf the channels. That's good, Motoko thought, a bit disappointed at not getting tamed since she had always wondered what was so good about being tamed by a human. I'll just take a quick nap, Motoko thought as she climbed into the bed and soon fell asleep. They're not so different from us humans after all, Naruto said as he continued surfing through the TV channels only to find porn and more porn on it. Perverted world, Naruto said as he continued flipping through the channels. I feel asleep, Motoko said quickly as she woke up to find herself in a bed which she was in before. What's he going to do to me now? Motoko asked as she frantically looked around trying to look for her new master. Oh, you're awake, Motoko heard the nurse from before say as she turned around. Standing by the doorway was indeed Nurse Joy with what looked like a tray of food in her hands. Naruto went out for a bit. I think you can find him outside. although I would suggest you don't go outside since most of the tamers inside of here are either looking to catch you. Even if most of them are asleep, it's better to be safe than sorry, as she had in her hands in front of Motoko. Thank you, Motoko said as she looked at what was in front of her. Miso soup with a bowl of rice. On the side was some salted seaweed. I haven't had something to eat in a while, Motoko thought as she slowly picked up the chopsticks that were in plate the bowls of food were in. So how was it last night? Nurse Joy asked, causing Motoko to sputter out the food she had in her mouth. That good, huh? Nurse Joy said as she looked at Motoko with some envy. No, it's just that I was shocked you asked me that. Motoko said as her face started to turn red a bit. He decided to wait until I'm ready to accept him as my master, Motoko said as she looked down at her food blushing. You have a kind master. I wished I had someone as caring and nice as him, Nurse Joy said. When Motoko looked over at her, she could see some drool come out of her mouth as her face had a faraway look on it. Are you all right? Motoko asked, causing Nurse Joy to snap back into reality. Oh yes, I'm fine, she said as she wiped her mouth with her sleeve. Well, you should get finished with eating. Your master should be back soon. He said something about training when he left, Nurse Joy said as she picked herself up and left the room. Training, huh? Motoko said softly as she started to eat her meal in peace. Looks like most of the tamers are sleeping, Motoko said as she made her way through the poke center. Still, it feels as if I'm being watched, Motoko said as she hurried out of the poke center, oblivious of the shadow that started to follow her. She did say training, so he should be in an open place, Motoko said as she picked up her pace and started to run out of town, going into the nearby woods. True to her thoughts, she soon heard someone grunting and some explosions were happening. Damn, I'm good, Motoko heard the familiar voice say as she saw him in a nearby clearing with someone that looked exactly like him. As one of them a Tito, Motoko thought as the two masters clashed. I can't let a copy show me who's boss, one of the Narutos said as he brought out the same katana that defeated Motoko from before. Quote, Sword Art Number 4. Wind Slasher, Naruto shouted as his blade grew from blue to a white color. Soon the Naruto who yelled out the technique disappeared before reappearing on the other side of the clone. As soon as Naruto reappeared, he swung his blade down, causing numerous cuts to appear on the clone before it disappeared. Nei-chan, Motoko said as she looked at Naruto hold his sword. You can come out now, Motoko, Naruto said, shocking Motoko a bit. I knew you would come anyway, so I was just warming up, Naruto said as he walked over to Motoko, who shyly came out. Where did you learn how to fight like that? Motoko asked as she came out to greet her trainer. Something I picked up while training here and there, Naruto said as he sheathed his katana in a blue sheath, which was decorated with a blue fire design. So you wanna spar? Naruto asked as he faced her, his fingers slowly reaching for his sword. I won't lose like last time, Motoko said as a bakken formed in her hands. Sword dance, Motoko declared, causing some swords to swirl around her before they disappeared again. Increasing her attack right off the bat, Naruto thought as he saw Motoko charge at him. Interesting, Naruto thought as he started to dodge the barrage of slashes from Motoko's bakken. Whoever taught you well, Naruto said as he stepped back and got into a ready stance. Let the real fun begin now, Naruto said as he unsheathed his katana, causing a miner's effort to blow towards Motoko. Element. Wind, Naruto said as the blade's white chakra soon spread around Naruto. Focus energy, Motoko said, causing steam to rise off of her skin while giving her a more hyped up look. Let's go, Motoko said as she charged at Naruto, thinking about how he moved yesterday to create counters. Just to tell you, Motoko, I held back yesterday a lot, Naruto said as he disappeared as soon as Motoko was 6 feet away from him. Where are you? Motoko shouted as she looked frantically around for Naruto. Why, around you, Naruto said as 4 Narutos appeared around her, although some were a bit blurred. Like my afterimages, the 4 Narutos said as they started to close in on Naruto. HMPH, you're not the only one with something up their sleeve, Motoko said as she raised her bakken above her head. Rock-splitting sword, Motoko shouted as she slashed downward towards one of the Narutos, causing an explosion to happen, creating some dust in the area. What kind of attack was that? There was no such attack listed in the Pokédex, Naruto said as he stopped his afterimages and jumped out of the smoky area. Shit, she's attacking again, Naruto thought as he felt something like chakra get charged up before shot his way. Heiken Kurukarahi Rame, Secrete Technique S. Kaibreaker slash. I think Motoko shouted from inside the smoke causing an explosion where Naruto was. Such explosive techniques, Naruto said as he jumped up and out of the smoke only to see Motoko prepare for another technique. Can't have you doing that, Naruto said as wind started to pick up around him. Kei's no Yaiba, Naruto shouted as he fell towards Motoko who was still charging her technique. Complete, Naruto said as he appeared behind Motoko who turned around to slash only for her Bakken to fall into pieces. That's the second Bakken you've wrecked, Motoko said as she fell to the ground a bit humiliated. Well, look on the bright side, you showed a great performance to our guest over there, Naruto said causing someone to yelp. Where is he? Motoko asked as another Bakken formed in her hands as she emitted killer intent. Now I'm pretty sure he means no harm, ain't that right Tom? Naruto said causing the boy Tom to come out with his hands up, one which held a notebook while the other held a pencil. I didn't mean to spy honest, Tom said in his defense as he put his hands behind him to hide his notebook. Sure, so why did you come then? Naruto asked pressing Tom further causing Tom to sweat bullets. Tom began before a kunoichi appeared in front of Naruto. Why do you hide your power? The girl asked saving Tom from Naruto. Because I can, Naruto calmly answered the girl who was staring at him with mixed emotions. What good is it to show everyone I'm strong? Naruto asked. Get away from my master, Motoko shouted suddenly rushing in front of Naruto. Getting in between the kunoichi and Naruto. Leave or you shall face my sword, Motoko said as steam could be seen coming off of her body again. I'll leave, but my master will surely not leave him alone. More specifically you now, maybe he'll even praise me, the kunoichi said the last part in silence before causing a column of smoke to appear where she was. When the smoke cleared the kunoichi was gone and so was Tom. I'll make preparations to leave town, is there something else you want to do before we leave? Naruto asked the girl who just shook her head. No Uzumaki dono, I have no ties to this place other than the victories I have had over those pathetic tamers, Motoko said with a hint of disgust in her voice. Alright then, hold on to me, I'll get us back to the poke center, Naruto said as he held out his arm for Motoko to grab. Slowly Motoko went over to her master and held onto his arm slowly blushing from the proximity between her new master. Here we go, Naruto said as he formed a seal. Before Motoko knew it all she saw was a blur before they reappeared in the poke center. How did you do that? Motoko asked bluntly as she saw her master start to pack up a few things, such as some scroll. Might as well tell you now so you don't get angry at me later, I'm a ninja, Naruto said straight out putting the scrolls he had in his cloak causing them to disappear. A ninja, but you don't even fight like one, Motoko exclaimed as she suddenly remembered the scene before which reminded her of her sister. Well that's because I'm the number one most, Shiro said as he walked over to Motoko. We better get out of here before we find other people who'll disrupt us, Naruto said grabbing Motoko by the hand and leading her out. I can walk fine on my own, Motoko tried to say but the words never came out as she found herself enjoying the feeling of holding her master's hand. Leaving so soon, Naruto heard the nurse Joy said as they reached the exit to the center. Well, I figured we should leave as soon as possible since there are apparently trainers who will come after me for Motoko, so yes, Naruto said as he looked at Nurse Joy put on a sad face. Okay, but be sure to come back, Nurse Joy said regaining her cheerful composition. Sure, Naruto said as he exited the building with barely anyone inside, it was after all still 6 in the morning. Motoko, you know any good places to travel? Naruto asked as he looked at his pokegirl. You're asking me? Motoko asked, surprised that her tamer would ask something such as this. Sure, you know more this area than I do, so I thought it would be better for you to lead, Naruto said as he slowed down to a walk to give Motoko some time to think. Alright Uzumaki dono, if I'm right I should be better if we follow this road out of town and head deep into the forest. There we can rest and relax since some of my friends the shrine maidens live there and no one with violent intentions can even enter their temple. Motoko said while crossing her arms. Very well. Lead the way, Naruto said getting a hi from Motoko who headed off in one direction. As soon as they were about to exit the town though, he heard something he did not want to hear. Stop right there you coward, a familiar voice said before some smoke appeared in front of them. When the smoke cleared was Jin in his ninja glory standing next to his kunoichi. Who stood by his side? What do you want? Naruto asked lazily as he met Jin's glare. What I want is your pokegirl, and I demand that you relinquish her to me, Jin said in a cocky voice as he started stare lewdly at Motoko. Since I feel generous today I'll even offer a trade, my kunoichi for your Ronin, Jin said shocking his kunoichi. Master you can't be serious. His kunoichi asked before getting slapped. You won't talk unless spoken to, Jin said causing the kunoichi to look at the ground again. So what do you say? I'm being more than generous here, Jin saw it as he looked at Naruto only to step back. When he stared at Naruto's eyes he saw red slitted eyes looking back at him, releasing a plethora amount of killer intent. No, Naruto said simply, I can't. Rasped to his body language which spelled death. Very well then. I'll just kill you and take her by force, Jin said as he rushed at Naruto at considerable speeds. As Jin rushed over Naruto evaluated his skill and determined him to be a mid-chunin, making him no challenge to Naruto. The Kizashi family will always prevail, Jin said as he pulled out a katana from his side as he made a slashing motion towards Naruto. Motoko stand back. I want to handle this, Naruto said as his hand reached inside his cloak brining out the familiar katana Naruto always used. What you said in Unforgivable, you'll be lucky if I let you survive this. Naruto said as he held the katana by his side as he concentrated while closing his eyes. As if, you're already dead, Jin said as his slash was only 3 feet away from Naruto's torso. Sword art number 7, Naruto said first as time seemed to slow down around him. Blade rush, Naruto said as he backstepped causing everyone around him to see 5 afterimages of him step back. Those soon disappeared and all that was heard were 5 slashing sounds before Naruto appeared back where he was originally standing with Jin right in front of him. Time seemed to resume its normal pace as Jin's sword fell to the ground from his nerveless fingers as he dropped down to the ground. Next time I won't show mercy, Naruto said as he walked to Motoko and led her out of the town. I wish I had a master like that, the kunoichi said sadly as she picked up her defeated master, who strangely wasn't bleeding at all, and carried him back to his manor. How did you do that? Motoko asked shocked at seeing another skill which easily surpassed all of her other skills. Training, and practice which I might put you under soon, Naruto said causing Motoko to gulp a bit. Don't worry, I won't be too hard on you, Naruto said as he crossed his fingers behind his back. Okay. Well we should get going if we want to make it to the Shrine Maiden's shrine, Motoko said as she looked at her master with more pride than before. She truly had chosen a good master, one that could teach her and help her become strong, just like her sister. Let's go then, Naruto said as he put on his cheerful exterior again walking next to Motoko. Brat, what's been happening? Kyuubi asked as he finally showed himself in Naruto's mind. I was wondering why it was such a beautiful day today. Naruto thought sarcastically as he tried to shut Kyuubi off. So did you fuck her yet? Kyuubi asked causing Naruto to fall on his face in the real world worrying Motoko. Uzumaki Dono, are you alright? Motoko asked as she knelt down to Naruto to help him back up. Thanks for your concern but for now I'm fine, Naruto said as he grabbed onto Motoko's hand and helped him up. How much farther? Naruto asked as he looked at the forest around him. We should be there soon. And don't show any signs of violence or anything, it might incur the wrath of the Shrine Maidens, Motoko said as she shivered a bit. Last time that happened, it wasn't pretty, Motoko said leaving out the details. Alright, so is there any room for us to sleep there or train? Naruto asked as they continued walking through the forest. Yes, it is quite a large temple which rarely has visitors, but when it does it gets quite competitive, Motoko said. Competitive? Naruto asked with a confused look. You'll see, Motoko said, I hope you survive. Motoko said as she cleared a bush out of the way to soon reveal a stone path. We're almost there now. We just need to climb up that, Motoko said as she pointed to her right to show a really high stone staircase. I'll get us up there in no time, Naruto said as he grabbed Motoko in bridal style while she complained and jumped up into the air. After a few more jumps they reached the top. Motoko was panting a bit scared while Naruto didn't even look winded at all. Pretty big, huh? Naruto said sarcastically as he could not even see the end of one side of the walled temple. Let us enter, Motoko said as she walked forward to a huge wooded door before knocking on it. Who's there? A girl's voice asked. It's me, Motoko, Motoko said, causing the doors to open. Inside was a huge hall which opened up to a courtyard which in a sense was the size of a park. I see you're back, Motoko. Is it that time of month again? The shrine maiden asked, causing Motoko to blush furiously. No, it's not that. It's just that my master and I would like to stay here for a few days, Motoko said. As soon as she said master though, she was pushed out of the way and the shrine maiden looked at Naruto, who was still staring around the outside part of the manor. So big, how did this thing get here? Naruto asked, completely oblivious to the shrine maiden who was staring at him. The 5 feet shrine maiden then ran back into the shrine yelling, Motoko's got a master, which caused an immediate reaction of a stampede of footsteps heading towards the entrance. Not now, Motoko said as she saw the girls rushing from the shrine to the entrance. Is it true you got a master? Look, there he is. How did you get defeated by him? Have you been tamed by him yet? You've finally found a worthy man. I wonder if he's available. He looks hot. Blah blah blah. Constant talking was heard as the shrine maidens surrounded both Naruto and Motoko and led them inside of the temple, literally carrying both of them. When did this happen? Naruto asked as he saw himself being carried by a multitude of similar girls. That, Motoko said, fuming as she felt herself getting carried away. I'm sorry about the commotion, but it's been almost a year since a human has last come in here, a woman said who was sitting across from Naruto and Motoko. She seemed more regal and relaxed than the shrine maidens, and had this aura around her which made her impossible to resist. No problem, my san, Motoko said in a humble voice. We were wondering if we could stay here for a while as my master trains me, Motoko asked. I shall grant you that privilege as long as nothing bad happens to the shrine, Mai said as she rose up and walked over to Naruto. And I believe this is your master, Mai said as she sat in front of Naruto. Yeah, I guess so, Naruto said as he scratched the back of his head. But at the same time I guess I'm not, Naruto said, shocking Motoko a bit. Oh, why so? Mai asked as Motoko eagerly listened. Well, I haven't tamed her yet and I'm waiting for her approval, Naruto said as he sipped his tea. Oh really? Mai said as she stared at Naruto. Pity, and she's so wild when we do it, Mai said, causing Naruto to spit out his drink and Motoko to yell, Mai. Oh, I'll just step outside for a bit, Naruto said as he walked in a strange way towards the door. How come you haven't done it with him? Mai asked as soon as Naruto had exited the door. Well, I don't think, Motoko began. Seeing how you're acting around him, I say he's the perfect male for why. Oh, you. After all, you usually chase out all males while you're here or challenge them, Mai said, causing Motoko to blush some more. Well, if you don't take him I just might, and seeing how he acts like that I'd say he's still a virgin, Mai said as she licked her lips. Why do all girls act like that around him? Motoko thought as she got a little freaked out by the behaviors Mai was showing. I gotta admit though, he is hot, Motoko thought as she felt herself become wet a little. Wait, if you are as controlled as you are, how will the younger uncontrolled shrine maidens act? Motoko asked. Looks like he's going to have a lively time here, Mai said as she saw Motoko rush out the door to her trainer. Why me? Naruto asked as he started to run down the hallway with a bunch of shrine maidens after him. Aren't there supposed to be only a few shrine maidens in the world? Naruto asked as he avoided another twister attack which was sent his way. And you've been envying Sasuke for all those fangirls he gets, what a loser. Kyuubi said as he was suddenly pushed to Naruto's mind area so he could feel what Naruto was feeling. On second thought, put me back in the cage, Kyuubi pleaded as he saw the girls catching up. For God's sake, run faster, Kyuubi yelled as another twister attack barely missed Naruto. I'll be going out for a while then, Naruto said as he saw the exit in view and quickly dashed out. Once out, Naruto took a giant leap and jumped over the steps, landing in the forest below. Drat, he got away. I only wanted to ask him to have tea with me. I just wanted to have some fun. A shrine maiden said as she hid a whip which she put back into her sleeve. He has to come back sometime. After all, he is Motoko-san's master, another one said. Just what are you little girls thinking? Motoko asked, causing most of the shrine maidens to start sweating. Bye. Most said as they all scattered into different directions, leaving an angry Motoko behind. And I wanted to get some training done too, Motoko said verbally while her body said otherwise. Safe, Naruto said as he landed on the forest floor and turned back to see that there was some kind of barrier which he had passed through. A genjutsu? Naruto asked as he touched the barrier which allowed him to pass through. Yes, it is, my lord, Naruto heard someone say as he turned around to face a black kitsune, or what seemed like it. She had black fur and kitsune features like the last one he met. Only this one had no tail, which Kyuubi just stayed silent at. Naruto then pulled out his dex and shown it at the girl. Najutsu. The can't get any tail pokegirl, level 20 type, anthropomorph, vulpine. Element: dark magic. Frequency: rare. Diet: omnivore, preference for fish and meat. Role: illusionist, avenger. Libido: average, can become high depending on the tamer's harem. Strong versus dark, ghost, psychic. Weak versus bug, fighting, dog, pokegirls. Attacks: scratch, bite, pummel, leap, tackle, hypnotize, dream eater, illusion, smile, mana bolt. Mystic bolt, shadow shot, teleport. Enhancements: quickness, enhanced sense of hearing and smell, x5, undetectable aura. Evolves: dark kitsune, redemption, love. Evolves from kitsune, personal dishonor. Loss of tail. It seems that whenever a kitsune does something that goes against her personal code, a form of honor unknown to any other being, a kitsune loses her tail and becomes Najutsu. With the loss of her tail, the kitsune's body seems to unleash a high amount of dark energy, changing the kitsune into a new pokegirl. Though it is unknown how it happens, perhaps it is the work of a natural mechanism in a kitsune, perhaps it is not. By becoming a Najutsu, there are many changes to the kitsune being besides the loss of her tail. The kitsune's fur changes to a pattern of black and white, almost similar to a skunkit or mephitis. Also, with the loss of tail, more magical properties of the kitsune are unleashed, making her a somewhat powerful magic type. It should be known, however, that a Najutsu is quite a difficult pokegirl to maintain in a tamer's harem. The Najutsu becomes very conceited, as she sees herself as having nothing to lose, so that train of thought makes two traits about the Najutsu stand out. The first, and hardest for the tamer, is that since the Najutsu sees herself as having nothing, she wants all she can get from her tamer. Wanting more time with him during taming sessions, or as the second trait shows, wanting to be used in battle. The need to fight within a Najutsu, however, can be a mixed blessing, as with the want to be in battle. A Najutsu is ruthless, using hypnotize to put her opponent first, then draining her with dream eater. Should a Najutsu's opponent be able to shake off her hypnotize, the Najutsu will tend to use mana bolt or mystic bolt, depending on the level of mana, then follow up with shadow shot while the opponent is stunned. It should also be stated that it is never a good idea to have a Najutsu and a Shaguar in the same harem. The two pokegirls seem to have a rivalry that is up to the ferocity of the Kunoichis and Cheshires, or the demon goddesses, and the Neo-Ixels. It is thought to be possible for Najutsu to evolve, however, what she can evolve into is unknown at this time. I see you know what I am now, the Najutsu said, holding her head down in shame. Kyuubi, you understand any of this? Naruto thought to Kyuubi as he looked at the girl in front of him with shock. She must have broken a promise which she put all her honor on, or she had broken a taboo put on by the kitsunes in this world. Kyuubi said seriously as he sensed from the girl dark powers. I see, Naruto thought as he stared at the girl. So what are you doing here? Seeing how you're able to speak, you're no feral, Naruto said, causing the girl to stiffen a bit. I was disowned by my trainer, the Najutsu said sadly as she looked at her feet. I ran away during an important battle for my tamer. When I came back, all he did was beat me, saying I was useless, which he did often. When I evolved to this he said I was too troublesome to keep since he already had a dark type, so he released me. The Najutsun said, tears falling down. I thought you could help me since everyone of the Kitsunes all talk about you being the new lord, she said as she bowed down to him. I don't know how to help you. I may know why they call me lord, but other than that I still don't know how to help you much, Naruto said sadly. Can you let me travel with you, my lord? I fear of going feral s. Ince then tamers will most likely ignore me or sell me to a ranch. I don't want to get crying a bit more. Sigh if there is no other way, but first let me test you, Naruto said as he got into a fighting position, this time with no katana. But I can't, the Najutsun said in a shocked voice. After all, I'm useless. I did lose my tail, she said, only to see Naruto charge at her. Thinking fast, Najutsun did what first came to her mind, which was to teleport away from Naruto. When she reappeared she saw Naruto quickly gaining on her again. All I have already I lost, the girl thought as shish. Saw Naruto come at her and punch her, making her land pretty far back. I have nothing to lose, she thought again as she saw Naruto come at her again. I have nothing to lose, so I won't lose this fight, the girl yelled out as she teleported again, this time behind Naruto, latching onto him before saying, hypnosis. Nothing to lose, huh? Naruto thought as he felt himself getting a bit drowsy. I'll make you take me, the Najutsun suddenly said, adopting and commanding aura. We'll see about that, Naruto said as he too disappeared, shocking the Najutsun before her face was replaced with one of minor pain. Always be on your guard, Naruto said from behind her as he held up his fist. I could say the same for you, she said as she turned around, suddenly unleashing some dark energy towards Naruto. Shadow shot, she shouted as the dark energy made its way towards Naruto. I see losing your tail hasn't made you any softer in fighting, Naruto said as he blurred out of sight, dodging the shot. That's a better attitude than before also, Naruto said next to the Najutsun. So if you want you can follow me, although I'm not sure what the shrine maidens will say, Naruto said as he extended his hand out to the Najutsun. I don't care about them as long as they don't attack me, she said in a haughty voice. Well, I guess I have my second pokegirl, Naruto said unenthusiastically as he grabbed a pokeball from his belt. That is if you want to join, Naruto said as he held the pokeball in front of him. My previous master disowned me, so I have nowhere else to go. So I'm pretty sure I'll follow you now, she said as she touched the ball and disappeared inside of it. Watch yourself, kid. She could get awfully tricky, Kyuubi said, worrying a bit. Sure, Naruto said as he jumped towards the shrine. Is it safe? Naruto asked himself as he crept into the shrine. Coast is clear, Naruto said silently as he tiptoed slowly across the halls until he heard something creak behind him. There by the door was a shrine maiden who was closing the door with a cocky smile on her face. Once the door was closed, the maidens started to appear from almost everywhere, instantly surrounding Naruto. Run, run for your life, Kyuubi said as he felt himself get pushed into Naruto's mind. They're gaining on me, Naruto said as he started to see the girls starting to catch up to him. Then take your frickin' weights off, Kyuubi shouted. I can't. I need at least 1 second or more to lower the level of gravity. By then I would most likely be a goner, Naruto thought as he suddenly felt something grab onto his waist. I got you, one of the shrine maidens said as she started to pull Naruto down. It's a bunch of zombies, I tell you, Naruto said as he looked back to see the girls crashing down on him. We got him, the girls yelled, only to see they only captured a log. In a room. Safe, Naruto shouted as he entered a room which he had been given by the shrine priestess Mai. IW. As wondering when you would come back, Uzumaki Dono, Naruto heard Motoko say. As he looked around he saw Motoko silently sipping some tea at the corner of the room. She was sitting on her knees, Samet. Hing, which Naruto could only do when forced to. Where have you been? Motoko asked as she looked at Naruto. Well, those girls were chasing me and I thought I would like to take a walk outside, Naru. Said, getting a confused look from Motoko. There's something more, isn't there? Motoko asked as she looked at Naruto with one eyebrow raised. Hey, look at it this way, you have a new harem sister. Naruto said as he brought out a pokeball before throwing it in front of him. A red light appeared before it took the shape of the Najutsun from before. She's my new harem sister. The Najitsune. Sked while Motoko just stood there observing the Najitsune. Yes, she is. By the way, I never got your name, Naruto said as he stared at the two who seemed to shoot invisible lighting at each other. I think you should give me a new name, master, the Najitsune said as she went behind Naruto and hugged him. I'm definitely sure that it would be better than what my previous name was, she said as she snuggled into his neck. First off, can you not do that? It's too close for now, Naruto said as he tried to shake her off, which didn't work. Uzumaki Dono said to get off of him, so get off, Motok. Oh, finally said as she got up and moved towards the two. Why don't tamers usually love it when pokegirls do this? The Najitsune asked as she pushed her assets closer to Naruto, causing him to blush even more. Or maybe, you're a virgin, she said as a joke, but it made Naruto collapse. Yes, I'm a virgin. I've never had anyone to love in, Naruto began as he somehow appeared in a corner hunched over on his knees while swirling his finger around on the ground. The atmosphere around him also seemed to be gloomier at the corner he was at. As for you name, would Kuro work? Naruto asked. Kuro. I guess I can live with it, Kuro said as she moved to Naruto. Now let me help you not be a virgin anymore, Kuro said as she jumped into the air and made way for Naruto, only to be stopped by Motoko. I won't let you, Motoko said as she summoned her Bakken and got into a ready stance. We'll see about that, Kuro said as a dark aura surrounded her as she formed some dark matter in her hands. You, girls, Naruto said as he saw the girls start to emit energy. What? Both girls yelled at him, causing him to shrink away. Nothing, Naruto said as soon as he said that, though both girls started to clash at each other. This went on for at least 3 minutes with no apparent leader before the door opened with Mai standing there with her head down. Will you two stop it? Mai said calmly as she ared at the two girls, causing them to stop dead in their tracks and shrink in fear under her glare. Why yes, the girls said in a shaky voice as they dropped to their knees, both shaking. Much better, and it better not start again, Mai said in a sing-song voice, or else, Mai continued as her glare turned back on for a second before turning off. Kyuubi, are you alright? Naruto thought to Kyuubi only to hear him murmur something about being in his happy place right now. I think it should just be me since I was just captured, and I think it's my to being tamed, Kuro said as her hands started to travel to her body. Stop showing such vulgar sights to our master, Motoko said as she tried to cover up Kuro, who was busy showing off her body to Naruto. I see, so why don't you just join me while I ravage his body? Kuro said while Naruto just hid in a corner trying to ignore what was happening. I won't let it happen, Motoko said as she got into a fight stance, as did Kuro. What the 2D? Didn't notice different this time was Naruto walking up to them with a bottle of ink and a brush. X3 gravity, Naruto shouted as he made lighting quick brush strokes and appeared near the door, with brush strokes he made on the girl's arms, legs, and stomach. Activate, Naruto said as he put his hands together, causing both girls to fall down to the floor while the seals disappeared. This is heavy, Motoko said as she finally stood up around the same time Kuro did. We'll see about that, Motoko said as she made it to her futon and went to sleep. I won't lose to a girl like her, Motoko though. UGHT as she went into a relatively peaceful slumber. 5 in the morning, I'll allow them to sleep a bit longer I guess, Naruto said as he stood over the two sleeping forms of his pokegirls. It felt weird to him, two girls. One which tried to just get into his pants while the other he wasn't so sure about. Make sure they're not in the hallways, Kyuubi said as Naruto tiptoed out. Sure, for once I agree with you, Naruto thought as he tiptoed outside again and looked around, seeing no one around. Creating a seal, Naruto made a cage bunchen and left it in the room to tell them where to go later. On and headed toward the courtyard, which was apparently a training ground. There were some mats and training equipment around, but other than that it was mostly surrounded by trees. It was around 300 feet in length and width, giving enough room for regular training. Time to start my warm-ups, Naruto said as he started to do some push-ups at a quick pace. It's morning, Motoko said as she tried to get up only to feel something weighing her down. What? Oh yeah, Motoko said as she struggled to stand up, but found it easier than before. Interesting device, Motoko thought as she felt her body constantly pulled closer to the ground. Yo, Motoko heard Naruto say and turned to see him leaning against a wall. Now that you're awake, can you go awaken Kuro? Naruto asked as he pointed to Kuro, who was still sleeping. Motoko just nodded her head and slowly walked over to Kuro. As she moved her hand to shake Kuro awake, a devious idea slipped into her head. Slowly lowering her head to Kuro's ear, she took a deep breath and yelled. It's time to practice, you sleepyhead, Motoko shouted, causing Kuro, despite her new gravity weights, to jump out of the futon and land in front of Motoko on her face. I'll get you back for that, Kuro said as she stood up before dusting herself. Where's Master? Kuro asked, getting Motoko to point at Naruto. He's outside at the nearest courtyard, and he wants you two to be there to start training, the Naruto clone said before disappearing. Just as I expected of the Lord of Foxes, Kuro said as she headed out the door at a slow pace. Lord of Foxes? Motoko asked as she followed Kuro out. When the two finally reached the area where they thought they were met with a semi-sweaty Naruto who appeared behind them. Looks like you two are finally awake, Naruto said as he walked over to a nearby tree and took the towel that was hanging on it. Wiping his face with it, he then turned to his girls and looked them over. Kuro will work on her lower body strength first to increase her speed, while Motoko will work on her upper body strength to work on the strength of her attacks, Naruto said as he then thought some more. I want you, Kuro, to first start running as fast as you can around this room for 20 minutes straight, then stop for 2 minutes, then continue again 10 times. As for you, Motoko, your weights on your arm area will be increased and you'll first do 3,000 swings. Once done with the swings, I want you to practice some of your moves. You still have a lot of room for improvement in them. I'll stop you two when you're ready for the next part of training. Now go, Naruto shouted, causing both girls to start on their training. 3 hours and 20 minutes later. You two did good for now, Naruto said as he noticed both girls were tired and sore a bit. Here, let me help, Naruto said as he first went over to Motoko and put his hands over hers. This caused Motoko to blush, but she soon found her blisters on her hand healing and her soreness disappearing on her hands. When he was done, he moved to Kuro's legs, massaging them while his hands glowed a green color as they did for Motoko. How did you do that? Motoko asked in amazement at what her trainer did. I'm not only a fighter but I'm also a medic, Naruto said as he finished with Kuro, who was able to stand up and walk around much easier. Surprisingly, I don't know how you two did it, but you two seem used to your weights already, Naruto said in a surprised voice, causing the girls to realize that they didn't feel the gravity pushing them down anymore. When did this happen? Motoko asked as she swung her sword around as quickly as she could without the weights on. Interesting training method, Kuro said as she bounced on her feet, feeling lighter, even with the gravity on. I'll be going out for a while now. You girls just keep on training and rest every 3 hours or so. Oh, and here's something for you to work on, Naruto said as he formed a seal, causing the gravity around the girls to increase to 4x. If you can get used to that in 3 hours, then I'll seriously congratulate you and envy you, Naruto said the last part silently as he left the area, snickering at the fact that the girls were still on the ground and had trouble getting up. Sadist, both yelled as he left the area and quickly left the shrine. Luckily, he had left when most of the girls were still meditating, so he exited the shrine without seeing any of the girls. This is such a strange world, Naruto said as he jumped off the shrine and landed softly at the bottom step of the shrine. Gee, IRLs needing to be tamed, and they don't even object to it. What Jiraiya would give to come here, Naruto said to himself as he chuckled. This world is even starting to make me forget about Konoha, Naruto thought as he took off his white cloak and put it beside him on the steps. No responsibility now, no hated glares, no demon hunters, Naruto thought as he lied back trying to get comfy in his musings. Then you're not from this world? A voice asked, shocking Naruto as he bolted up to see Mai sitting next to him. When did you get here? I couldn't even sense you, Naruto said in a shocked voice as he looked at the shrine priest sitting next to him. Lots of people say that, Mai said as she straightened her hair. You know, pokegirls don't really care about the taming thing, so you should let go and have some fun too. Although some girls do have a preference, such dark types which usually like it rough and hard. But others like to have some romance and take it slow in between. My saw it as she started to list out the ways pokegirls liked it. Why are you telling me this? Naruto asked as he stared at Mai, who just smiled at him. Well, since you're an off-worlder, I figured you would need all the information you need, especially since it's been quite some time since Motoko has been tamed, Mai said, still smiling at Naruto. And that new girl of yours, Kuro, she seems like the type that will like it rough and long. Mai said, getting a sweat drop from Naruto. Wouldn't normal people be asking how I got here, or what's going on? Naruto asked, only receiving a smile in return. Well, I'm not a normal person, am I? Mai asked as she got up and turned around. Seeing how you put your girls through that much training, I say you should reward them, don't you think so also? Mai asked. Sigh, I'm not ready for that kind of thing yet. Besides, they'll be too tired to even think about taming for a while, Naruto said. He too gave Mai his famous foxy grin before looking up at the shrine. Want me to take you up? Naruto asked, offering his hand. No thank you. I prefer to go slow and steady, Mai said as she slowly made her way up the stair. So you're that kind of type, huh? Naruto asked as he jumped up to the shrine and went inside. When he reached the area with Motoko and Kuro, he saw both of them still training hard and getting used to their weights. Has that much time passed already? Naruto asked himself as he walked over to the girls. I think that should be enough of practicing for now, Naruto said as he walked over to the two girls. Seeing how you're moving right now, I can't slack off on my training, Naruto said as he saw both girls walk over to him a bit slower than usual. Hey, I have nothing to lose, so I'll do anything to gain something, Kuro said, grinning arrogantly at Naruto. At least I have a goal that I want to reach, Motoko said as she walked over to Naruto also. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, Naruto thought in his head as he saw both girls suddenly collapse in front of him. Dashing quickly, he grabbed both girls and looked at them with a smile. You two pushed yourselves to the limit. I'm proud of you. Shouldn't do that often since it'll break down your muscles faster than you repair, Naruto said as he summoned a clone which helped him carry both girls back to their room. I need to keep training, Motoko said while half asleep. I need to surpass Ne-chan, Motoko said before she fell asleep. I will not let my master down. I won't be seen as useless, Kuro said silently as she too fell asleep. Those two working hard reminds me of myself when I was a genin, Naruto said as he put both girls in their futons, healing both of their muscles to help their process. Good thing they fell asleep though. I don't think I can control myself with Kuro's advances and Motoko's beauty, Naruto said as he looked at both girls before exiting the room. Now what to do? Naruto asked as he started to wander the halls of the shrine again. There he is, Naruto heard before he heard a stampede of feet heading his way. Not again, Naruto said as he quickly started to run away from the girls. It's only been 1 month and they're used to the weights I keep on upping, Naruto thought as he saw both his pokegirls doing their warm-ups quite easily, even with the new additions to their weights. Over the months they had gotten up to X6 gravity and perfected some of their attacks, such as Motoko, who finally was able to summon a real katana. I won't forge that time. Shouldn't have underestimated her, Naruto thought as he remembered the time he sparred Motoko. Flashback. Uzumaki Dono led a spar, Motoko said suddenly as she approached Naruto. Ah, that's unfair, Motoko. I wanted to have some fun with him, Kuro said in a pout as she saw Naruto think over the decision. Sure, can't say why you want to spar, but it'll be good practice for both of us, Naruto said as he pulled out his katana to meet Motoko, who summoned a Bakken. Still a Bakken, I see. Looks like all that training isn't hard enough yet, Naruto thought as he made the first move and tried to break Motoko's weapon. You shouldn't underestimate me, Motoko suddenly said as the Bakken was covered in her chakra and soon changed into a katana. The katana in question was around 4 feet long and 1 foot wide. It was purely black except for the hilt, which was a bright red. Looks like I shouldn't have underestimated her, Naruto said as his sword made contact with hers. Because of the sudden metamorphosis of Motoko's weapon, Naruto was caught off guard for a split second. Motoko used to dash into Naruto's guard and slash at him. I hit him, Motoko said as she saw her master kneeling on his sword, bleeding in the chest. Yes you did, but you're not doing so good yourself, Naruto said as he pointed at Motoko's hakama which had tears in it. When did you do this? Motoko asked as she was too shocked at the rips on her hakama to worry about Naruto's health. Quote, well, even if I let down my guard for a split second, which you used and I'm proud of, you left yourself open while attacking so I took advantage of that, Naruto said as the blood stopped flowing from his wound. In a real battle, I would have been severely crippled but you would most likely be dead, Naruto said as he put his hand to his chest before the hand started to glow a green color. Damn, you reopened the scar again, Naruto said as he started to heal his torso. I'm really sorry Uzumaki Dono, I just got carried away, Motoko said as she went to Naruto. No need to be sorry, there's fault on me for underestimating you. I guess this means I've been slacking on my training, Naruto said as he picked up his katana and went to one area of the courtyard and started with meditating, not noticing the grin on Motoko's face. Flashback end. Then there was the time with Kuro. She almost got me then, Naruto thought as he had another flashback. Flashback. Naruto-kun, where are you? Ro asked as she moved around the halls looking for her master. This seems to be turning into my morning workout, Kuro heard Naruto say as he saw her running towards him. Kuro smiled as she saw her master running towards her. Her smile dropped when she saw a huge mob of Shrine Maiden Naruto fangirls turn at the same hall he did and chase after him. Oh hey Kuro, Naruto said as he started to pick up speed as the fangirls started to close the distance between him. Bye Kuro, Naruto said as he rushed past Kuro. Pooh, I'll just catch up to him I guess, Kuro said as she ran towards Naruto. And soon caught up to him thanks to all the lower body training Naruto had put her through. As she caught up to Naruto she quickly looked around to see if she could use this situation to get what she wanted. Thinking quickly she suddenly grabbed Naruto's sleeve and dashed as fast as she could. Once the fangirls were out of sight she grabbed Naruto and pushed him into one of the empty rooms and got in herself. What are you doing Kuro? Naruto asked in a worried voice as he looked at Kuro close the door and look at him. I just wanted to show you how far I've advanced in my techniques, Kuro said as she moved closer to Naruto. See, I'll start by using one of techniques hypnotize, Kuro said as she looked into Naruto's eyes causing him to get sleepy. That's impressive Kuro, Naruto said as he yawned a bit. You can stop now, Naruto said as he noticed Kuro keep up her attack. No wonder she had the lustful look in her eyes, Naruto thought as he tried to look away only to get pinned down by Kuro who kept up her attack. You know, because of your training I haven't been able to have some fun with you Naruto, but now I shall receive my end of the bargain for being a pokegirl, Kuro said as she continued her attack. Why does this happen to me, and where's Kyuubi? Naruto thought. Meanwhile with Kyuubi he sat in front of what looked like a TV with a camcorder in his hand recording everything Naruto saw. Just a few more seconds, Kuro thought as she saw Naruto close his eyes. Sorry, but you still lack practice, Kai, Naruto shouted releasing chakra from his body, dispelling Kuro's technique. Although you had me worrying there for a second, Naruto said as he gently pushed Kuro back and got up. But I don't think now's a good time. You still have training, Naruto. Said as he created a seal causing the gravity to increase for Kuro. Looks like you'll have to try again some other time, Naruto said as he left a flustered and semi-angry Kuro. Flashback end. I nay, Ed to be on my toes with these girls, but at least Kuro's behavior has changed from I have nothing to I have something, sort of, Naruto thought as he finished packing the last of his supplies in a SC roll before putting that scroll in a seal in his cloak. I love sealing, Naruto said as he put on his cloak and his Hokage's hat. Let's see, Dex is here too, Naruto said as he opened it quickly to get a quick glance of his girls' levels. Naruto's harem, Ronin, Motoko level 36, Najutsun, Kuro level 33, no other pokegirl. Not too bad if I say so myself, Naruto said as he pocketed his Dex and went to the exit of the shrine to see his two pokegirls standing there waiting for him. It's about time you got here Naruto-kun, Kuro said as she latched onto his arm. Uzumaki Dono, we are prepared to leave, Motoko said as she carried a brown sack behind her which was tied to a bakken. Okay, we should leave quickly before they come, Naruto said as he made his way to the stairs only to hear something he dreaded in his stay at the shrine. Footsteps and girly screams. "They're coming," Naruto said as he heard the stampede of footsteps get closer to the entrance. "I'm out of here," Naruto said as he jumped up and quickly down the stairs. "We should get going also," Motoko said, getting a nod from Kuro, who jumped down also. "Ah, not even a goodbye," Mai said as she appeared from a nearby tree on the top of the shrine. "Oh well, they're bound to come back sometime," Mai said as she soon faced the mob of fangirls that swarmed the entrance. "Aren't you girls supposed to be praying right now, Ma?" I asked as she gave the girl a glare which made the shrine maidens cower back, quickly head to an area to pray. "We'll meet again," Mai said as she entered the shrine. "So you girls know any good places to go to?" Naruto asked before he heard something ringing in his pocket. Oh yeah," Naruto said as he reached into his pocket to pull out a cell phone. "Professor, is this you?" Naruto asked. "Yeah, it's me. Just wondering how far you've gone with the Ronin." Naruto Wood asked from the phone. "Not too far. I haven't even tamed her yet," Naruto said, getting a yell from the other side of the phone. "Well, where are you right now?" the professor asked Naruto. "A couple of miles away from Shinto. I'm right now trying to find out if there's anything to do," Naruto said, slightly bored. If you're near Shinto you should head to the next town, Hakari. There is a tournament going on there, I think," Wood said as he sat there thinking. "Alright. So if I just keep on going down this road we should make it to Hakari," Naruto said as he hung up his cell phone. "We're going to Hakari," Naruto declared, getting a hi from both his girls. "Where is Hakari though?" Naruto asked, causing both girls to fall face flat onto the ground. "This is going to be a long journey," Motoko said. "For once I agree with you," Mai said as she picked herself up to look at her clueless master. "This is the right way, I think," Naruto said as he headed down a road. "At least Wood said to keep on heading down a road to reach to Hakari," Naruto said. "How about this? If we get lost you'll owe us a favor," Kuro said suddenly as she attached herself to Naruto. "That sounds like a good idea," Motoko said as she concurred with the idea. "What's in it for me then?" Naruto asked, only to receive a blank stare from Kuro. "Nothing," Kuro said as she stuck out her tongue at Naruto. "Besides, I don't want to promise anything I have yet," Kuro said in a bit of a depressed tone. "Alright. Although I think you would have lost anyway," Naruto said as he pointed to a sign that said Hakari 2 miles, while pointing to where they were walking. "Apu," Kuro said as they continued walking in the direction the sign said. In a few minutes the group soon saw another city, only this one seemed different than before. It was more eastern-like and had skyscrapers and covered a lot of area, so it was pretty hard not to miss. "Quite a change from the last city," Naruto said as he prepared to get there quicker. "Race, you girls," Naruto said as he took to the trees and dashed off. Even if he was the Hokage of Konoha, he still couldn't let go of some of his childish behaviors. "He's fast," Motoko said, only to notice no one but herself around. "Wait for me," Motoko said as she dashed off to meet the other two who had already left. "Such a huge difference from the last town," Naruto said as he looked around to see more people than before. They were dressed in a casual style with a pokegirl, supposedly their alpha, walking with them. "Are you getting worried, master?" Kuro asked as she latched onto Naruto's right arm, her favorite place to attack Naruto. Feeling the familiar weight in his right arm, Naruto answered. "Not really. I've been to bigger cities in my travels, it's just that this is so much more different," Naruto said as he strolled down the streets with Kuro and Motoko, who held her baton threateningly at Kuro. Deciding to take a break from walking, Naruto looked around and found what seemed to be a coffee shop, something he had seen in his neighborhood and periodically visited when he was free from duty. Taking a seat, Naruto sat down with his 2 pokegirls at an outside table. Looking around, they were surrounded by other tamers who all sat at their respective tables and sat drinking what they ordered. Naruto at first did receive glances from the confused people at the side, but then those turned away and returned to what they did before. "Nothing." "Can I take your order?" a girl said as she approached the table. She had green hair and green eyes to match. She stood at 5 feet 7 inches, and other than that had nothing special about her. A human girl, Naruto thought to himself as he stared before he came to and ordered. "Some coffee please," Naruto said, letting the girl know what he wanted. Green tea for me, Motoko said without looking up. Coffee for me too, Kuro said a little hesitantly. Will that be with or without milk? The girl asked as she looked up from her notepad, getting a good look at Naruto. None for me, Naruto said as he lazily stared back at the girl who just blushed a little. I'll have some, Kuro said. I'll be right back, the girl said as she went back into the store with the order. Kuro, have you ever had coffee? Naruto asked, suddenly getting a nervous grin from Kuro. My previous master never gave us things like this, so I want to try new things, Kuro said with her tongue sticking out. I've always wanted to try some milk also, Kuro said, getting a sweat drop from Naruto. The milk you put in the coffee to make it taste better, not drink separately, Naruto said as the girl who took their order came back with a tray and 3 cups. Here you go, the girl said as she put all 3 cups in front of the people who ordered them. Anything else you need? The girl asked. Do you know anything about a tournament in this city going to take place? Naruto asked, trying to get some information out of the girl. Do you mean the annual co-ed fight? If you do, then yes. It's a fight that goes on every year in this city. The prizes vary from time to time, but they are always something good. The fight is usually 3 to 6 rounds depending on how many people come. It's quite an interesting battle since the Tamer can choose one pokegirl from anyone he has. And use them to battle side by side with, the girl explained. If we're lucky, an experienced Tamer might come and join the tournament to spice things up a bit, the girl said, looking at Naruto. Before she could say anything, Naruto sipped his coffee some more and pointed to some other customers that were getting cranky for not receiving their orders. I'm sorry, the girl said as she ran off to the other customers. Well, I'm definitely entering the tournament. Problem is, which one of you two will enter with me? Naruto asked, getting the girl to look at each other and shoot lighting through their eyes. Shouldn't have said that, Naruto thought as he finished his drink and waited. After a few minutes, the girls returned to their drinks and finished them. We should get a room to stay for now, Naruto thought as he lifted his hand to indicate they were finished. Instead of the green-haired girl, another girl came. Naruto just took out his dex and paid using the money he had received from Wood, which was surprisingly 100 KSLC. Let's go, Naruto said, getting up with his pokegirls to travel the city some more. While walking around, nothing seemed out of the ordinary as Naruto had taken off his hat and sealed it away. Looks like this competition is the talk of the town, Naruto said as he overheard some people talking of the competition and how they would win. What did catch his ear was something about the whip mistress, who was a sure contender in the finals this year. Before he could listen and longer, he felt something on his arm and turned around to see a blushing Kuro on his arm. I think something was wrong with my drink, Kuro said in an embarrassed voice as she closely held onto Naruto's arm. What do you mean? Naruto asked, only to feel something wet on his arm. Lookin' at his arm, he saw her boobs, which were lactating a bit. Oh, Naruto said, blushing as he took his cloak off and covered her with it. We'll find a hotel quickly, Naruto said, dragging a flustered Kuro and beckoning for a confused Motoko to follow. It wasn't long before they did find a hotel. At the entrance were some garter girls which seemed to protect the entrance against suspicious individuals. We're here for a room, Naruto said, letting the girls let him pass by. The inside was huge with reception desks and couches to sit on. Would you like a room to stay here tonight? A girl asked as she approached them. Shed's outfit and seemed normal. Yes, I'll be staying most likely until the tournament is over, Naruto said, receiving a nod from the girl. The tournament is in 3 days, so would you be staying here for 3 days and a few addition days? The girl asked again. 1 additional day after the tournament, Naruto said, receiving another nod from the girl. Please walk over here, the girl said as she led them to one of the counter which she got behind. Typing for a few seconds, she then demanded his dex, which he relinquished. After a few more seconds of typing on the keyboard, she returned his dex along with a key. Your room in on the 3rd floor, and here's the key and room number, the girl said as she handed Naruto a key and his dex. Thank you, Naruto said as he walked to the elevator and got in. After a few seconds they reached the 3rd floor with no problem at all, if you didn't count the blushing Kuro to be one of them. Deciding to get them in a room and see what to do, Naruto quickly walked down the hall and found a room in which had the same number as the key. This must be it, Naruto said as he opened the door with his key and allowed the two girls to enter. Inside was only one bed. To Naruto's dismay and a TV, there was a hallway which apparently led to the bathroom. Before Naruto could find out more of the room, he found himself in a lip lock with Kuro, who had pounced him as soon as the door closed. "What are you doing?" Naruto managed to say as he freed himself from Kuro's lip, which he enjoyed even if he wouldn't say it out loud. "It's been over a month since I've been tamed and I need it badly. Besides, if you didn't tame me sooner, I'm pretty sure I would have turned feral," Kuro said as she started to pull Naruto towards the only bed in the room. Looking towards Motoko, he saw a red hue covering her entire face as she just stared at him. Kuro is right. Even if I can go without taming for a long time, I never did it with a human, and I think I'm starting to turn feral also, Motoko said as she shuffled uncomfortably in her clothes. "Did you two plan this?" Naruto asked. He was pushed onto the bed by Kuro, who immediately went and started to take off his clothes. "Yes, we did. Besides, you can't have feral pokegirls in a competition, so it's better to get this over with," Kuro said as she took off Naruto's cloak to reveal her slender body with CC cup boobs which started to leak some milk. "I think they put milk into that coffee," Kuro said as she worked on taking Naruto's pants off. When he looked over at Motoko, he saw her without her hakama on, leaving her only with her bandages, which restricted her boobs from showing themselves, and a panty covering her private. "I'm proud of you, Kit. You're finally a man," Kyuubi said in Naruto's mind suddenly. "You were surprisingly quiet last night. What did you do?" Naruto thought to Kyuubi, who just snickered in his mind. "Nothing you need to know," Kyuubi said as he pressed a play button on a remote in front of a TV. "Okay," Naruto thought as he headed towards the shower. "Not going to do the process of a shower yet. I feel good," Kuro said as she got up and stretched. Looking around, she saw only Motoko in the bed next to her, but didn't see Naruto. "Where is Master?" Kuro asked as she felt Motoko wake up. "That was better than what I usually do with the shrine maidens," Motoko said as she got up and walked around. "Where's Uzumaki Dono?" Motoko asked, only to receive her answer, and Naruto came out of the shower with a towel wrapped around his waist. "I see you girls are awake," Naruto said as he reached for his clothes which were next to the bed. "If you girls want the shower, you can take it, unless you want to stand there in your glory," Naruto said, sing Motoko to blush and run into the shower room. Kuro, on the other hand, just stared at Naruto with a lustful look and slowly prowled towards Naruto like a cat stalking its prey. "Don't you think we've had enough of that already?" Naruto asked as Kuro jumped off the bed towards Naruto. "Maybe," Naruto said as he walked over to the shower room and dropped her in front of it. "Seeing how you're still lactating and it said in the decks you'll do so for at least one more week, I guess I'll have to use Motoko in the competitions," Naruto said, causing Motoko to yell yes in the shower and Kuro just to groan. "We need to go out now," Naruto said as he broke apart from Kuro and turned around, heading towards the door. "It is sweet though," Naruto thought as he licked his lips. "I wonder where we sign up?" Naruto asked as he meandered around the town with his two pokegirls. Both had smug looks on their faces. "A person such as you shouldn't even sign up for a competition of this kind of caliber," Naruto heard a familiar person say. When he turned around, he saw someone which he didn't want to see. Behind him stood Jin in his ninja glory with his kunoichi standing next to him. "What do you want?" Naruto asked in a cold voice as he glared at Jin, Motoko doing the same also. "I'm here to tell you that you shouldn't enter this competition since I'm entering. I was expecting you to enter so I could defeat you, but now that you have a Najutsu, I'm more than sure you'll lose anyway, so it's pointless for you to enter," Jin said, not noticing the killer intent that was leaked out by Naruto and his girls. "I'll enter all right, and you better hope you're not against me," Naruto said, releasing more killer intent which caused the surrounding populace to drop down clutching their throats. "Let's go," Naruto said, stopping his killer intent so the people around them could breathe. "I don't want to talk to scum like that," Naruto said, causing his girls to follow behind him and gain unwanted attention. "I've never seen Master this angry before," Kuro thought as she shivered at the thought of his killer intent. That killer intent was focused, but it still affected the people around Jin. "Who are you, Uzumaki Dono?" Motoko questioned as she stared at her master in a new light. "This will be an interesting tournament this year," a girl thought before she turned away from the scene. Uzumaki Dono, are you alright? Motoko finally asked, trying to break the silence. Huh, oh, I'm fine, alright. I was just thinking, Naruto said. Just thinking, Kuro repeated. Just thinking. Where is the sign-up area? Naruto said, causing his pokegirls and some bystanders to fall down in a face plant. The competition will be in 2 days on September 24th, the girl in front of Naruto said as she handed Naruto back his dex. You'll be registered in the normal competitions since none of your pokegirls are above level 40. Here are the rules, and now you're set, the girl said as she handed Naruto a little handbook which was the size of his palm. Oh, and the prize is a ingenue with the item steel coat and 1 evolution stone to get her to the right element you want her to be, the girl said in a monotone voice. Okay, thank you, Naruto said as he exited the dome-like building with his 2 pokegirls next to him. 2 hours. It took us 2 hours to find a building that had a huge-ass sign that said competition here, Kuro began to say. And you just pass by it at least 10 times, making us walk around the whole city. I wonder how we even made it to his city in the first place, Kuro said in a sarcastic voice. As much as I hate to berate you, Dono, Kuro is right, Motoko said, causing Naruto to blush a bit at his mistake. Hey, everybody makes mistakes sometimes, right? Naruto asked as he continued walking through the streets. Not as much as you do with directions, Kuro said, weakening Naruto's resolve. I'm not that clueless, Naruto weakly said as he continued walking down the streets looking at the wares the stores had to sell. Anyway, let's go to the poke center and get you girls through a healing cycle, Naruto said as both girls just stared at his pathetic attempt to digress from their current conversation. Fine, Motoko said. I don't see why we have to, Kuro said defiantly. It's just a checkup and don't worry, I know where the poke center is, Naruto both girls to walk in the opposite direction Naruto was walking in. It's this way, both girls said at the same time, leaving a flustered, embarrassed Naruto. Your girls will be ready in a few minutes, a Nurse Joy told Naruto as she stared at him. Please tell me any other problems that you may have, Nurse Joy said while staring at Naruto. That's the second one to do that, Naruto thought as he just smiled and nodded towards the nurse. I wonder what's good about a battle angel, Naruto thought as he put the information he wanted on his dex. Battle angel, the Knight of Steel pokegirl type, very near human, metamorph. Element, steel, varies with item equipped. Frequency, somewhat rare. Diet, varies, but mainly human type food. Role, armored warriors. Libido, varies from low to high. Strong versus, by element. Weak versus, by element. Attacks, by element. Enhancements, by element. Evolves, none known at this time, speculated to evolve to Berserker in unknown conditions. Evolves from ingenue with a steel coat trade item. A bat, TLE angel is the ultimate in armored pokegirls in terms of speed, firepower and cuteness. Once they are equipped with an item and they start down their development path, it is nearly impossible to change their secondary element. A battle angel has 2 forms. Armored, in which she looks like an armored knight in form-fitting armor. Her second form is her naked body, the form she is tamed in. With concentration, the pokegirl's armor folds and retracts into her body, whereupon she looks exactly like a normal human girl. Most keep their hair long. Interestingly, when they are armored, their hair is as tough as their armor. They are not restricted to being fully armored or naked, but with practice can select what portions are armored and which aren't, allowing them to appear as if wearing a bikini, shorts and a shirt. Or merely showing their face, or anything in between. If surprised, attacked or distracted, they instantly revert to their fully armored form. Generally, their libidos vary from individual to individual, and often depend on their attitude towards their tamer. Most battle angels have a favored type of hand-to-hand weapon that they seek to be armed with. Some extend this to a particular weapon that has special meaning to them. After transformation from an ingenue into a battle angel, she has to be equipped with an evolution stone or she'll become a steel, normal type. Once equipped, she'll undergo a secondary evolution path, much like an Eva. Their feral state is relatively mild, merely intensifying their dominant personality characteristics. Steel, ghost types become more timid. Steel, fighting types become even more aggressive, etc. Attacks shared by all. Harden, kick, punch, quick turn, and cuddle. Depending on personality, two of the following: growl, glare, cheer, roar, leer. With experience: call me queen, slice and dice, and rage. All can learn the following sword techniques and use them with any weapon, including a bare armored hand: slash, cut, carve, parry, deflect, bonk. And it has a whole bunch of other forms with the stones, Naruto thought as he went over the information. I already have a magic, dark and a fighting type, so I shouldn't get those types. A dragon knight seems like a good choice, but her disadvantage against ice was too great. Gah, I'll think of this later, Naruto thought as he grabbed his head. You look like you're in a dilemma, Naruto heard a girl say as he turned his head to his side. Sitting next to him was the girl from the restaurant from yesterday. She was in normal clothes and didn't have a timid expression as she had in the cafe. I guess I'm in one a bit, Naruto said as he lied back on the couch, not caring about anything around him. I'm guessing you're entering this year's tournament, the girl said as she got comfortable next to Naruto. Yeah, but I'm only entering in the normal competition, so no. Biggie, Naruto said with one eye slightly open and staring at the girl next to him. Oh, what a pity, and I was expecting to go against you. The girl said in a dismayed voice as she got up. I expect to see you in battle another time, the girl said as she left the center as mysteriously as she had entered. A female tamer, huh? Naruto asked himself as he got up and walked over to Nurse Joy. Your pokegirls are fully healed, would you like to stay longer for some tea or refreshments? Nurse Joy asked in an attempt to make Naruto stay longer. No thanks, I have to get ready for this tournament, Naruto said as he left Nurse Joy, who just stood at her work area pouting a bit. Come on out, girls, Naruto said as he tossed both his Pokeball out in front of him, allowing both of his girls to come out. It's about time you let us out of that stuffy place, Kuro said as she attached herself to Naruto. I'm at full battle capacity, Uzumaki Dono, Motoko said as she prepared to strike Kuro. Good, because we're going on a little outing outside of the town for a bit, Naruto said as he started to walk in one direction. Surprisingly, it led them outside of town and soon into a forest area which no one inhabited except for a few tanukis here and there. Motoko, since I'm entering this competition with you, I thought we could work on some attacks together so we don't get in each other's way, Naruto said as he pulled out his katana from his cloak. Oh, and I want you to use your Bakken so you'll fool your opponents like you did for me, Naruto said, getting a nod from Motoko. Hi Dono, Motoko said as she materialized her Bakken in midair, catching it as it fell into her hands. Alright, let's practice, Naruto said as he stood next to Motoko. That is amazing, Kuro said as she watched both Naruto and Motoko reappear in her sight as she saw both of them put down their respected weapons. Once the trees behind them started to slide sideways from clean cuts that were made from both Naruto and Motoko's strikes. Could use a little more work, Naruto said as he wiped his brow, which had a few sweat drops on it. Sorry for slowing you down, Dono, Motoko said as she fell onto the ground panting hard. For 2 straight hours Motoko had tried to emulate Naruto's movements when he made his lightning fast strikes. So far she could only emulate up to 80% of his strikes when he had heavier weights than her. You'll get used to it, after all I had you train in upper body strength at first, so don't be too dismayed by your speed, Naruto said, pointing out Motoko's flaw but her strength as well. Even if you can still be seen, it doesn't mean the enemy will be able to stop the blow of your attack if they are guarding, Naruto said as he put away his katana. Well, anyway, that's enough for today. Good work on emulating most of my attacks though, Naruto said as he plucked his Pokeball all from his belt and had the beam hit Motoko and put her back in the ball. Let's go, Kuro, Naruto said as Kuro got up and latched onto his arm. If he's this good, then Master won't even stand a chance even with my help, Akunoichi said as she disappeared in a puff of smoke. Next day, I don't think it's bad at all, Kuro said as she woke up and hugged Naruto, putting her head on his bare chest. Well, you better not do it to me today since tomorrow's the contest, Naruto said, getting up from the bed. Why now? It'll be like a good luck charm, Kuro said, giving Naruto a seductive look. Well, I don't think it is a good luck charm, so there, Naruto said as he got into the shower, not noticing Kuro enter shortly after he did. Well, that's because you two keep on forcing yourselves on me at nights. Naruto said as he rushed at Motoko, delivering a punch which Motoko moved aside with her bakken. She then tried to bring her sword down on Naruto only to be stopped by Naruto using the momentum from Motoko's previous counter to swing around and knock the bakken out of Motoko's hands. Always expect the unexpected, Naruto said as he delivered a hard punch into Motoko's stomach which sent her back a couple of feet. Cough. Cough, I'll be more aware of that next time, Dono, Motoko said as she formed a katana in her hili now, Naruto said as he appeared behind Motoko and grabbed her sword arm hard. Because you still left yourself open to unexpected moves such as this one, Naruto said as he prevented Motoko from moving her sword arm. You were always expecting your opponent to attack. You using regular means. Don't do that since you'll most likely one day meet with a Pokemon which can teleport behind you, Naruto said as he let go of Motoko's arm who spun around to deliver a slash at Naruto. And stop using predictable moves, Naruto said as he stopped her blade with one finger before he had a kunai by her neck. I'm sorry for being inexperienced, Motoko said as she dropped her sword signifying defeat. Well, you learn from your mistakes, they say, Naruto said as he withdrew his hand and picked up Motoko's katana. I guess it's a bit unfair pitting you against me, Naruto said sheepishly as he gave his trademark fox grin. Why so, Dono? Motoko asked, although she half knew why. Because I've been trained to kill from an early age and I'm more experienced than people 3 times older than I am. Although some people have an infinitesimal gap between me and them which is being closed rapidly, Naruto said as he got out his own katana. That's why I need to keep on trainin'. To keep that gap there and make myself the best, Naruto said as he faced Motoko. That's one of the reasons why I train, and one of the answers to your question, Naruto said seeing Motoko shut her mouth. You remind me of my Nei-chan, Motoko said suddenly. Then you must have had a great sister, Naruto said receiving a nod from Motoko. I'm sure we'll meet her someday, Naruto said as he nodded. The lonely expression on Motoko's face. So don't worry. Just keep on training, Naruto said as he went to another side of the field. Kuro, I want you to keep working on the illusion you put up around us so nobody can find us. That's your training for today, Naruto said as he faced Motoko. Now let's prepare for tomorrow, Naruto said as he charged at Motoko. Next day, our first match of Day in the normal difficulty section will be with our favorite tamer Jimmy. The announcer said as a man stepped into the stadium from one of the ground entrances. He was around 5 feet 7 inches and had short black hair. He walked in confidently wearing steel knuckles. He received a huge amount of applause and cheering as he entered the stadium. Now for his opponent, a man who hasn't even participated in any events or gym battles. A neophyte when it comes to the competition I give. You Naruto, the announcer shouted. As Naruto entered the stadium he received only glares and a few boos from the crowd. Naruto thought nothing as he entered the stadium. It was a regular square area around 100 feet wide and long. There was about a 20-foot wall which separated them from the viewers who sat above the wall. Now release your pokegirl and start the battle, the announcer shouted as a gong was heard throughout the stage. You're going down, you noob. I screw you, Lupina, Jimmy shouted as a blue-furred girl came out. She was slightly taller than her tamer and had a bit more muscle mass. Let's go, Motoko, Naruto shouted as he released Motoko who stood next to him with a bakken in hand. And so the fight begins with Jimmy using his famed Lupina. Both have a high sync rate and almost always know what attack to use together. While the neophyte on the other side uses a Ronin, not a common type of pokegirl to use but still strong. Quote, the announcer said as he commented on the match. Let's end this quickly, Naruto said getting a nod from Motoko. Pulling out his own katana they both shouted, Sword Art number 3, Yin and Yang. Both Motoko and Naruto shouted as they moved around in a circle so that Naruto was on one side of the circle and Motoko on the other. When Jimmy tried to move both Naruto and Motoko suddenly switched places causing numerous cuts to appear on Jimmy. Finish, both shouted as they disappeared from where they were before there was the sound of only slashing. When Naruto and Motoko reappeared they were at 2 specific places so that when you looked at the battlefield above you would see a yin-yang symbol. I don't believe it, the neophyte just there defeated Jimmy in less than a minute. Using a move which I have never seen before, both Tamer and girl exchanged places using high speeds while slashing at the people in between them. An effective yet deadly technique. Looks like this match goes to Naruto and his pokegirl Motoko, the announcer said, which was soon accompanied by a few people who clapped at their success. Good job Motoko, Naruto sighed as he congratulated his pokegirl, who had trouble standing up, but stood up to make it seem she was still able to do more damage. But next time we should slow down a bit, Naruto said as he held Motoko's hand and got out of the area. There are still about 10 more matches to go until ours, so that gives us around 30 minutes of relaxed time, Naruto said as he was sitting in a room with other competitors. Looking around, he saw people who had on swords or spears. He even saw one person with a huge zanbato on his back. Looks like Jin's in another room, Naruto thought as he turned to Motoko again. So what do you want to do until then? Naruto asked Motoko, who was still panting a bit. Meditate and prepare for our next match, Motoko said as she closed her eyes and sat in an Indian position. Sweet yourself, Naruto said as he leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes. Might I ask, where did you learn your fighting style? Naruto heard a voice say. Opening his eyes, he saw the man with the zanbato standing in front of him. Getting a closer look at him, he saw the man had his hair spiked up and a red headband to help keep it up. He had on regular clothing, loose and baggy. He stood from Naruto's estimation around 6'3" and intimidating Naruto by standing over him. And why should I tell my next opponent that? Naruto asked, glaring at the man who asked for his fighting style. Chi wanted to know if it was one of the fighting styles that I have crushed single-handedly, the guy said as he put on a cocky grin which seemed to match his face. Then you probably haven't seen it. Nobody beats my fighting style, Naruto said as he leaned back and closed his eyes. And you'll get a front row seat on why, Naruto said as he heard the guy mumble curses under his breath before heading off. Is your style really undefeated? Motoko asked from where she was sitting. Let's say the only people that see this fighting style from where I came from were the ones that were fighting with me. Or the ones that were on the other end of the sword who didn't come out of the battle, Naruto said, causing Motoko to repress a shudder. I see. By chance do you know anyone by the name Sukuro? Motoko asked. Sorry, I don't, Naruto replied, causing Motoko to give up the thought that the two ever met. I see, Motoko said as she prepared to meditate again, only for someone to rudely bump into her and continued walking. Who did that? Motoko asked as she pointed her bakken in the direction where she felt the presence walk off to. How did you get in here? Motoko asked in a surprised voice. As she realized only authorized people could enter. Oh, some illusions here and there, Kuro said as she pointed at the other people who didn't even look at them. And they're supposed to be good tamers, pathetic, Kuro said as she just stared at the people who didn't notice her here. We're under an illusion also, Motoko asked as she was surprised at how her illusions had increased in strength. Stop such a vulgar act at once, Motoko said as she raised her sword at Kuro while blushing. Truth to say, Motoko wished she was in Kuro's place so she could have been bold enough to force herself onto Naruto. Hello people, those of you who've been waiting for a heated match, get ready for one. In the left side, I introduce to you the man who's defeated over a hundred fighting styles, both armed and unarmed. Give a huge round of applause to Jason and his pokegirl in Amazonwu, she shouted as the man named Jason entered the arena with a girl. She was around 5 feet 2 inches with a staff attached to her back. And on the other side we have the neophyte Who finished his match under a minute, using speeds that couldn't be seen by most experienced tamers. I give you Naruto, the announcer shouted as Naruto entered the stage with Motoko walking next to him. Let's see now, Naruto said as he pulled out his dex and pointed it at Jason's Amazonwu. Amazonwu, the weapon using pokegirl type, very near human. Element, fighting, frequency, uncommon, diet, human style foods, heavy on rice. Role, warriors, bodyguards. Libido, average, strong versus bug, dark, ice, normal, rock, steel. Weak versus flying, psychic. Attacks, weapon use, distance attack, Kai blast, parry. Enhancements, Enhanced Strength X4, Enhanced Agility, Endurance. Evolves. Hero Normal. Evolves from Tai Amazon, Battle Stress, Special. A cousin of the Amazonly, Amazonchan, and Amazon Capoeira. While the Li specializes in kicks and footwork, the Chan specializes in punches and strength, and the Capoeira specializes in tumbles and acrobatics. The Wu specializes in the use of a single weapon. Most often this is a sword, although some Amazonwas are beginning to choose more esoteric weapons to try and distinguish themselves from other sword-fighting pokegirls. Like the Chan, Li, and Capoeira, Amazonwas also have an odd dietary problem. In the case of the Wu, not to be confused with the Wu, this is a fondness for coffee. When a Wu gets coffee, it tends to mellow them out instead of giving a caffeine buzz. The more coffee, the more mellow, until a torpor is achieved. This is interesting, Naruto said as he took out his katana from his cloak while Motoko gripped her bakken. The two now enter the arena and face each other. Ready to battle, the announcer said as Naruto and Jason faced each other from their sides of the field. Ready, go. Then announcer shouted as Jason charged straight at Naruto while his pokegirl stood waiting by her side of the field. This battle's mine, Jason said as he rushed straight at Naruto with his Zanbato held in the air. Impact, Jason shouted as he brought his Zanbato straight down only for it to miss Naruto. When it did hit the ground, pieces of rubble shot up. Impressive, Naruto said. Another side of the field with Motoko by his side. But you're going to have to do better than that if you want to catch me, Naruto said as he taunted Jason. These were getting uncomfortable, Jason said as he reached for his legs. Pulling up his pant legs, he revealed what looked like metal paddings. Taking them off, he dropped them onto the ground, creating a huge explosion. Unfazed the weight, Naruto just stared at Jason, who started to stretch. Jason must be serious already since he has taken off the weights, the announcer said, causing a few people to cheer, while a few others to blanch. As soon as the announcer had said that, Jason blurred from sight and reappeared in front of Naruto. A bit faster than Kuro, Naruto thought as he jumped over a vertical slash, then twisted to his right to dodge an airborne slash. All beat him, Naruto said as Motoko was about to strike but put her sword down. All right, Uzumaki Dono, Motoko said as she walked away from their fight and observed from a fair distance. It has now turned into a one-on-one fight as Naruto calls his Ronin back from the fight. As soon as the announcer had said this, Naruto landed on the ground and pulled up his SWO. Road to defend himself from another sword slash. Is this all your style can do, block? Jason asked as he relentlessly pushed on and attacked Naruto, who guarded against his attacks. You lack patience, Naruto said as he continued to block some more blows that Jason kept on throwing at him. There, Naruto said as he suddenly dashed past Jason and appeared on the other side of him. A few seconds SSED before some cuts appeared all over Jason. As if that will hurt me, Jason said as he breathed in deep before relaxing. Surprisingly, as he did that, his cuts started to heal and at a rapid pace. Quote, Jason has finally revealed his blood gift, the ability to recover quickly. Even now most of the cuts inflicted from Naruto are healing, the announcer shouted as Jason's cuts almost closed. You're forgetting someone, Naruto heard a girl say as he turned to face something. Quickly relying on instinct, Naruto pulled up his sword in front of his face to block a blow from a staff. I guess I did, Naruto said as he pushed the staff away from his face and brought his sword behind his back to block another strike from Jason, who had brought his Zanbato down for a slice. What are you going to do now? Your style can't possibly save you now, Jason said as he lifted his sword and raised it to strike again. I guess I'll have to show you why my style is superior than others. Motoko, stay out of this fight, Naruto said as he closed his eyes and lowered his hands so they were by his sides. Fool, you're full of openings now, Jason said as he brought down his sword again, not noticing the smirk on Naruto's face. Actually, you're full of openings, Naruto said as he dashed backwards into Jason and elbowed him in the stomach. Following that, he brought his left fist up and gave Jason an uppercut to his face, which Jason had brought down because of the elbow attack Naruto had utilized. See, Naruto said as he sent Jason back in the air a couple of feet. Don't think I've forgotten about you, Naruto said as he held his sword vertically so it blocked another strike from the Amazon WU. Don't get too cocky, boy, Cindy said as she pulled back her staff and started to make stabbing motions toward Naruto with her staff. I'm not being cocky, Naruto said as he sidestepped each attack that she used against him. I'm being confident, Naruto said as he appeared in front of Cindy before putting his palm on her head. You lose, Naruto said as a sudden force hit Cindy in the head, knocking her out. You bastard, Naruto suddenly heard Jason say. Naruto turned around and saw Jason standing again, radiating something like killer intent. Time to show you my second blood gift, Jason said as an inferno of flames started to gather around his body. Here it is, folks, the moment you've been waiting for. Jason's second and best blood gift. Unlike other blood gifts, this one is one passed down generations and kept clean. It's a true blood gift, the ability to control fire. Though not as good as a fire pokegirl's control, it's still good enough in a one-on-one human spar, the announcer shouted as the audience started to cheer harder for Jason. Blood gift. Almost like bloodlines, Naruto thought as he felt the heat around Jason get hotter. Not that impressive though, Naruto thought as he saw Jason hold his hand out in front of him. Blazing drop, Jason shouted as fire suddenly paired around Naruto and converged at his location. Got you now, Jason said arrogantly as the fire around Naruto soon covered him completely. Uzumaki Dono, Motoko shouted, shocked to see her master, the one she thought undefeatable, covered in fire. This is not happening, Kuro said from the stands as she watched her master get burned. All that hot talk and you turn out to be nothing, Jason said as he spat out in the ground in front of him. Well, there's another death to add to the list, Jason said as he turned around to walk to his pokegirl, only to stop when he heard something. Sweden. Uzumaki no Jutsu, Naruto shouted, causing a whirlpool of water to form under him and Jason. I'm not done, just to tell you, Naruto said as the whirlpool of water rose and covered him completely, dousing the flames around him. As for Jason, it also covered him and started to spin him around at a fast pace. Amazing, this neophyte, and UNKOWN in pokegirl competition has pulled off a water-type move. Looks similar to the whirlpool move, but I can't be certain of it, the announcer said as soon as he got over his shock of seeing Naruto perform a water move. It's over, Naruto said as he put his sword to his side and dropped down into a Stanar 4 Wind Slasher, Naruto shouted as he disappeared and soon appeared on the other side of the miniature whirlpool which had engulfed Jason. When Naruto put down his sword to his side, the whirlpool stopped spinning and dropped down into a puddle of water. Jason also dropped down, but with numerous cuts, deeper ones, all over his body. That is why my style is unbeatable, Naruto said as Jason fell unconscious. This neophyte has done it again. He's beaten Jason, a holder of a original blood gift. WHO was sure to compete in the finals. Hope you didn't put all your money on him, because now he can't even compete for 3D place, the man said as the audience stood stark still in shock. It wasn't until someone started to clap did the audience pull int. OA slow applause as Naruto walked out of the arena with Motoko. What was that, Uzumaki Dono? Motoko asked as they walked out of the arena. Something I plan on telling you and Kuro at the end of the tournament. I feel you two are ready, Naruto said as he continued walking beside a muddled Motoko. That was amazing, Naruto heard Kuro say as he lied down in the competitors' area, the number of people in it considerably less than before. Naruto said as he continued lying down, clearing his mind. At this rate you'll most likely beat everyone else in here, Kuro said again, only to see Naruto snoozing away. Listen to me when I'm talking, Kuro demanded as she started to shake Naruto awake. I'm awake, Naruto said slowly before he closed his eyes again and fell asleep. Gah, Kuro let out as she saw her master sleeping in a defenseless position. Maybe if I could increase the strength of my illusions nobody will be able to break it, and then I could, Kuro thought as a bit of drool came out of her mouth. I don't think so, Kuro suddenly felt Motoko grab her from behind and pull her away from Naruto. He needs his energy for the next match, so lay off of him for now, Motoko said as she struggled to pull the kitsune away, who just kept on pulling herself and Motoko towards Naruto. Come on, One little session. He does have at least 20 minutes of break, Kuro said as she tried to get Motoko to agree. But in front of all these people? Motoko asked as she started to blush a bit. Don't worry. I'm more adept at illusions than you think, Kuro said as she tried to reel in the hooked Motoko. Nobody would ever know except for us, Kuro said as she put her hand around Motoko's shoulder and pointed towards Naruto. Doesn't the way he sleeps scream for us to take him right now? Kuro asked as she pointed at Naruto, who was still sleeping with his back on the bench. But still, Motoko tried resisting only to feel a reassuring hand on her shoulder squeeze it a bit. Everything will be fine. We just need to. Kuro began only to feel a presence behind them. Looking back, the two saw another kitsune, except this one was red-furred and had a red bushy tail behind her. If you're going to do it here, then can I join you too? The vixen asked, making Motoko blush even more while Kuro looked pissed. How did you get through my illusion? Kuro demanded, her demeanor changing to a cold one. Relax, Najitsune, it's only me who can see you two right now. So can I join you too? I would want to see how long a lord can last, the vixen said with a devious smirk on her face. Back off, he's my lord and I'm not sharing with anyone that I don't like, Kuro said as she tried to dismiss the vixen. I wouldn't be talking, you tailless fox, you don't even deserve to be called one. The vixen said, further enraging Kuro. Take that back, Kuro said as a dark aura started to surround her. No, the vixen said, not fazed by the aura that Kuro was giving off. Seeing how I'll be fighting our lord in the finals, I'll get to feel him up then. So I'll be leaving now, the vixen said as she ran out of the room, dodging a mana bolt sent from Kuro. Kuro, are you alright? Motoko finally asked. Yes, I'm fine, Kuro yelled at Motoko before she stomped out of the room, leaving behind a confused Ronin. Leave her, she needs some time to be alone, Toko heard Naruto say and saw him standing next to her. Let's go now, Naruto said as he pulled Motoko into the arena for their semifinal match, before a special match as it said in the rule book. Greetings people and welcome to the semifinals. As you people are wondering why there have been only a few matches so far to make it a semifinal. There is Sir Pierce for the winners of this match, so be sure to stay in your seats. As for the contestants, here as the neophyte WHO has defeated two of our good contenders, Naruto, the announcer shouted. Surprisingly, Naruto actually received a huge applause. And in the other area, as the one WHO has made it through the matches somehow using a different combination of pokegirls each time. Here is Jin of the Kizashi family, the announcer said as Jin entered with moderate applause with his kunoichi by his side. Now let us begin the match, the announcer said as Naruto dropped down into a fighting stance while Jin stood up and looked like he was going to say something. I propose a hardcore league battle, Jin said calmly, shocking a few people in the stands while others just grinned at his proclamation. What's that? Naruto asked as he laid around with his sword that was in his hands. A battle, in which the winner can take the spoils from the loser, Jin said with a cocky smile, or the opponent's corpse, Jin said as he pulled Ta kunai and started to play twirl it around a bit. And why should I accept? Naruto asked as he looked at Jin with a neutral expression, not showing any emotions at all. If you win, you'd get my kunoichi here, Jin said as he pointed at his pokegirl, and you'll be well known, Jin said. I don't see how being well known will do me any good, Naruto said as he tuned his ears and finally heard the crowd yelling. Accept the challenge. Sigh, Motoko, what do you say? Naruto asked as he felt the pressure from the crowd get to him. I have confidence in you, Uzumaki Dono, so I know you will not lose, Motoko answered as she fingered a baken which came into her hands. Besides, I want to damage him up pretty badly, Motoko said as she started to radiate a murderous aura. Right. I guess I accept then, Naruto said, getting a huge cheer from the crowd and some more applause. Then it's set. Let's go now, Jin said as he threw a smoke bomb at where he was standing, which started to cover the field. Let's see now, Naruto said as he pulled out his dex and pointed at Jin's kunoichi before she disappeared. Kunoichi, the ninja pokegirl. Type: very near human. Element: normal, dark. Frequency: common in Edo League. Uncommon to rare all other leagues. Diet: omnivore, Prefers human-style food. Role: Spy. Libido: Average. Strong vs. Dark, Ghost, Psychic. Weak vs. Bug, Fighting. Attacks: Smoke Screen, Vanish, Throwing Star. Quick Attack, Shadow Dash, Hazy Vision. Enhancements: a kunoichi can move in shadows and completely in silent, being almost impossible to detect. Enhanced Speed X2, Enhanced Senses X2. Evolves: Cheshire Cat E Metal, Kunomitsu, Fox E Metal. Evolves from none. Kunoichis were made, along with Cheshires, to be spies. During Tsukbi's war, kunoichi would gather information of the enemy, and then return so the more powerful pokegirls could attack. Kunoichi can also defend themselves very well in battle, since they can combine their natural stealth talents with a series of attacks during a fight. Kunoichi attack from the shadows, and rarely battle straight out in the open in keeping with their style. Kunoichi have rivalries with two different pokegirl breeds. One is with the Cheshire. Their areas of expertise are identical, and this rivalry is more often a common friendly rivalry, rather than one where each pokegirl would want to destroy the other in battle. Archers suggest that Cheshire and kunoichi should not ever be in the same harem at the same time, however, as each one will attempt to outdo the other in all ways, including Tamer has only yielded nay Tamer who managed it, and he wound up trading both away within a week afterwards, swearing to stick to low libido pokegirls from that moment forward. According to research done, kunoichi can even evolve into a Cheshire through the use of a Cat E Metal, although very few kunoichi will allow this. In the Edo League, kunoichi also have some rivalry with ronins. This is likely because of the difference between the two pokegirl battle ideologies. Whereas a kunoichi is subtle and more of a supportive pokegirl, the ronin are in-your-face and full-out attackers. Ronin actively pursue the rivalry, while the kunoichi try not to encourage it. This leads to ronin being annoyed by the lack of participation, and encouraged to try and provoke a kunoichi at any given opportunity. As a result, research RS also suggests that tamers not have both in their harem at the same time, unless the two pokegirls are used to one another and some semblance of respect between them is obtained. A lot of sneak attacks I see, Naruto thought as he read his Pokédex. Jin's easy to detect, but I sense that this girl is way stronger than Jin, Naruto thought as he felt Jin sneak up onto him. Too obvious, Naruto ate as he put his sword behind him and started to block a barrage of kunai sent his way. Motoko, he's all yours, Naruto said, as he formed a hand seal causing air to gush around him and blow the smoke away. What happened? Jin asked as he was in plain sight with a confused expression on his face. Rock-splitting sword, Motoko shouted as she smashed her bakken at where Jin was only to see him jump away. TCH, Motoko spat out as she jumped up and after Jin. Take this, Jin said in mid-air as he raised his hand, which caused kunais to appear in them. Kunai rain, Jin shouted as he threw the kunai in the air. Stupid technique, Motoko said as she soon reached Jin only to see him smirking. That's what you think, Jin said as he kicked away from Motoko and flipped back onto the ground. As for Motoko, she was still in mid-air as something soon sparkled in the sky. Shit, Motoko said as she realized what it was and put up her bakken in front of her while her back faced the ground. Too many, Motoko said as her eyes widened at how many kunais were coming down from the sky. Heiken Kurukarahi Rame, Motoko shouted as she swung her sword, creating a ki wave which wiped away most of the kunais. You're wide open, Motoko heard Jin say before she realized her back was wide open. Kunai rapid fire, Jin said as his hands started to blur as he threw kunais at a rapid pace. I've failed you, Uzumaki Dono, Motoko thought as she saw the kunais start to close in on her. As Motoko closed her eyes waiting for the impact, she felt something grab her and take her out of the path of the kunais. That's a bit dangerous, ain't it, Motoko-chan? Motoko heard a familiar voice say. Opening her eyes, she saw Naruto looking down at her and smiling. Good thing I was there to catch you, Naruto said as he helped Motoko to her feet as she blushed a bit. Good, now I suppose you won't underestimate that weirdo over there now, Naruto said, getting a nod from Motoko. Good, I'll take care of our kunoichi friend, so I hope you don't mess up, and don't hold back, Naruto said as he jumped away from Motoko to the side of the field with some smoke around it. Motoko vs. Jin. Hey, I see your tamer left me to fight you. This will be easy, Jin said as he pulled out more kunais and put them between knuckles. I won't fall for your tricks again this time, Motoko said as she closed her eyes and took a deep breath in. Slowly she exhaled. Seems like I've been given permission to go all out now, Motoko said as she slowly opened her eyes. Gravity weights release, Motoko said as black markings became visible under Hihakama. After glowing a light blue, the markings soon disappeared and left Motoko's plain old skin again. What good is that going to do? Jin asked, only to see Motoko disappear from his sight. Reacting on instinct, Jin flipped back to avoid a slash from Motoko. Shit, Jin said as he saw Motoko disappear again. Not so tough anymore, are you? Motoko said from behind Jin, who quickly jumped away from his position. What is with this Ronin? Jin asked as he jumped further back, throwing his kunais at where Motoko stood. Too slow, Jin heard Motoko say from behind him again. Jin jumped away again and threw his kunais at Motoko's position, only to hear Motoko say from behind him, "You're too obvious, are you sure you're the heir to your clan? I'll show you." Shadow wires, Jin said as he reached in his ninja garb and pulled out thin wires. Let's see you get out of this, Jin said as he threw some more kunais around Motoko, who just deflected them. Pointless, Motoko said before she tried to move forward. What's going on? Motoko thought as she couldn't lift her hands or move her legs. What you're doing is pointless, I've trapped you in my special wires. These wires are tougher than steel, it can even withstand the sharpest katanas in our household, Jin said with a cocky smirk as he pulled out a kunai and walked towards Motoko. It's best if you submit to me now. Your master will soon be under the same treatment, Jin said as he placed his face close to Motoko's and lifted her chin up so her face faced his. I won't let another man touch me, Motoko thought as she struggled to move her hands, which were trapped in Jin's wires. I can't fail my master now, he trusted me to take care of this bastard, Motoko thought as she saw Jin's face come close to hers. I won't lose to you, Motoko yelled as a metal katana appeared in her hands. Jin, seeing this, jumped back and tensed up a bit before relaxing. It's pointless, even if you do have a katana. First, you can't even move your hands. Second, my wires can't be cut by any sword, Jin said as he pulled out a kunai and started to twirl it around his finger. I guess I should punish you a bit for resisting me, Jin said with a sadistic smile as he threw the kunai, which hit Motoko in the shoulder. Gah! Motoko let out as her body tried to hunch over, only to be stopped by the metal wires that held her still. If this keeps up, I'll really lose in front of my master, Motoko thought as she saw more kunais come at her, some hitting her in the legs and arms. It hurts, but I can't afford to lose, Motoko thought as she tried forcing her arms out of the bind from the wires. It's useless. No man or a pokegirl at your standards can break my wire, Jin said as he twirled another kunai on his finger. Still seeing Motoko forcing herself, Jin frowned before saying, why do you try so hard? Your master obviously abandoned you. He's not even coming to your rescue, Jin said in an angry voice. I can do so much more for you. I can get you better swords and treat you much better than he is right now, Jin continued as he tried to weaken Motoko's resolve. That I don't believe, seeing how you treat your kunoichi, I won't take my chances with you. Besides, Uzumaki Dono trusted me with this fight, so he knows I'll win. Unlike you, my master is much stronger in all aspects, Motoko said, while grinning, causing Jin to fume some more. That's it, I'll show you who's stronger, Jin said as he, in his rage, threw his kunai at Motoko's torso area before realizing his mistake. Shit, Jin saw it as he saw the kunai close in on Motoko's heart. Time to show you why Uzumaki Dono knows I'll win, Motoko said as she gave one more push with her arms outward before she gripped her sword. Steel slicing flash, Motoko shouted as she made small quick movements with her sword before she broke free of the wires and made bigger and faster slashes around her. The kunai, which was thrown at Motoko, simply bounced away from Motoko before Motoko stopped moving her arms. How? Jin simply asked as he watched the bloodied Motoko slowly start to pull out the kunais that were embedded in her skin. Quote, Uzumaki Dono trained me mainly in my arm strength. When I released the gravity weights, it seemed to increase my strength more than me to stretch your wire. Although it did hurt, I was finally able to move my hands and cut through your flimsy wire, Motoko said as she pulled out another kunai in her shoulder area with a grunt. HMPH. I'll still win anyway, you're already tired while I haven't even broken a sweat yet. Jin said as he regained his confidence and pulled out more kunais. You won't win, Motoko said simply as she pulled the last of the kunai from her body and let it fall to the arena floor with a metal clank. The Kizashi family never loses, Jin proclaimed as he threw the kunais at Motoko. Kunai barrage, Jin shouted as he threw more kunais behind the ones he already threw. Sword art number 2. Ki blast shot, Motoko said as she put her katana in front of her. The sword glowed a white bright color before a white ball flew out of the katana and headed straight towards Jin. What the? Jin said as he saw the white ball speeding towards his direction, knocking all his kunais away. Shit, was the last thing Jin said before the blast hit him, sending him back into the arena wall where he soon fell onto the ground unconscious. I did my best Uzumaki Dono and I won, Motoko said before she fell to the ground tired and exhausted. I'll stay with Uzumaki Dono now, Motoko thought as she knew her master would never lose. Naruto vs Kunoichi. I know you're here, Naruto said as he reached the part of the arena which still had some smoke in it. You're pretty good at hiding your presence. But you're not good enough, Naruto said as he lifted his hands to catch a throwing star which was thrown his way. There, Naruto said as he threw the star back at the direction it came in. Kaya, Naruto heard the Kunoichi say in the smoke, presumably from getting hit from the star. That would have been what I said if the star had hit me, Naruto heard a voice behind I am before he felt something hit his eyes. Ouch, Naruto said as he started to rub his eyes frantically. Opening his eyes he saw his vision was blurred and he couldn't see anything correctly. Oh great, Naruto said as he looked around to see blurred images. Like that, it's one of the ways I beat my opponents, take out their vision then this, the Kunoichi said as she sped past Naruto and hit him with something sharp. It didn't stop there as she increased her speed at hitting Naruto all over the place. Pretty fast, Naruto thought as he winced at the sharp stabs he was receiving from the Kunoichi. Although it's obvious where she's going to strike, Naruto thought as he closed his eyes and waiting calmly for the next blow to come. When he felt the Kunoichi about to attack he made a ting quick grab in front of his face and grabbed the Kunoichi's arm. Caught you, Naruto said to the shocked Kunoichi who started to struggle a bit. How? The Kunoichi asked as she tried to stall Naruto. Simple, you were attacking my vitals. So I assumed you would have to aim for my head at one point and waited for that, Naruto said as his grip tightened on the Kunoichi. Sorry but I need to finish this, Naruto said as he threw the girl up into the air and started to channel chakra into his arm. I can't let that hit me, the Kunoichi thought as she saw Naruto's arm glow a bright blue. Shadow dash, the girl shouted in mid-air causing her to disappear and land on the ground again. Must stick to the shadows, she thought as she prepared to throw a smoke bomb only to feel something behind her. You're not getting away, Naruto said from behind the Kunoichi causing her face to turn a sickly pale color. I'll let you decide if you want to come or not, Naruto said as he delivered a punch to the Kunoichi's back knocking her out and halfway across the field. The winner of this match, Naruto Uzumaki. The announcer shouted as Naruto tuned his ears out so he could listen to the crowd, which started to chant his name. I won't be a tip-top shape for the next match, Naruto said to himself as he walked over to Motoko and put her in her Pokeball. Now what to do? Naruto asked himself as he started to slowly walk off the field. As he was about to exit the field he heard the announcer say something again which removed a huge weight from his back. The finals will be held tomorrow due to the casualities that happened in the semifinals. Sorry, folks, but that's what the community has decided and will stay. But tomorrow at least you guys will get to see the final match which is bound to be huge. The announcer said again causing some of the audience members to boo while others to nod in understanding the situation. Naruto-kun, you did a fantastic job. Naruto here, D. Kuro say as he entered a hallway which led to an exit from the arena. Hey, I guess I did, Naruto said as he felt Kuro embrace him. Although I wish you wouldn't do that right now, Naruto said as he felt a bit pained from Kuro's hug. Sorry Naruto-kun, Kuro said as she broke the hug and smiled sheepishly. Don't worry, I've been through worse, Naruto said as he remembered some painful incidents. Looks like we have company, Naruto said as he turned around to face a badly wounded Jin who limped towards Naruto. Once he was at a pretty close distance, he tossed a Pokeball at Naruto before turning around. A deal's a deal, Jin said as he turned a hallway, leaving a stunned Naruto and Kuro. He actually withheld the end of his bargain, Kuro said in a shocked voice while Naruto just smiled. He had too much honor to not have held the bargain, Naruto said as he put the Pokeball to his side before turning to Kuro. Sorry, but I need to heal Motoko and you'd just interfere, Naruto said, as he pulled out another Pokeball and pointed it to Kuro. Before Kuro could complain, she was hit by a red light and sent back into the Pokeball. Now to get to the hotel, Naruto said as he made a CL with his hands and disappeared in a yellow flash. He's really here, and he's much stronger than before, a girl's voice said as she looked at the spot where Naruto had disappeared. Looks like this is going to be a fun final match, the girl said before she disappeared in a poof of smoke. Let's see, the Poke Center is there, I think, Naruto said as he started to wander the town. Did I pass through here already? Naruto asked himself as he walked past a huge building which he had his matches in. Nah, couldn't be, Naruto said, completely clueless on where he was going. Maybe one of the girls could help, but I can't use Motoko since she's too wounded, and Kuro, I don't want to be alone with her too long, Naruto said as he touched his belt and felt the third Pokeball by his side. Might as well see if she's willing to follow me, Naruto said as he threw the Pokeball in front of him. Instead of his two regular pokegirls, the kunoichi he fought from before appeared in front of him. She was about 5 feet 3 inches and had on a tight ninja outfit. She also had on a face mask which covered her lip and nose. As for her eyes, they were green in color and she had brown hair which reached down to her ass. What do you need of my lord? The kunoichi asked as she bowed down in front of Naruto. Whoa, first off, cut the formalities since I've had enough of that, Naruto said as he remembered being CALLED Lord or Sama all the time while in Konoha. It can get annoying after a while, Naruto thought as he also remembered Konohamaru pestering him every day. Hi, the kunoichi said slowly as if not trusting Naruto. Secondly, I wanted to ask you where the Poke Center is. Once we get there we can talk in department, Naruto said, receiving a nod from the kunoichi, who jumped up into the air and disappeared. Pretty quick, Naruto thought as a gust of wind blew up around him before he disappeared, the bystanders not even noticing. Poke Center. So it was this close, Naruto said as he appeared next to is kunoichi, who had arrived in front of the Poke Center first. Hi, the kunoichi said as she saw Naruto about to open the door. Let me do that, lord, the kunoichi said as she tried to open the door, only for Naruto to open it first. It's all right, I told you that you could drop the Furuto said as he opened the door and held it open so that the kunoichi could enter. Sit down over at a table so we can talk. I'll join you as soon as I get these two girls in a healing cycle, Naruto said as he held up 2 of his Pokeballs. Hi, the kunoichi said as she walked reluctantly. Meet you soon, Naruto said as he walked over to the front desk, where stood a Nurse Joy. Hello, welcome to the Poke Center, how may I help you? The Nurse Joy asked without looking up as Naruto walked up to the desk. Healing cycle for 2, Naruto said as he held up 2 Pokeballs. Sure, I'll be right on it, the Nurse Joy said as she looked up to take the Pokeballs from Naruto. Getting one good look at Naruto, she just stared at him and looked mesmerized. Naruto first stood still, but when he saw the nurse start to drool a bit he decided to snap her out of her daydream. Are you awake? Naruto asked politely as he waved his hand in front of the Nurse Joy. Oh, sorry, I haven't been tamed in a while, the Nurse Joy began to say as she quickly wiped the drool which was coming out of her mouth. Anyway, healing cycle it is, the nurse said as she took Naruto's Pokeballs and walked off, shaking her hips in a seductive way knowing Naruto was looking. Even the cute-looking ones are perverted, Naruto thought as he walked over to another section of the Poke Center. Walking around for a few minutes, Naruto finally saw an area with a few couches and chairs. Looking around he saw his kunoichi sitting down on he couch in a laid-back position with her eyes closed. She was breathing at a rhythmic pace, and had on a tired face. Must have tired her out at our match, Naruto thought as he walked over to the sea. Ouch, she was sitting on and sat next to her. Master. Shove it in deeper, deeper, the kunoichi said while sleeping, shocking Naruto a bit. That makes 2 perverted pokegirls in my harem now, I guess. Naruto said, causing the kunoichi to wake up and stare at Naruto before blushing furiously. Gomen, I was just. The kunoichi began, only for Naruto to stop her by placing a finger on her lips. Don't worry. I'm used to it now. Naruto said, causing the girl to give him a confused look. Anyway, before we continue on, I need to have a name from you. Otherwise I'll have to keep on calling you kunoichi, which I don't like to do. Naruto said. If you want my name then it is Ayane, Ayane said as she faced Naruto. Okay Ayane. Now the third thing I wanted to say to you was what I told you during our match. Do you want to stay with me? Naruto asked, causing Ayane to go into temporary shock. Why would you ask such a question to a pokegirl? Ayane asked in a shocked voice, not believing what Naruto had said. My mom and her ancestors have served in the Kizashi family ever since it was established. We were their personal bodyguards and considered the best of the best for them, Ayane began. I understand if you want to go back to him, Naruto said, only to hear Ayane speak up again. But Jin, he was just the same as those in that family. Although at first he was such a caring kid, he ended up twisted and prideful because of his status. Ever since then I've been treated as dirt, as most of my family. I've tried to live with it but it was hard. Now that I'm away from him I'll make the best of it. Even if I'm breaking family tradition, Ayane said as she closed her eyes. I guess yes is your answer. Well, I'll see you tomorrow since you most likely need the rest, Naruto said. He bawled Ayane, who willingly went into her ball. Now to get the girls, Naruto said as he stood up and looked around a bit. Strange. I thought I felt someone I knew, Naruto thought as he looked around some more before he gave up. Must have been my imagination. Sure. And you call yourself a Hokage, Kyuubi said from inside Naruto's head. Kyuubi, where have you been all this day? It's been strangely quiet without hearing your voice, Naruto thought to Kyuubi as he sat back down on the couch. I've been doing a little bit of digging around here and there in my memory trying to figure something about the Lord of the Fox thing. After digging for some time I've formulated a hypothesis on why the foxes in this world call you Lord, Kyuubi said, instantly grabbing Naruto's attention. Think it was about 100 years ago in our world when I was wandering around in a normal fox's size, Kyuubi began as he began to have a flashback. Flashback. Those humans back there were stupid to attack the all-great and might Kyuubi. Kyuubi said as he walked through the trees in his small form. Although they are getting stronger and formulating new techniques, Kyuubi said as he wandered through the forest. After what seemed to be 1 hour of directionless meandering, Kyuubi lifted his nose and started to sniff. An intruder in my forest again, and it's only been an hour, Kyuubi said as he dashed toward the direction in which he smelled the so-called intruder. Slowing down a bit, Kyuubi entered a clearing and saw a weird man dressed in a black robe. Sniffing him from his distance, Kyuubi could smell power drifting off from him. He's strong, Kyuubi said as he stared at the man who had his face covered in his robe. Just when Kyuubi was thinking to pounce, did the man look in his direction and shoot something at him. It was a black ball and headed straight at his direction. Good, not good enough, thought Kyuubi said as he used one of his tails to deflect the blast back at the man before charging at him. What Kyuubi didn't expect was for a girl in a heavy brown coat to appear and knock the black sphere away with her bare hands. When she did knock away the sphere, Kyuubi saw her body and saw bandages covering most of her body while she had chains on her hands. What the? Kyuubi asked, only to see the girl dash at him as he fist glowed a blue color. Chakra. Kyuubi asked, only to see the girl close in on him. Thinking fast, he jumped back and saw the area which the girl had punched turned into ice. What is this girl? I've never seen a ninja do that, Kyuubi exclaimed as he saw the girl stand up and get ready to charge again. I won't give you any time to do so, Kyuubi said as he wrapped his tails around her before sending his chakra into her system. That should distort your systems for a bit, Kyuubi said as he threw the girl back, causing the girl to land on her back and not stand up again. Impressive, Kyuubi heard a man say and turned around quickly. To his right he saw the man from before applauding him before walking towards him. "You certainly aren't your normal fox here," the man said as he stared at Kyubi. Kyubi was about to say something but stopped when he looked into his eyes. They were black and seemed to hypnotize him. "Demon Lord of the Foxes, huh? I'll keep that in mind. I hope we meet again, Kyubi," the man said as he somehow RCED Kyubi back with an unknown power before disappearing. "What did that bastard human do?" Kyubi yelled out in frustration and he couldn't shake off a strange feeling in his head. Flashback end. "I don't know who he was but I think he was from this world. My deduction being that the foxes in this world call you Lord and he called me Lord also. In addition to that I feel a sense of kinship too. These foxes here," Kyubi said with a puzzled expression before lying down in his cage. "If that man was from this world I would think him to be Sukebe. If I ever do meet him again I'll have you beat him to a pulp," Kyubi said, causing Naruto to sweat drop. "Okay Kyubi," Naruto said out loud before standing up. "That presence is gone," Naruto thought before heading to the front desk. "Oh hello again, your pokegirls are fully healed. Do you need any more help with anything? If you want anything from me you just need to ask," the nurse Joy said as she held onto Naruto's hand while looking him in the eyes. Sure, maybe another time," Naruto said as he quickly retrieved his pokegirls and walked quickly out of the center. "Aw man, why'd you waste that chance? You could have laid another girl and not worry about her. Why voice? God, now I'm starting to regret missing your voice," Naruto said as he stood in front of the center before disappearing in a gust of wind. Next day. "Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you back to the finals of this year's tournament," the familiar voice of the announcer said, getting a huge applause from all sides of the audience. "Due to some problems we weren't able to finish yesterday's tournament, but today we'll finish it with maybe the best match of them all. In this match we'll have 4 tamers face off, each able to use 2 pokegirls of their harems. Now in the north entrance, give a round of applause to James Lee, a last year finalist with his Neo fighting style," the man said as a man came through the north entrance. He was in a karate gi and had on a wit-e headband which matched his style of clothing. "In the east entrance I give you the man who can break boulders with his strength, a 3-year contestant veteran, Kuma," the announcer announced as a huge man entered the arena with a bear mask on his face and claws on his hands which looked a bit like katars. "In the south entrance I give you the neophyte, who's managed to make it through all the matches on his first try. Give it up for Uzumaki Naruto," the man said, getting a huge applause as Naruto came through the south entrance staring at his opponents. "And now in the west entrance our finalist from last year, the defending champion, I give you the Lord of the Cats Yugido," the man shouted, causing Naruto to quickly look at the west entrance and saw a figure emerge from the shadows. It slowly came in and showed the form of a woman with a cloud headband on her face. She wore a common cloud Anbu attire and equipment. She had blonde hair which was put in a ponytail and stared at Naruto. "Long time no see, Naruto," the girl said in a voice only Naruto could hear. "This can't be happening. Please tell me this is a dream," Naruto whispered to himself as he saw Yugido on the left side of the field. She looked as she did when he last saw her, although she did change somehow. He didn't know how, but he knew she was different from the last time he saw her. "You should know Betty are then yourself that this is not a dream," Naruto heard Yugido say from her area before she shot him a disarming smile. "How the hell is she here? This makes no sense at all," Naruto said as he started to ruffle his hair before he returned his hands to his sides. "I shouldn't think about that right now. Right now I should just defeat the 2 other opponents before I confront Yugido, Naruto though." As he started to finger his 3 pokeballs. "Motoko's in, but who can I really use Ayane?" Naruto asked himself as he heard the announcer count down for the match to begin. Naruto suddenly heard as he heard the familiar sound of pokegirls being released into the open. Looking around quickly, he got a glimpse of everyone's pokegirl and had to say he was impressed, especially at this level of a tournament. Looking over at Yugido with his Pokédex, he got 2 pokegirls, which he determined to be cats. Cheshire, the mischievous cat pokegirl type. Near human animorph feline element, psychic. Frequency. Rare. Diet. Human style foods. Role: spy, courier used in various league agencies. Libido: average, high. Strong versus fighting, poison, psychic. Weak versus bug, dark, ghost. Attacks: fade, teleport, scratch, kitty litter, fury swipes. Lick. Enhancements: psychic talents, chameleon, teleport, aura sight, speed, enhanced hearing, night vision, flexibility. Evolves: Shadowcat, dark stone. Evolves from Catgirl, Psy crystal. Kunoichi, cat e metal. Cheshire is a mischievous cat that can use fade to blend in with her surroundings, or can teleport short distances on her own and up to 20 pounds of equipment. She is not a frontline fighter, despite her speed and ability to inflict some damage with her claws. Cheshire is best suited to courier, or as a spy. Cheshires normally have a rivalry with Kunoichi, as their area of expertise is identical. A Cheshire can also be evolved up from a Kunoichi with an extremely rare cat e medal, but most of them don't even know it. Looking next to the cat N. Inja, he saw another one, except this one had wings. Pointing his Pokédex at her, he got the information. Griffin, the catbird pokegirl. Type: Animorph, Metamorph, Feline, Avian. Element: flying. Frequency: rare. Diet: human-style foods. Leaning towards carnivore. Role: rare pokegirl, a powerhouse used by elite tamers. Libido: average. Strong versus bug, fighting, ground, plant, mouse pokegirls. Weak versus electric, ice, rock. Attacks: feather shuriken, gust, saber claw, wing buffet, slice and dice, fly, dive, glorious sun, super claw. Enhancements: flight, enhanced strength x5, normal form x20, battle form, enhanced hearing, night vision. Enhanced toughness x2. Evolves: Sphinx, Sekhmet's blessing, Chimera, Hybraw's blessing or Sekhmet's curse. Evolves from Catgirl, Angel Stone, Kitten, Bird e metal. In her more humanoid form, a griffin generally stands between 5 feet 11 inches to 6 feet 3 inches, has a 18 inches tail and large white feathery wings. Like the Cheshire, she retains the hair and eye color she had prior to her evolution, though the Feralborns usually have blue or green eyes and brown hair. Their general bust sizes are usually between a C cup and a DD cup, and it's very rare for it to be any bigger or smaller. Domesticate and threshold griffins look rather human, but Feralborns have a different appearance. Feralborn griffins have abnormally large hands, usually double to triple the size of normal hands, with cat-like pads underneath the fingers and palms and razor-sharp claws that they can retract at will. Their feet are generally large and, like their hands, have cat-like pads underneath the majority of the foot. But 10 of all Feralborns will have 4-toed bird-like feet, 3 forward and 1 behind. There is a small chance, 5/15, that if a domesticate or threshold pokegirl goes feral, that she may begin taking on the same appearance as her Feralborn sisters. In her battle form, her strength increases, her nails become longer, and her intelligence becomes more animalistic. Her body elongates, becoming more like that of a pre-Sukebe lion, and growing a mane around her neck. Her thoughts are rather basic in this form: destroy enemy, protect friend, ignore anyone else unless they do something to qualify them as friend or enemy. Her chosen tactics in this form, if not instructed by a lover or a friend, are limited to lunging at a target and tearing it apart. She automatically reverts to her more humanoid form when calmed or rendered unconscious. The Griffin was one of the most powerful pokegirls developed by Sukebe, and she was specifically designed for destroying tanks and artillery. Her claws, when properly sharpened, can reeve through metal like a knife through a potato, and with her tremendous strength, she can usually bend metal rather easily once she has a decent grip. No disty NCT personality has been noticed between griffins, beyond a sometimes moody period when they don't get to train or tame, and the homicidal rage they enter whenever someone they care about is injured. Something that is typical of all pokegirls, but with a griffin, this rage can be a sight to behold, from about 70 feet away with binoculars and a good armor-plated hiding spot. Only the foolhard wire those who know her should attempt to stop her, and even then, body armor and a quick escape route is highly recommended. Calming her is easy once she has dealt with whoever triggered this rage. Griffins remain rare. Mostly because the original species was hunted to extinction and the various means to evolve a catgirl or a kitten into a griffin are still not easy to obtain. Both rare as expected of Yugido. Get the best of the best, Naruto thought as he chuckled at another memory. Let's see now. James Lee, Naruto thought as he pointed his Pokédex at his pokegirls. Thundrix, the shock. King pokegirl type. Near human anamorph avian element. Electric flying. Frequency. Very uncommon diet. Poke chow, fresh meat, fish roll. Protectress, guardian strong versus. Water, bee ground, rock, magic. Libido. Varies low to high according to the weather attacks. Thunderwave, thundershock, thunderbolt, thunder enhancements. Electrical resistance, enhanced vision evolves. Thundercunt battle stress. Evolves from. Rack thunderstone. Historians consider Tsukbi's development of the Thundrix as well the Rack's other two, first-level, evolutions to be one of the most effective uses of psychologic warfare during the entire War of Revenge. By developing a breed of pokegirls that seemed, due to both their physical appearance and their abilities, to be weaker versions of one of his fearsome legendary pokegirls in this case. Zapdos Tsukebe most likely hurt his enemies more than any single phoenix did during the entire war. The thought that Tsukebe possibly had hundreds of pokegirls that could eventually become legendaries damaged morale in ways that simply could not be calculated. During Tsukbi's War of Revenge, the Thundrix were normally used against airborne targets, although they were also used against harder, ground-based targets. Of the three possible evolutions of a Rack, the Thundrix has both the best flying speed and the worst endurance, even though a Thundrix's endurance is still superior to a Rack's. Due to the nature of her powers, the Thundrix was also the best anti-armor evolution for a Rack. Pilots quickly came to fear the speed and elemental attacks that a Thundrix had access to. Ground troops, on the other hand, quickly came to fear the Thundrix for both her elemental attacks and, strangely enough, her, relatively speaking, weak endurance. This was due to the fact that when a Thundrix was used against a ground-based target, it was generally a fast strike to soften the target just before an attack by other pokegirls. A Thundrix's internal changes are somewhat more extensive, due to their elemental powers and their superior aerial capabilities. Of special note is the changes to their eyes. According to notes recovered in 115 as from one of Tsukbi's labs, Tsukebe was originally just looking to develop a Thundrix's eyesight to deal with the possibility of being temporarily blinded by their own elemental attacks. However, he quickly discovered the changes introduced allowed the Thundrix's eyes to see further and better even when they were not looking down. This was a key factor in Tsukbi's decision to use the Thundrix against airborne enemies. In all other respects, including the fact that their clawed toes are still unsuitable for combat, a Thundrix's physical state bearing adjustments for proportion remains much like it was as a Rack. In regards to her personality, a Thundrix is generally considered to be much more intense than she was as a Rack. If a Thundrix is going to do something, she wants to do it right now, and she wants to get it right the first time. Tamers who have a Thundrix in their harem will almost always admit, although, depending on the tamer, it can take some time and effort, that their Thundrix has fewer skills than the other members of their harems. However, these same tamers will then go on to state that, when it comes a skill their Thundrix does have, no other pokegirl in their harem comes close to equaling a Thundrix's ability. There have never been any reliable reports of a Thundrix that could be considered a jack of all trades, master of none. Some claim that part of the reason why a Thundrix is happier in larger groups, including harems, is because of an instinctive understanding that her tendency to specialize means that her survival is improved by belonging to a group that can cover the gaps caused by this tendency. A Thundrix's libido is normally tied into the weather of the area she's in. More specifically, unless there's a storm, with the exception of snowstorms in the area, her libido will remain low. For a Thundrix's libido to reach a point where it can be considered high, there has to be quite a bit of thunder and lightning. The other way to warm up a Thundrix involves having her being hit by electrical energy. The strength and duration of this spike in a Thundrix's libido is directly tied into how much electrical energy hits her. Of the three possible evolutions of a Rack, a Thundrix was the most likely to directly charge at and attack her targets. While a Thundrix loses the amazing airborne dexterity she had as a Rak, she improves significantly when it comes to speed. Due to this fact, strafing runs are a commonly used tactic among the Thundrix. A Thundrix does not believe in toying with a target. If at all possible, a Thundrix will say what she feels is an attack that is powerful enough and, normally, even slightly more powerful than necessary to take out her target on the first strike. An ancient pre-Sukebe combat philosophy, one strike, one kill, seems to be as much a part of a Thundrix as her elemental powers. There is a potential downside to this drive, since a Thundrix will not willingly switch to a new target until her first one is no longer a threat. This attitude, and her relatively weak endurance, explains why it is extremely rare to find a solitary Thundrix. In fact, a feral Thundrix will seek out members of the more social breeds of pokegirls, including another Thundrix, in an instinctive desire to belong to a group. Shield Maiden, the defensive pokegirl type, very near human. Element: psychic. Frequency: very uncommon to very rare. All leagues. Diet: human-style food, with the exception of red meat roll, bodyguards. Libido: average. Strong versus fighting, poison, psychic. Weak versus bug, dark, ghost. Attacks: reflect, harden, foresight. Telekinesis, armor, shield, tackle, bellyflop. Enhancements: psychic abilities, armored skin evolves. Barrier Maiden Kunidu Nectar evolves from none. Shield Maidens low, oaks like ordinary girls with an exception. They have a strange tattoo that appears on their forehead. Its exact design can vary from concentric ovals to 4 triangular shapes in a diamond pattern ACH triangle pointing in one of 4 directions, up, down, left or right. Shield Maidens differ on whether or not to cover it up, but those who do cover this tattoo generally do so with a bandana. First strange thing most people notice about a Shield Maiden tattoo aside is what is known as the sparkly effect. When a Shield Maiden finds herself attracted to another person, they subconsciously create a minor barrier that traps and condenses moisture in the surrounding air, creating a small rainbows and sparkles of light. Unless she is in a low humidity area, such as a desert region, this is quite noticeable. A Shield Maiden is a very useful pokegirl to have around when it comes to preventing accidents, as her ability to produce force fields can prevent some rather serious damage. Unfortunately, they don't have many attacks at all, even at higher levels, so they can be frustrating to use in combat, even if they are inherently better than the damsel when it comes to fighting. In fact, they're so bad at attacking physically that if they attempt to use tackle, one of their only attacks until much later, there's a 15 to 30 chance that they'll end up using bellyflop by accident. Many Shield Maidens, startlingly enough, like travel and exploration. Some researchers see this as a counterintuitive nature, believing that Shield Maidens, as a defensive pokegirl, would want to stay in one place. However, their assumptions do not change the fact that many Shield Maidens still like traveling. One common trait that does make sense, most researchers state, is that the Shield Maiden is often quite possessive of her lovers. While this is not as strict as a Neo-Ixel, she will become quite furious if her chosen lover happens to be a pokegirl her tamer just traded away. In most cases, the tamer will relent and get their lover back, but those that don't will usually find that the Shield Maiden may go missing permanently. Some Shield Maidens take to carrying actual metal shields to amplify their shield technique. The size may vary depending on her confidence or need. Most who carry shields will carry medium-sized kite or oval Shitower shields, and very few will carry a buckler. Where they get these shields can vary. Those with poor tamers may salvage metal and use their telekinesis to forge a crude shield, while those with richer tamers will have them made. Strange. A low Endu. Rants pokegirl and a protector pokegirl. What's this guy thinking? Naruto thought to himself as he saw the confident expression on James' face. Kuma, only one pokegirl? Naruto asked himself as he saw the pokegirl, which was a bear just like his name. Ursine, the big bear brawler pokegirl type, Animorph bear. Element: ground. Frequency: very rare. Diet: fish, nuts, berries. Role: combat. Libido: average. Strong versus electric, fire. Poison: rock, steel. Weak versus flying, ice, plant, water. Attacks: scratch, fury swipes, takedown, roar, tackle, bite, crunch, dig, earthquake. Enhancements. Enhanced Strength x8 Human. Enhanced Endurance x3 Human. Ability to hibernate. Greatly enhanced sense of smell. Strong against hypnotic attacks which require eye contact. Evolves. None. Evolves from. Minx Dark Stone. Ursines were considered by some to be a prototype for the Snorlax, which appeared after the war, but this theory was dropped. They were primarily used in forests during the war, their enhanced senses of smell allowing them to hunt soldiers fleeing through the forest. Also, their enhanced sense of smell was a compensation for their poor eyesight, which gave them the added advantage against psychic pokegirls that required eye contact to hypnotize someone. While they are far easier to maintain than Snorlaxes, they are not popular, but are considered more acceptable than Snorlaxes. They are generally surly, grumpy pokegirls, and take a long while to warm up to people. If threshold, this surliness added onto their depression over the fact that they are becoming a big bruiser of a pokegirl. If feral, Ursines are surly primarily because they like to be left alone. Ursines are loners by nature, and not very comfortable in a harem. Ferals tend to stay deep within forests, relaxing in caves not too far from fish-filled streams. Ferals also do not in the slightest like having their naps interrupted, and will most likely attack unless offered food as a peace offering. Some Ursines, after being pacified, will even let tamers stay in their caves in exchange for a taming. Researchers were startled by this surprising bit of intelligence and bartering ability from a feral pokegirl. When brought out in a harem, they will usually be unpleasant and grumpy until they get a good deal of food or taming, preferably both. It takes a while for an Ursine to warm up to a tamer and be a good part of a harem. But those who've made the effort to earn the trust and friendship of an Ursine say it's worth it. Ursines are straightforward fighters, attacking viciously to end fights quickly. They prefer to overwhelm their opponents with powerful claw slashes and bites. They only use attacks like tackle and takedown if they are certain they are about to win. Thresholding into an Ursine is rare, and only occurs if the person has Ursine or, occasionally, Minx in their bloodline. I see, a straight-out attacker. That might be a problem for Ayane if we go against him, Naruto thought as he released Ayane and Motoko out to battle. And I see no Vixen, which is strange. Listen, I want you girls to stay away from that girl over there until the two other guys are out cold, and I know of your rivalry with Cheshires, but keep it under a tight leash, Ayane, Naruto said, getting a high from both girls. Standing their ground, Naruto waited until he saw Kumo with his pokegirl charge straight at them. This guy, how did he make it to the finals? Naruto asked himself as he saw Kumo's barbaric way of attacking. Not only was he leaving himself open to attack, but his footing was a mess. I'll take care of this. You girls take care of the Ursine, Naruto said as he pulled out his katana before charging at Kumo. Fight 1, Naruto vs. Kumo. Little boy, you should just give up, Kumo said as he continued his charge against Naruto. Against you? As if, Naruto said as he jumped up into the air with his katana raised, ready to take Kumo out. Feeling gravity pull him down from his jump, Naruto slashed quickly in rapid successions until he landed on the ground behind Kumo. Surprisingly, when Naruto stood up, he found he had a pretty deep cut across his chest. Turning around, he saw Kumo grinning at him with only frayed clothing. His skin was untouched. Blood gift? Naruto asked as he saw Kumo advance towards him. Thinking he was going to attack with his katars, Naruto put his sword up to defend himself, only to feel Kumo smash into him and his katana. What is this guy? Naruto thought as he felt his body fly back a couple of feet before he landed on his feet. He must have some rock pokegirl ancestors. Naruto thought as he saw Kumo charge at him again. You lose, boy, Kumo said as he continued to charge at Naruto with his hands across his chest so his katars came out in a V-like shape. Nobody has ever harmed me, so give up, Kumo said as he continued charging, not noticing what Naruto was doing with his hands. I just realized I haven't used this in a while, Naruto said as he threw his sword up into the air above Kumo. Kumo, not bothered by the sword, kept his charge up before he made a slashing motion at Naruto. Surprisingly, he didn't connect and found Naruto kneeling under his arms with a blue orb, which Naruto had smashed into his chest. At first it didn't hurt, but then he started to feel something turning before he felt his body picked off from the ground. Quote, Rasengan. Naruto shouted as he shoved a small blue sphere deeper into Kumo before he was sent flying across the arena. That should stop ya, Naruto said before turning to see how his girls were doing. Naruto's pokegirls vs. Kumo's pokegirl. Your name is Ayane, correct? Motoko asked as they sized up the huge bear pokegirl in front of them. Yeah, and you are? Ayane asked as she fingered some of her kunais. Motoko. And for right now let's drop the old rivalry between the two of us so we can fight, Motoko said as a katana formed in her hands. I was about to say so myself, besides the one I'm pers. Only going to go after is that Cheshire, Ayane said before she jumped up into the air and released a bunch of shurikens at the bear pokegirl. The missiles did hit the target only for them to harmlessly scratch her. The way you need to attack is directly, Motoko said as she saw the missiles bounce off the bear pokegirl. Sword dance, Motoko shouted as a few swords appeared around her before they started to spin. When the swords disappeared, Motoko stood ready and charged at the Ursine. Dashing quickly to her opponent, Motoko started to take her katana out of its sheath, preparing to deal a quick slash across the Ursine. That however stopped when a huge roar was emitted from the Ursine, causing Motoko to flinch a bit. The second she flinched, the Ursine was in front of her with a cocky smile plastered on her face. Stupid girl, the Ursine said before she started to make lightning quick slashes across Motoko. Falling back to lessen the damage, Motoko landed on her back with the Ursine towering over her. Seeing that she was in a pinch, Motoko tried to force her body to move, only for it to feel too sore to move fast enough. Is this the end? Motoko asked herself as she saw another slash come at her. As soon as it was about to strike her, she felt someone pick her up and move her out of the way. That was a close one, Motoko heard Ayane say before they landed some distance away from the Ursine. Thanks, even if it was using a sneaky method, Motoko said as she got up without the help of Ayane. I guess I'll have to take off the weights, Motoko said as her hands went to her wrists before she made a ripping motion. Much better, Motoko said as she started to move her arms in wide circles, stretching them out a bit. She watched the Ursine slowly walk towards them, analyzing their movements. Ayane, can you slow her down, or disable any of her senses to buy me some time? Motoko whispered to Ayane while facing the Ursine. I'm already on it, Ayane said as she disappeared in a puff of smoke. What are they doing? The Ursine thought before she felt something land on her shoulders. Hazy vision, Ayane shouted as she threw something at the Ursine's shocky eyes, causing the Ursine to start yelling madly. What did you do? The Ursine let out as she tried to rub her eyes. It's your end, Motoko shouted as she dashed at impressive speeds at the Ursine. The Ursine in question suddenly stopped rubbing her eyes and lifted one of her legs. Earthquake, she shouted as she stomped on the ground, causing at first ripples to go around the ground before pillars of rocks came shooting up from the ground. Shit, both Motoko and Ayane said as they saw the earthquake start to affect the whole field. Deciding to avoid the attack, both girls jumped into the air only to meet something unexpected. Seemingly out of nowhere, a yellow blur came out from the sky and tackled Motoko. Thunder wave, the yellow blur said as it grabbed Motoko. Soon electric curry, NTS could be seen going through Motoko's body before she landed a quick bonk on the girl's head, causing both of them to fall down. Trying to position herself for the fall, Motoko didn't expect her body to suddenly convulge for a second before she hit the ground hard. What happened? Motoko asked weakly as she tried to stand up only for her movements to be slurred and slower. There is more than one opponent, you know, Motoko heard a voice say. Turning around, she saw the Thundrix that was released earlier flying closer to the ground in front of her. Really? I thought you would be occupied with the other contestants, Motoko said as she stabbed her katana into the ground to help her up. James can handle himself, especially with Nina guarding him, so I'm technically not needed, the Thundrix said before charging at Motoko, who had regained her balance and was standing on her feet. Thunderbolt, the Thundrix shouted as she flew past Motoko, sending a bolt her way. Gotta dodge this, Motoko thought as she tried to move only for her body not to move in the way she wanted it to. Shit, it must be because of the previous attack, Motoko thought as she watched with wide eyes, as the thunderbolt neared her. Doden. Doryuheiki, Motoko heard someone say before a mud wall appeared in front of her. That was a close one. Motoko heard her master ask before she saw him standing next to her. Here, this should help, Naruto said as he placed something in Motoko's hand before turning around. Paralyze heal. Never knew he went to the store and actually bought items, Motoko thou. GHT as she drank the concoction ignoring the sour taste. Humans are amazing to make things like this. So, a lighting pokegirl, I bet Sasuke would like to get his hands on one of them, Naruto spoke to himself as he watched the Thunderix fly circles around him. I'm ready when you are, Motoko, Naruto said without turning his head back. Hi, Motoko said as the mud wall in front of her broke down to the ground to reveal the Thunderix flying up into the sky. It's useless, you can't attack me from here, the Thunderix said as electricity could be seen sparking around her. I'll just finish you here now, the Thunderix said, not noticing what Naruto was doing. Really now, the Thunderix heard from behind her. Turning around quickly she saw Naruto behind her before he grabbed her. You really should pay attention to your surroundings. Naruto then put his arms around her so that she couldn't beat her wings anymore. Kage Buyu, Naruto shouted as he started to spin with the Thunderix still in his arms. This is crazy, you won't survive, I'll just disable you, Thunder. The Thunderix shouted, causing the clouds above to gather in on spot before a huge bolt of thunder came from the sky straight at their position. I don't think so, said a voice before a katana was thrown up which intercepted the bolt of lightning. Good job, Motoko. Kai. Naruto shouted while still holding Thunderix. As Naruto finished saying Kai, the katana was surrounded with a blue aura before the sword absorbed the thunder. This is the end, Naruto shouted as he crashed into the ground with the pokegirl creating a huge crater in the middles of the fighting grounds. Naruto. Motoko shouted in shock as she saw her master slam into the ground creating a huge crater. HMPH. Typical of Naruto, Yugo said to herself as she rushed over to her stunned opponent, Jaime. He might be stronger than master, two cat girls thought before joining their master in battle. Rushing over to the crater, Motoko stood by the edges peering in through the smoke. Naruto. Naruto. Motoko shouted, not noticing Kumo come up behind her with a frenzied expression on his face. You die, Kumo shouted as he raised his Katar's INA position to strike the unguarded Motoko. Thunder release, a voice came from inside the crater before a bluish thunder emerged from the area where the voice came from. Thinking fast, Motoko ducked, causing the thunder to hit Kumo directly at the chest. Motoko quickly followed up with causing Kumo to fall down, finally unconscious. You're all right, Motoko said as she saw Naruto Why walk out of the crater holding a broken katana which was originally hers. Sorry, I broke one of your katanas, Naruto said as he tossed the broken katana to Motoko. I see you're finished, Ayane, Naruto said as Ayane appeared next to him in a poof of smoke. Hi, I don't think I'll be able to fight anymore though, Ayane said as she started to slump forward before she was caught by Naruto. You did good, you should rest for now. Naruto pulled out a Pokeball before a red beam of light shot at Ayane and sucked her into the Pokeball. Looks like there's only James and his barrier maiden, versus Yugito and her griffin. Naruto said as he put the Pokeball back on his belt before looking over to Motoko. Rest while you still can, because if I'm right then our next battle will be tough, Naruto said as he sat down watching the fight in front of him. Hi, Motoko said as she gingerly sat down and soon got herself in a meditating position. With Yugito, looks like we're even now, James said before he glared at Yugito. Are we now? Well, you should know I've only been toying with you, Yugito said, causing James' face to falter for a second. HMPH. Nice try in trying to catch me off guard, it won't work just to tell you. James said as he regained his posture and glanced over at his barrier maiden. His barrier maiden just gave him a nod before he shouted out, Rhino charge, H. Unching his back he bluntly charged forward directly at Yugito. Is he a baka? Yugito asked herself as she watched her opponent charge at her. Let's go, Melissa, Yugito said as she took out some shuriken from her side. Double shuriken strike, Yugito shouted as she threw her weapons while Melissa, the griffin, used her feather shuriken at James. As the weapons neared James, Yugito couldn't help but smile as she saw her opponent still running towards her, that is until James smirked. Shield, was what was heard before tiny metal clanging sounds were heard over the arena. Sure enough, continuing to charge forward was James, completely unharmed with Nina running beside him. Telekinesis, Nina shouted while running, making the fallen shuriken float up and shoot straight back at their owners. Telekinesis while running. At that evolution, what kind of training did this pokegirl get? Yugito thought as she saw the two still charge at them. No matter. Melissa, you take care of the shuriken, I'll go take care of Mr. Weirdo over there, Yugito told Melissa before jumping up into the air. Roger, Gust, Melissa responded as she started to beat her wings, creating a miniature tornado in the arena. That's strong for wings like those, Naruto said as he held onto Motoko and used his chakra to stick to the floor. The fight from the audience's perspective looked like one of high caliber, but to Naruto he only Dejikor low chunin fight, one in which someone was easily overpowering the other. Looking at how the fight was progressing, Naruto couldn't help but think, when will Yugito stop playing around? Back with Yugito, we see her in mid-air directly above James. Sorry, but I have to end this now. I have to meet with my senior over there, so have a nice sleep, Yugito said. Before James could react, Yugito made lightning quick movements which seemed invisible to most of the people in the stands. Master, Nina shouted as she saw her lover, the one she vowed to protect, go down and out. How dare you? Nina began only to feel her shield get knocked out of her hands. It's over, slice and dice, Melissa shouted as she made slashing motions over Nina's body before she fell to the ground, a bit bloodied but unconscious. Nicely done. Now if you mind, I want to take him on my own, Yugito said as she walked next to Melissa. Before Melissa could complain, Yugito pulled out her Pokeball and beamed her in. I suppose that's what you were going to do also, wasn't it, Naruto? Yugito asked as she stared at Naruto where he was standing. Naruto-sama, what's she talking about? Motoko added he-sama as she remembered who she was talking to. Nothing you need to worry about, now just get some rest in your Pokeball, Naruto said while pulling out a Pokeball of his own and beaming in Motoko before she could complain. What's this? The two standing contestants have reclaimed their Pokegirls and are now conversing with each other. And it seems as if both know each other from someplace. He long forgotten announcer finally said as he tried to get some commentary on the match. So, Sanin-sama, what brings you over to this world? Yugito asked as she eyed Naruto. It's Hokage now, Yugito, so I'll use my seniority to get the information I want out of you, Naruto said as he made a slashing motion with his katana. We'll see about that, Hokage-sama, Yugito taunted as she started to form some hand signs. Ikazuchi no Kiba, Yugito said as her hands glowed a bright blue color before heading into the skies above. I've seen that technique before, Naruto thought as he quickly moved towards Yugito. He didn't make it far before lighting started to come down from the skies, striking near the vicinity of Naruto. Shit, Naruto thought as he tried to dodge most of the lighting blots that were coming down. Thinking quickly, Naruto pulled out a few shuriken before throwing them at Yugito. Making a hand sign, he shouted, Cage Shuriken no Jutsu. Soon the few shuriken that were thrown multiplied until they left barely any blind spots. As the shuriken neared Yugito, she looked around trying to find a blind spot in Naruto's attack. Glancing around, Yugito finally gave Naruto a grin before forming a hand sign. Recognizing the sign as Kawarimi no Jutsu, Naruto stood still looking for a possible target she could switch herself with. To the audience's surprise but not Naruto's, there was soon a puff of white smoke around Yugito before she disappeared, leaving nothing. Nani, she did do the Kawarimi hand signs, so what did she switch with? Naruto thought to himself as he felt a bit panicked. Slowly walking over to where Yugito was supposed to be and where his shuriken landed, he studied the area. A few seconds later, Naruto felt a chakra surge behind him. Turning around, he saw Yugito standing, expanding her chest by breathing in. As soon as Naruto saw this, only one thing went in his mind. Oh shit. Kaden. Ruka no Jutsu. Yugito thought as she opened her mouth to let out a hug. E-dragon made out of flames make its way over to Naruto. As the last bit of fire left her mouth, she suddenly saw something that made her grin drop. Apparently the Naruto she had hit with her Kaden Jutsu wasn't the real one. Kage Bunshin, his favorite technique, but when? Yugito asked herself as she suddenly heard the familiar sound of someone releasing a henge. Looking around, she saw the shuriken made from the Kage Shuriken no Jutsu turn into Naruto. I finally found a way to combine henge with Kage Shuriken no Jutsu, Yugito heard from behind her. Turning around, she saw one Naruto grinning at her before he held a kunai to her neck. Why don't you give up now so I don't hurt you, Naruto asked as he pressed the kunai against her neck, drawing a little blood. Before she could answer, though, there was a huge explosion in the audience area. Looking over at the east entrance, there stood two people, a guy with blue hair and a girl with long red hair. The two apparently the cause of He explosion had the letter R across their shirt, which was a plain white one matching their pants. Suddenly out of nowhere, lights flashed down on them and some corny theme music began to play. Prepare for trouble, and make it double. To protect the world from devastation, to unite all peoples within our nation, to denounce the evils of truth and love. To extend outreach to the stars above. Jesse, James, Team Rocket, blast off at the speed of light. Surrender now or prepare to fight. Catgirl, that's right. A catgirl landed in the middle of the two, finishing what seemed to be their entrance theme song. Not knowing what to do, Naruto just stood there with a huge sweat drop on the back of his head. Oh no, it's Team Rocket. A bystander yelled out as he saw the trio by the east entrance. Shit, we have to retreat, another said as the others agreed with him and stampeded out of the arena. When more of the people were gone, the trio from Team Rocket jumped down onto the arena and held their hands out. You might as well hand over your pokegirls. After all, if you don't, we'll take them away from you by force, so I suggest you hand them over so you don't get hurt, the person who was called Jesse said. Yes, fear the might of Team Rocket and hand over all your pokegirls, James followed up with as his hand went to his belt. So if we don't give you our pokegirls, you'll use force, right? Naruto asked, causing the three clueless members to nod their heads. Well, if you haven't noticed, we were the ones that created most of the damage in this arena, so what makes you think you can defeat us? Naruto asked, causing the three to step back in shock. Personally, I don't like to beat the weak, but I think I can make an exception, Naruto said as he started to crack his knuckles. Frightened by what he was doing, the trio jumped back and got into a huddle, which amused, yet irritated Naruto. What are we going to do? He didn't fall for our intimidation, James asked as he started at Jessie. One of the few human girls in Team Rocket. We could always use brute force and attack, Jessie suggested. I have a better plan than that. We won't take his pokegirl but the prize. After all, it comes with a lot of stones which can heft a pretty price, the catgirl said as she pulled out a remote control with a huge red button on it. There, the catgirl said as she pushed the button. In a few seconds a giant hot air balloon was seen over the arena before he let out some kind of hook gun which shot at the container containing the prize. Now we escape, the cat GRL said as he rope ladder came down from the balloon which lifted the trio up. Team Rocket strikes again, the trio shouted as they soon neared the top of the stadium. You know, I never seen these kinds of balloons before. How does it work? A voice came from inside the basket, causing the three to almost let go of the ladder. Slowly climbing up the ladder, Team Rocket saw apparently Naruto sitting in the basket. What took you so long? Naruto asked as the three began to panic. Well, if you won't answer, I'll just leave with my prize, Naruto said as he grabbed the prize box and jumped off of the balloon. Is that guy crazy? Jessie asked as she saw Naruto jump from at least 200 feet in the air to the ground. I don't know, but he must have some kind of rare pokegirl to help him stop his fall. The catgirl replied as she saw Naruto turn around and put up his hand. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, the catgirl counted as she saw Naruto's fingers fold in. Boom, large explosion to happen in the balloon, sending the trio away. Deja vu, James asked as they sailed in midair. This usually happens to us when we're near that Ash kid, but now it happened without him, Jessie replied as she lied down in midair. Not fearing how they were going to land. I guess wherever we go we are fated to blast off again, the catgirl said before the trio were gone in the sky. I never knew people could serve I've an explosion like that, and fly off that far, Naruto thought as his sweat drop on the back of his head was almost as huge as he was now. Landing in the middle of the arena, he looked around to see Yugito applauding him while the announcer came down from his booth and shook hands with Naruto. "Thank you for protecting us, neophyte," the announcer said in a surprisingly small and squeaky voice, compared to the one he was using when announcing the match. "No problem. But the prize, who gets it?" Naruto asked as he handed the box over to the announcer. "Ah, well, I believe you would have won in the end, so the prize goes to you," the announcer said as he pushed the box back to Naruto. "The name's Chase, by the way, and I hope you enter more competitions because I announce most of them in this world," Chase said before he exited. "HMPH, I would have so won that match," Yugito said in a pout as she started to kick the ground. "Sure, surrounded by 20+ clones and me holding a kunai to your neck," Naruto said as he reached in his cloak and took out his Hokage hat. "I'll get an explanation from you later. Right now I need to get this pokegirl from a trade machine, it says," Naruto said, as he opened the pokeball to reveal a piece of paper inside. "Apparently they were being safe," Naruto said before he felt something land on his back. "Naruto-kun," Naruto heard a voice say in his ear in a sweet slow voice. "Congratulations on your win," the voice said as the owner slowly blew into his ear, causing him to shiver a bit. "Kuro, not right now," Naruto said as Kuro sadly got off of his back and looked at Yugito. "So, you know this girl?" Kuro asked as he looked at Yugito. She looked around Naruto's age and had long blonde hair in a ponytail. "Doesn't look much," Kuro said, causing Yugito to growl. Ha ha. Naruto let out a nervous laugh before he grabbed Kuro by the arm and jumped up. "I'll meet you later. Flare your chakra a bit and I'll be able to find you," Naruto's aide before he and Kuro disappeared in smoke in midair. "Who would have thought the anti-pervert would fit in this world? He even has 3 pokegirls. Well, for now," Yugito said before she started to lose herself in her thoughts. "Wow, more than half the chapter in a battle scene. I would like to get this pokegirl, please," Naruto told the nurse Joy in front of him as he held out the wavier for the ingenue. "Very well. Do you want to add another type to your ingenue using one of the evolution stones?" the nurse Joy asked as she looked at Naruto with a smile. "Dragon scale," Naruto let out, causing the nurse to give a surprised and unsure look. "Are you sure? They are after all really hard to tame and control. If not properly tamed they can go on a dragon rage that can also kill the tamer," the nurse Joy said, looking at Naruto's face. Seeing no change in it, she sighed before nodding her head. "Very well. Your pokegirl will be here in 3, 2, 1, as soon as she counted down. A white light appeared, and a pokeball appeared in what seemed to be a weird device. "Here you are, and please be careful," the nurse Joy said before turning to the next patient. "So, 2 hours to find the poke center. I think it's a new record for Naruto-kun," Kuro said as Naruto walked over to his 3 pokegirls. They were sitting in the corner of the center in front of a fireplace. "He's learning," Motoko said in a way that Naruto didn't know if it was an insult or a support. "Is he always directionally confused?" Ayane asked. "Fresh and clean, with no cuts whatsoever." "You could say that," Motoko and Ayane said at the same time. "Gah, you're worse than my friends," Naruto said as he sat down in a chair, sulking. "Well, most of your friends either didn't know you that well or saw you as an annoying brat," a new voice said. Turning around, Naruto saw Yugito in plain clothing, not in her Junin outfit. "Yo," Yugito said as she pulled a chair over and sat with the other 4. "I decided to look for you first, I want to know what's been happening even since my supposed death," Yugito said as he stared at Naruto. "Supposed death? What's that supposed to mean?" Kuro asked while the other 2 girls had muddled expressions on their face. "I took down Akatsuki, and soon became the Hokage after that. We finally got a cloud leaf treaty done somehow, although Rock still hates our guts. As for sound, Sasuke took care of most of it by taking down Orochimaru, although there are still a few fragments of sound left under Kabuto," Naruto said, stopping so Yugito could absorb all the new information. "So you defeated Akatsuki," Yugito said, which Naruto just nodded to. "That's pretty amazing, senpai," Yugito said. "Senpai?" Naruto asked. Yeah, now that you're a Hokage you're my senpai, Yugito replied with a cheeky smile on her face. Well, I guess I should explain what happened to me, Yugito said, grabbing Naruto's attention. As you know, Akatsuki had gotten a hold of me when you left from Cloud with your perverted sensei. As soon as they did though, I fought back but ended up losing and lost consciousness. The next time I was able to see was when they were extracting the two tails from me. When the process neared completion though, the two tails changed something in me before a weird purple portal appeared and sucked me in. All in the meantime the two tails just said something about Sukebe and pokegirls. That's how I ended up here, senpai, Yugito said, causing Naruto to think some more. Sukebe, huh? This is becoming interesting, Naruto said as he rubbed his chin. I'm thinking we're going to have to look this guy up some more and what affiliation he has with our world, Naruto said, receiving a nod from Yugito. Girls, I'll give you some free time on your own. Right now I need to talk with our new friend, Naruto said as he tossed the Pokeball up before catching it. Yane, Naruto said as he disappeared in a puff of smoke in his sitting position. So he won, huh? Motoko said as she looked over at Yugito. It was a fluke. If Team Rocket didn't interfere, Yugito began. Let's talk about it later. Right now let's just do it right now, Kuro said in a dark sinister voice before the other girls caught onto what she was talking about. You have it then? Motoko asked Kuro. Kuro just smiled as she reached in her pockets and pulled out a frog wallet. He really should pay attention to what happens when I glomp him, Kuro said as the other girls started to laugh maniacally before heading out to the shopping district. I sense a disturbance in the force, Naruto said to himself as he shivered. Something's not right. Naruto then looked at the field in front of him before shaking himself. It's probably nothing though, Naruto said to himself, not realizing that at that very moment his bank account was shrinking. Well, let's see you then, Naruto said as he released the Pokeball in front of him to reveal a blue-haired girl. Evolution with a dragon scale. Steel Dragon, the Dragon Knight. Strong versus Bug, Dark, Dragon, Electric, Fire, Flying, Ghost, Normal, Plant, Poison, Psychic, Rock, Steel, Water. Weak versus Ice, Severe. Attacks: Dragon Rage, Hyper Dragon Rage, Hyper Beam, Energy Blade, Recover. Magic Fist, Magic Kick, Shadow Strike, Aura of Cute. Enhancements: minimum of Speed x5, Armor x10, Strength x6, Endurance x4, Agility x4. This evolution's armor can be of any color or style. A pattern simulating scales or a solid primary colors are the most common. Their hair usually exactly matches the armor color and pattern. They are emotionally guarded, almost to the point of paranoia. Unless the Tamers has a high empathy rating, and Friend Knight will be nearly impossible to tame or control. In battle, they will attack relentlessly, until their opponent surrenders or is defeated. In Hyper Dragon Rage, they will attack until they win or they themselves are destroyed. They will often allow a target to flee, until battle is joined. A strong-willed tamer is necessary to keep them under control. This is going to be troublesome, Naruto thought as he looked at the girl. She was about 15 years old and had blue hair that stopped to around her shoulders. Like all the other knights, she was covered in armor, except this one was red with some blue in it. The blue also seemed to match her eye color. As for her height, she was around 5 feet, giving her a kind of cute look, which was amplified by her aura of cute. What's your name? Naruto asked in a nice way, only to receive a glare from the Dragon Knight and silence. A few seconds passed and still silence. Okay. Well, when you feel comfortable, why don't you tell me your name? As for now, I just needed to know how you were feeling and all, Naruto said as he pulled out his Pokédex and started to type in some information. Waiting for a few seconds turned into minutes before the Dragon Knight finally answered in a surprisingly shy voice. SS Shinobu, the girl said in a stuttering shy voice which seemed to make her even cuter. Okay Shinobu, there, I've finished with your information. The thing is, if you want to join my harem now, you can refuse. If you do, I'll just send you to a rancher. Although, I don't know what will happen to you when I hand you over to a rancher, Naruto said as he sat down looking at Shinobu. When Naruto finished his last sentence, the armor around Shinobu seemed to increase and it also covered her head. Her head being behind a visor now. This girl is worse than Hinata, Naruto thought as he lied down on the grass before he closed his eyes. Tell me your answer when why. Oh, we're ready. I'll just be here so yeah, Naruto said as he started to think about Yugito and what she said. Sukebe. I wonder if he's alive, and if he is why did he save Yugito, or did he save Yugito? Naruto began to ponder before he clutched his head and started to yell. Hearing a yelp he turned to see Shinobu startled and staring at him with shock. Ah, don't worry. It's just that I have too much things going on my mind right now. Quote, Naruto said before he looked up at Shinobu. So do you have your answer? Naruto asked as he stared at Shinobu's face which was behind the visor. Retracting armor at a slow pace, Shinobu faced Naruto staring deeply into his eyes before giving a nod. I wish to O Street I4. Now, Shinobu said in a light voice that was barely audible, even with Naruto's enhanced hearing. Well if you're going to join me I'll let you in on two things. One, I'll be training you, hard. And two, we're going to fix that shy, emotionally guarded attitude of yours. I don't know what has happened to you but I'll definitely help you, Naruto listed as he stood up before grabbing her hand. Let's go, Naruto said getting a confused look from her before he jumped up with her and disappeared in a puff of smoke. What's with all this stuff? Naruto said as a sweat drop formed on the back of his head. You're back early Naruto-kun, Kuro said in a nervous voice. As she innocently tried to move some bags around. We weren't expecting you for at least another hour, Motoko said as she held something behind her back and stepped backwards. Yeah, I think I'll go to the bathroom, Ayane said as she clenched her hands around something tightly, so that Naruto couldn't see. Wait for me, Kuro said as she left Motoko alone with Naruto. Uzumaki dono, so what brings you back so early? Motoko asked as she stepped back further from Naruto. Well, I got the consent from Miss Shinobu over here so she's officially a harem member now, Naruto said. As he pointed to his right only to point at nothing. Miss Shinobu, Motoko asked, not seeing anybody anywhere. Is that Motoko-san? Shinobu asked as she peeked out from behind Naruto. Taking a good look forward she let out a happy yell before she hugged Motoko. I haven't seen you in such a long time, Shinobu said still stuttering in speech but a lot less now. Shinobu, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be with your family? Motoko asked as she stared at the girl who was hugging the life out of her, almost afraid to let go. I threshold a month ago, Shinobu said sadly as she looked down. My parents were forced to give me away as they were not tamers, Shinobu continued before turning into a happy mood again. At least I'm with you again, Shinobu said in a happy voice. Am I going to get an explanation for this? Naruto asked as he stared at the two. Long story short, I used to visit her when I was traveling, Motoko said getting an approving look from Naruto. Well, I'll leave you guys to your troubles. I'll be right back, Naruto said as he stepped out of the hotel room before heading down on the elevator. Once outside of the hotel he looked at the night sky. Things just keep on getting weirder, Naruto said to himself before he jumped onto a nearby roof before heading to a nearby field, oblivious of the eyes that were watching him. Why don't you just show yourself instead of following me in the shadows? Naruto asked as he stopped jumping through the roofs of the city. Landing on what seemed to be a clothing store's roof, Naruto just looked over to his right looking at the area expectantly. I don't have all day Naruto said as he started to stretch his arms a bit. After what seemed like 10 minutes did a girl emerge from the shadows. Who are you to be able to avoid detection from someone like Yugito? Naruto asked as he watched the girl get into a fighting stance. Not even bothering to reply to his question, the girl charged at him with her body wrapped in a brown cloak. Fast, was what Naruto thought as he saw the girl disappear from his line of sight. Panicking a bit, Naruto prepared for a strike on any side. Thankfully he heard some kind of metal clinging sound on his right, allowing him to duck under a quick punch. Seeing him under the girl's arm, Naruto grinned only for it to disappear when he saw the other hand come at him. Quickly making a seal, Naruto allowed himself to get hit. But instead of a punch digging into a fleshy body, the girl found herself punching what seemed to be a log. Replacement jutsu. You can't live without it. Naruto said from behind the girl on another rooftop. Care to tell me why you're going through all this trouble? Naruto asked only to see the girl turn around slowly. Getting a good look at the body, Naruto mostly saw white ragged bandages covering all of her assets. Things she couldn't cover though were her hands, which had shackles with broken chains on her wrists. Her hair was a dark blue color, almost like his new pokegirl Shinobu, although this girl went all the way to her back. Nice body. Naruto couldn't help thinking, only to drop that thought when he saw the girl's body shift a bit. Shit, she's charging again, Naruto thought as he moved his hand to his cloak. Seeing this movement, the girl moved at the same speeds as before and at him. Here we go, Naruto thought as he channeled some chakra to his hands, activating a seal in his own cloak. Soon, like always, a katana handle appeared. Taking hold of it, Naruto took one quick pull to pull out his favorite katana, the one he always used. Moving his chakra to his eyes, Naruto looked around and saw the girl charging to in front of him. Preparing himself, Naruto made a slashing motion in front of himself. You're good, Naruto said as he saw the girl block his katana with one of the shackles on her right arm. Trying to keep the balance, both fighters kept on pushing more power into their attack, causing the roof they stood on to cave in a bit. Taking a look around her, the girl just grinned once before opening her mouth to say, "Sukebe." She then pushed herself back and into the air. Sukebe, huh? That's a name I've. Naruto said only to see the girl gone from his sight. Why am I mixed up in all of this? Naruto asked only to put up his sword again to block another strike from his left side. Pushing int in katana, Naruto managed to get the girl to stumble back a bit. Taking this opportunity, Naruto dashed forward and elbowed the girl in the stomach. Surprisingly, the girl didn't double over, instead he took the hit and then punched Naruto in the face with her own attack, sending him back quite a bit. That hurt, Naruto said as he wiped his mouth area to see a bit of blood on his hand. He didn't get much time to think about his wound though, as the girl charged at him again. This time she muttered something under her breath before launched a kick at him. Quickly throwing his sword into the air, Naruto put up both his hands to block the kick. Successfully catching the kick in his arms, Naruto didn't expect to receive much damage, only to be shocked once again when he felt his feet lift off the floor and he was flung back hard and fast onto another rooftop. Is that all you got? Naruto heard the girl ask as she walked slowly to the edge of the roof she was on. Because if that is all, then I might as well just finish this right here and now, the girl said as she cracked her knuckles while a cocky smile was plastered on her face. Shit, if I keep taking hits like this I might actually lose, Naruto thought as he saw the girl ready to jump onto the roof he was on. Might as well release the weights I can, Naruto thought again as he reached in his cloak, causing the girl to flinch and stop her jump. This is the first time I'm actually taking some of these off ever since I entered this world, Naruto said as he reached towards the belt of his pants. Finding what he wanted, Naruto grinned as he pulled out 2 metal bars. They were silver in color and only about 2 inches thick and wide. Metal bars. The girl asked only to drop that notion when she saw Naruto drop them. They fell like normal pieces of metal wood. Only when they landed on the rooftop a huge bang was heard before there were 2 craters around Naruto. Let's see if you can keep up now, Naruto said as he phased out of sight. Looking around frantically, the girl tried to find Naruto only to find him when she felt his fist slam into her gut. I may not have my katana, but that doesn't mean I still can't fight, Naruto said as he put more force into his punch, which sent the girl flying up. Pushing chakra into his legs, Naruto jumped up to match the speed of the rising girl. It's over, Naruto said as he grabbed the girl by the legs and threw her down at a nearby building, marking the building collapse, causing the public panic a bit. Shit, I should get out of here, Naruto said to himself as he started to hear police sirens and people shouting. Well, I got to admit that was a good fight, Naruto said as he jumped from rooftop to rooftop, picking up what he had dropped during the fight with the girl. With the populace. What happened? Someone asked from the crowd of people which were now gathered around the ruined building. I don't know, but apparently something crashed into the building. I saw it with my own eyes, another trainer said as he tried to push forward through the crowd only to be denied access by the other tamers. Alright people, back it up, multiple officer Jenny, or Jenny's for short. Splitting the crowd up so that there was a path, a man in a brown detective coat strutted through the path to enter the crime scene for tonight. "Sigh, won't there ever be a day where I can just relax?" the man asked himself as he reached into his coat pocket and took out a pack of cigarettes. Taking a cig out from the pack, he absent-mindedly put part of the stick in his mouth before he lit the cig. After inhaling and bit then exhaling, did the man start talking again. "What's the situation?" he asked a nearby Jenny who was holding a clipboard. "Apparently 10 minutes ago a fight had started in this district of town, mostly unnoticed by the civilians as it was on the rooftops. The two fighters didn't cause much damage at first, that is until one of the fighters threw his opponent at this building. Also there are a few other broken windows and floors where the fighters must have taken their fight to. We have a few witnesses saying they saw a man fight a girl in a brown cloak. The man not using any pokegirls or anything. Right now we don't know who these two are, but apparently the man carried around a katana, and had on some kind of cloak," the Jenny replied as she scanned the clipboard for any additional notes. "Who are the suspects you've picked out then?" "As of yet we have narrowed it down as a feral pokegirl, details still unsure. As for the male, he was described as being quite agile and strong. And since we have recently held the tournament we have a few suspects such as this one," Jenny said as she flipped through some papers in the clipboard before there was a picture of a man on it. Taking the clipboard from the Jenny, the detective looked at the picture. "Uzumaki Naruto, huh? I want you girls to get me everything you can on this guy," the detective said as he returned the clipboard. "Yes, Detective Yuji," the Jennies said as they gave a army salute. "Now clear this crowd. It's getting a bit too crowded," Yuji said as he took the cigarette tea hat was in his mouth and dropped it onto the ground. "This is going to be interesting," Yuji said as he lightly stepped on the cig, twisting his shoe a bit to completely extinguish the dying flame. As everyone left, nobody noticed a small girl come out of the rubble in a brown cloak. "Looks like I had to change my body shape again," the girl said to herself as she started to walk away from the building. "But at least I got to fight a strong guy. It's been too long since any tamer actually fought his own battles," the girl said as she felt herself leaking in a certain area. "Too bad he already aged. As other pokegirls, if only they weren't there then I could travel with him," the girl thought before she grinned. "Maybe I could just get rid of those girls, then he'll belong to me and only me," the girl thought as she started to chuckle a bit before she let out a full-grown laugh. "Still, I wonder why someone like him was sent to this dimension. Why couldn't they just tell me all the details?" the girl asked, never clarifying who they were as she started to walk down an alley before she just disappeared from sight. Naruto stopped on another rooftop a fair distance away from where he had fought the anima. Seeing nobody around, Naruto started to inspect his hands, which were shaking a bit. "A few more hits like that, and my hands would have gone numb," Naruto thought as he opened his cloak and put his katana in one of the seals. "Brat, are you having trouble with just one girl?" Kyuubi asked as he tried to torment Naruto a bit. "Shut up. You wouldn't have done much better," Naruto thought to Kyuubi as he pushed some chakra to his hands, which started to immediately glow a light green color. "Seriously, she hits as hard as Tsunade, maybe even harder," thought before he started to move again. "Looks like we caused quite a commotion," Naruto thought as he saw some Jennies who were on the rooftop he was on before, inspecting the craters that were caused by him and the girl. "Still, I feel like I'm not remembering something. It feels like something is blocking something," Kyuubi said to Naruto suddenly. "Well, big help that is," Naruto said as he quickly jumped across some more buildings before he was next to his hotel building. Pushing more chakra into his legs, Naruto jumped up to insane heights before he landed on a balcony which he presumed was his. Thankfully it was as he feel the familiar chakra pulse of Yugito and his pokegirls. Taking one last look at the commotion that he had caused outside, Naruto knocked on the balcony door before he was soon let in by Shinobu, the newest member of his harem. "Thank you," Naruto said quickly as he entered the hotel room. Looking around, he saw all sorts of boxes and clothing, couldn't even take one step without having to step on some kind of discarded box or some piece of clothing. "Sigh, you girls do know that this stuff is practically coming out of Professor Wood's salary and the little money I made," Naruto said in a sad voice. "I still seeing nobody in the living room. Hold on, we're trying on another outfit, Naruto heard Kuro say in the bedroom. These clothes are actually quite fashionable, Motoko's voice was heard next in the same area. I'm not too surprised though, I've already been here for a while, but every time I'm here they always seem to have something new, Yugito's voice came next. You can't forget out all those weapons these shops had, I mean take a look at these kunais. Not that great but not poor quality either, Naruto heard Ayane say, followed by some more chatter. How come you're not with them? Naruto asked as he pointed his thumb towards the bedroom. I'm not too interested in clothing. That much, Shinobu said in a more confident voice from she had first spoken to him. Getting a go. Look at her. He saw that her red armor was retracted so that her blue short hair was shown and that her armor covered her body just like a dress would. What are you interested in then? Naruto asked. Only to stop when he smelt something good coming from the kitchen. Carefully navigating through all the trash and clothes, Naruto managed to enter the kitchen to see pots steaming and pans sizzling with some kind of meat in it. Oh my, I forgot about dinner, Shinobu said as he pushed past Naruto and got into the kitchen. Do you need help? Naruto asked as he saw Shinobu move from one side of the kitchen to the other. Managing everything with ease. No, I'm fine, Shinobu said in a way that made Naruto think that she didn't fully trust him yet. Like I said before, this is going to be troublesome, Naruto thought before he turned and walked out of the kitchen. Time to deal with this other situation, if I can, Naruto thought as he maneuvered his way through some boxes, and surprisingly some bottles of sake. Reaching the door to the bedroom, Naruto took a deep breath before he opened the door. Opening the door, Naruto didn't expect there to be 4 half-naked girls all surrounded by piles of clothing. Like any male, Naruto just stared at what he saw before he heard some screaming from most of the girls, and purring from Kuro. Get out, 3 of the girls shouted, 2 of them throwing kunais in his direction. Quickly closing the door behind him, Naruto slumped onto the ground, leaning his back against the door as he heard a few dull thud-like sounds behind the door, most likely from the kunais that Ayane was bragging about earlier. Well, I just went out so it wouldn't be right for me to go out again, Naruto said as he walked around the living room until he reached the couch. Seeing nothing on it for some reason, Naruto jumped onto it and lied down on it. So, now where do we go? Naruto asked himself as he laid back and relaxed. I still have that mission to find out what makes Motoko evolve and also find out who this Sukebe person is. In frustration, Naruto started to mess with his hair, pulling it a bit to relieve some of the stress he was feeling. He was out of his musing though when he heard Shinobu suddenly shout out, "Dinner's ready." Rocking himself so he sat onto couch, Naruto rolled his head once before standing up. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, N. Naruto said as he formed the all-too-familiar cross sign. In a few seconds 3 clones appeared next to him with a dismal look on their face. You know what to do, Naruto said as the 3 set out to the grueling chore of picking up the clothes. Walking to the dining room, Naruto saw the 4 girls in his harem already sitting at the table along with Yugito. Taking a seat which was between Kuro and Motoko, Naruto looked at the pile of food in front of him. Wow, was all that Naruto could say as he looked at the splendor of the food. How did you prepare all this? Naruto asked Shinobu only to see her sitting with her eyes closed. It's like she completely changed, Naruto thought as he saw the others say a quick thank you before starting to eat. Just wondering, Naruto said as he used meat chopsticks to get some of the food onto his plate. But why are you still here, Yugito? Naruto asked as he saw her flinch a bit. Well, I was planning on selling some of the stones, and I recently had a run-in with this one person, Yugito began as she tried to make an incoherent story make sense. Staring blankly at her till she finished her obtuse story, Naruto finally voiced out, "So you're broke?" Naruto stated flatly, causing Yugito to flinch some more. "I'm alright with it. Just don't cause too much of a problem for me and the girls," Naruto said as he picked up some rice with his chopsticks before putting it in his mouth. "Right," Yugito said as she humbly reached out for some food with her own chopsticks. The rest of the meal went with some light banter on what happened earlier today. Except for the battle with the anima which Naruto kept a secret. Stepping outside to the balcony, Naruto sighed as he felt the cool night breeze against his skin. Walking up the railing, he leaned against it as he began to think about his situation again. Where to now? Naruto asked himself as he put one hand into his pocket to find something in it. Taking it out, he saw what Wood had given to him when he left him. A device called a cell phone. Flipping the cell phone open, he kept on pushing buttons on it, sometimes causing the cell phone to go into weird menus. After 10 hard minutes of Ying to find out how to make the phone work, Naruto finally had on the screen calling Wood, which was followed by the all too familiar telephone ring. After all, he had only received a call with the cell phone and never called anyone. My cell phone rang when I wrote this part. After a few seconds of the incessant ring noise, Naruto heard a familiar voice on the other line. Hello, this is Wood speaking. So this thing really does work. Naruto spoke into his cell phone, causing Wood to laugh a bit. Sorry, it's kind of strange to hear someone say that at this time and age, Wood said as more laughter could be heard on the other line of the phone. Oh, Sufi says hi, Wood said as his laughter died down to small chuckles. So what took you so long in trying to call me? I've been waiting ever since you left our little town, Wood said as he sounded a bit sad. Well, you could say I was busy, Naruto said as he scratched the back of his head with his free left hand. Don't bother, I watch the tournament and I have to say I'm pretty impressed, Naruto, especially with those jutsus you used. I might have to study those later once I'm done with Ronin study, Wood said quickly, causing Naruto to just stare blankly at the space in front of him. The fights were televised, Naruto asked him in a calm voice. Why yes, it was even televised to some of the other leagues because of the intensity of the fight and such. Your fight received the most reviews, it seems. You even seem to have your own fan club, Wood said, causing Naruto to freeze up. Some typing was heard on the other line before Wood replied. There are 2 clubs, one which is totally in love for you looks, the other is a group of people who want to come after you and fight you, Wood said. Wow, you're quite famous now, sort of. Wood continued, unable to see the shocked face on Naruto. As if that could happen, Kyuubi said from inside of Naruto. It's probably some big joke by Wood, Kyuubi said before shutting up. Ignoring that for now, have you made any progress with the scroll? Naruto asked as he regained his poise again. Nothing much. It's taking longer than I thought it would, especially since all this writing is too sloppy to be read. Either that or it's in some kind of unknown language, Wood said over the phone. Well, if you saw my fight then you know that I haven't made much progress either. But I did increase how many members I have in my harem, Naruto said in a what he said. Well, I guess that's fine. I do hope you find some more information on this evolution thing. If I do come up with it first, I'll be sure to credit you on the find, Wood said in a cheerful voice. Well, I do have to go now. Sufi's been calling to me for a while and it's hard to resist, Wood said amidst a sound of some kind of purring. Well, see you later, Naruto, Wood said as there was a crash sound before the phone was turned off. I forgot to ask him where I should go, Naruto realized as he said this to himself. Pocketing the cell phone, Naruto leaned back against the railing so his head was in open space for a while. Hearing the screen door open, Naruto pulled his body back up to see Ayane walk out. Yo, Naruto said, still leaning against the railing. I was about to leave this or so you can take this area, Naruto said as he began to push his body up only to stop when he felt some uneasiness in the air. Looking over at Ayane, he saw that she had an uneasy look on her face as she stared at Naruto. Anyo, Ayane said as she started to rub her hands together in a Hinata-like fashion. I don't know how to bring this up, but, Ayane said as she paused for a bit, blushing some more as she started to rub her legs together. Staring at her for a few seconds, Naruto paused as his mind froze a bit before he realized what she was asking for. I'll never understand what made Sukebe make these girls this way, Naruto thought as he took a deep breath in. If it's taming you want, I'm pretty sure we won't have peace here, Naruto said bluntly, causing Ayane to put on a slightly disappointed face. Although we probably could get another room someplace else, Naruto said, creating a bunchin. Try to stall for me long enough. I hope you survive, Naruto said before grabbing a Yame bridal style and jumping away from the building. Seeing the real Naruto jump away, the clone couldn't help but sweat drop a bit. Especially when Kuro came out and jumped onto his back, pressing her assets on him. Am I going to survive? The clone thought as he felt himself being dragged into the hotel room. So where should we go? Naruto asked as he started to jump over the roofs of the city with Ayane in his arms. Ayane kept quiet with furious blush that would have put an apple to shame. Alright then, I guess I have to choose, Naruto said as he jumped over a few rooftops before he appeared on what seemed to be a house with orange roof. I think we might be able to get a room here, as he jumped off the roof into an alley. Walking out of the alley, the two appeared in the middle of the public with Ayane walking next to Naruto. I think the Poke Center should have a room, although it won't be like the ones in the hotel, Naruto said, still receiving no answer from Shinin. I feel like I'm the perverted one here. Maybe I am, Naruto thought, blocking out the shouts of hell yeah from his tenant. Entering the Poke Center, Naruto approached the nurse Joy with Ayane next to him, his hand still wrapped around her waist. The nurse, taking one good look at them, smiled before she started to type something on the computer that was next to her. Second room to the right on the second floor, the nurse said as she handed Naruto a key. The nurse Joy in Woods Town told me about you, so you're allowed to sleep here. Besides, look here, the girl said as she put her hand between her cleavage, abruptly causing Naruto to blush a bit. Here it is, the nurse Joy said as she pulled a square object out of her boobs, making them bounce a bit. Member number 65, pretty impressive, isn't it? The nurse asked as she showed Naruto the ID. On the ID was a picture of him wielding his sword with his bamboo hat, wearing his Hokage hat with his white cloak. Okay, Naruto said in a bit of a nervous tone as he slowly walked away from Nurse Joy and went to the right side of the Poke Center. Passing by a group of trainers, he heard a bit of gossip that was going on. Did you hear about it? Apparently some person was fighting a pokegirl over the roofs today, one trainer said. Really? Was that what all this commotion was about? Is that why that bicycle repair shop was destroyed? Another trainer asked as Naruto walked by. The police are trying to cover it up for some reason. When I walked by, I heard them talking about finding something disturbing, another replied. Is it because of the anima they're trying to cover up the information? Naruto asked himself as he continued on walking to the stairs. Taking the stairs up, Naruto took one good look around the Poke Center only to see the regular scene with Tamers gossiping with each other. He did see some other pokegirls such as Titmouse and other common pokegirls, but nothing special. I wonder what happened to that anima, Naruto asked himself as he finished climbing the stairs. Taking out the key from his pocket, Naruto twirled it around in his hand as they reached the second room. Opening the door with the key, Naruto motioned for Ayane to enter first. Opening his eyes, Naruto woke up to find sleeping next to him with an expression of bliss. Deciding not to wake her up, Naruto silently got off of the king-sized bed and went to the other side of the room. Finding his clothes in a pile next to Ayane's, Naruto picked his up before moving through a door which he presumed was the bathroom. I forgot to take a shower last night. Well, I guess anyone would forget to when a kunoichi with above-average stamina straddles you for the night, Naruto thought as he turned on the water for the shower. After a quick shower, Naruto walked out to the room with only a towel wrapped around his waist. Looking at the bed, he saw that it was empty, and the sheets looked like they had been taken to a dry cleaner and pressed. Ayane, Naruto asked as he turned his head right. Sure enough, Ayane was sitting in a setsu position in her ninja garb. Koshibi-sama, I have cleaned up this room and disposed of any evidence that we have had a taming session last night, Ayane said in a more serious tone than before. Looking at her now, he saw that even without a shower, Ayane's hair seemed to be combed into a neat ponytail. When just yesterday it was pulled loose and thrown into a mess. That was sure fun, Naruto thought back before shaking his head. No, I've been in this world too long, it's pervertifying me. First off, how did you do all of this and clean yourself up, when I had to actually take a shower to get my hair to stand normally? Secondly, why Koshibi-sama, I know you didn't call me anything before, but why start now? Naruto said as his watered-down hair started to show their gravity-defying powers by standing up. Hair just stood. A few seconds of silence ensued before Ayane regained her composure. You see, how I got dressed this quickly is because Ayane started to blush, confusing Naruto some more. It's because Ayane hesitated again, looking around as if for another explanation. Ayane suddenly looked down at the ground before saying, a woman's secret. Quote ellipsis quote. Huh, a woman's secret, Ayane repeated. Sigh, I'm not going to know what she did, anyway. The second question. Ayane blushed a bit before she took a deep breath. Exhaling she said, it's because you have made me yours by taming me. Thus you have established an alpha bond between you and me. Alpha bond, huh? I think I remember seeing it in that book. What was it called again? Idiot's Guide to Taming. I forgot. Naruto ruminated on the bond theory he read in the book before something hit him mentally. Grasping his head, Naruto braced himself for the clone's memory that would be entering him soon. When the whole process was finished with the clone's memories, Naruto could only say one thing: shit. Is there something wrong, Koshibi-sama? Ayane asked, only for Naruto to frantically search for his clothes and get dressed. Koshibi-sama, no time, we get out now, Naruto said in a panicked voice as he literally dragged Ayane out of the room while pulling his shirt on over his head. It was a blur for what happened to Ayane next. In a matter of seconds she found herself started to sweat like crazy as he stood in front of the window. At least he got us here in the first try, Ayane thought as he saw Naruto silently slide the window open. As soon as it was open enough for his body to enter, a black furred had reached out and grasped Naruto's neck collar before dragging him inside. I didn't mean to, were the last words Ayane heard from Naruto before she heard him screaming. Gee, which was soon covered up by something that sounded like a moan. Deciding to finally enter, Ayane slid through the crack in the window to see only Shinobu and Yugito. Shinobu was apparently cooking, as a delicious aroma swept around the living room, which was devoid of her master and two of her harem sisters. Staring at Yugito, the women whose pokegirl she went against, she found the women in a complete lax position. Yugito lay slumped in the sofa, which seemed to almost engulf her as she lazily used her right hand to change the channels of the TV. Yugito turned her head to the confused Kunoichi, before turning her attention back to the TV screen. I see you were busy last night, Yugito said as her nose twitched a bit. Even if you covered up your tracks, I can still smell his seed on you. Ayane blushed a bright red color. If you're wondering where Naruto went, Kuro took him to the main bedroom. Motoko followed them in, saying it was not right to take their master like that. But if why? Oh, you ask me, I think she just wanted some taming also, Yugito said as she flipped the channel again, only to stop when she saw the news. It has been reported that the incident last night was the work of a pokegirl, and a very strong one at that. Not much other information is known on what kind of pokegirl could have destroyed the bike store, as investigation is still underway. However, the police have a suspect in which they believe might be linked with this incident. We have not received a name, but many are speculating it might be the rookie winner Naruto Uzumaki. Yugito turned off the screen as soon as she heard his name. Turning her head toward her right side, Yugito looked at the spot next to Ayane. Report Fumi. As soon as Yugito said that, a Cheshire appeared next to Ayane, causing Ayane to flinch a bit. I didn't even sense her. It appears that Uzumaki-san is on the suspect list of the police and he is scheduled for an interrogation by the police. However, since the public doesn't officially know of this and the police haven't made any moves yet, we can still escape the city as soon as they are finished in that room. As if to prove her point, Kuro let out a long scream which was heard in the living room. Well, you can't blame him, I guess, Yugito said as she stood up from the couch and stretched her arms, reaching up towards the ceiling. Looks like we'll be skipping breakfast then. Why, I worked really hard to create today's menu, Shinobu exclaimed. Because if we don't, then we'll most likely be here longer than necessary, Ayane answered for Yugito, who just yawned. Fumi, I want you to scout the area to see if we are being trailed. Roger, Fumi said before stepping back and disappearing. Before anybody could speak again, some banging sounds were heard before Naruto came out of the bedroom. What the three girls saw was something that looked like it had come out of a shredding machine. Most of Naruto's clothes were ripped in places close to his member, effectively showing his boxers. I heard something about police. Does this mean I'm in trouble? Only if you're caught. And ninjas don't get caught, especially a Hokage, Yugito said with a smirk on her face. Ah, what a drag. And in the morning too, Naruto said as he pulled out 4 Pokeballs from his waist. I'm sorry girls, but you'll be going inside these balls for now, Naruto amidst the 2 protests that were coming from the bedroom. Before he could beam them in though, he heard a weird sound from the kitchen. Turning his head he saw a huge stack of what seemed to be bentos on the kitchen table. I made some for everyone in case we're eating out, Shinobu said before stacking at least 20 boxes in front of Naruto. I hope you can carry them all. Sigh right, Naruto said as he snapped Hai's fingers to cause his Hokage robe and hat to appear on him. Thank you subspace seals, Naruto thought as he put on his robes which he had kept off for a while. Reaching inside the cloak he pushed own chakra to his fingers causing a small pop sound to happen before a brush landed in his hand. Walking over to the bentos past the surprised girls he commenced to draw some seals on the boxes with the brush he had. Even though he had no oil well to dip his brush into, the brush seemed to have ink on it. When Naruto lifted his brush up there were some intricate seals over the boxes which soon seemed to disappear. Putting the ink brush back into his cloak, Naruto snapped his fingers saying the words, "Sub-seal." The reaction was instant. In a matter of seconds the boxes were not in front of the anymore, as if nothing was placed on the kitchen table. While the 4 non-ninjas were wondering how this feat was accomplished, Naruto simply beamed all 4 girls in with the pokeballs before they could complain. Ready? Naruto asked as he readjusted his bamboo hat so it covered his eyes. I'm always ready, Yugito said, mimicking Naruto's smirk before the two simply vanished from the room. Everything was quiet just like any normal day. It wasn't until there was some light knocking on a hotel door did the silence disappear. It reappeared for a few seconds before the knock came again, only this time louder and more persistent. When nobody answered the door, some people started to talk around until someone kicked the door open, destroying the lock and part of the door. Immediately 4 blue-haired girls could be seen entering the room with guns out, ready to shoot. What they saw inside the room was nothing but the usual decor for a hotel room. Damn, did he leave already? Yuji asked himself as he entered the room with a cig in his mouth. Bring in the growlies, Yuji said as he put his head in his hands. A few seconds later 3 dog pokegirls in a red-orange-like fur came walking into the room on all 4s. They had no clothes on, but the fur around them seemed to cover most of their assets, but not all. Damn girls. They seriously need to get these girls some clothes, Yuji thought as some perverted thoughts as a certain part of his body grew hard. The 3 growlies each went into a different part of the hotel room before reporting in front of Yuji, each whining with a confused look on their face. It seems their scent never left this room today. When we were outside we didn't smell anything with their scent, but it clearly shows here that they have left this room. Although there is a day-old scent near the balcony, it isn't recent. What we do know is that it might be the work of a very advanced kunoichi, one of the growlies began. Or this person might have an unknown blood gift, or curse, Yuji muttered under his voice. Why do I always get the hard cases? Everyone fan out and go the city borders to find anything on the trainer that was in here. Take a grow, lie with you to the city borders and restrain him on sight. Apparently we're not dealing with a normal trainer, Yuji said as he put the cig back in his mouth. Taking a deep breath, Yuji let the smoke enter his body, which calmed his body a bit. Exhaling the smoke from his mouth in one long exhale, Yuji looked at everyone who just stared at him. Well, what are you doing? Get a move on, Yuji said. As if suddenly struck on the head, all the pokegirls jerked a bit before moving out of the door. This is why I hate my job, Yuji said as he took one more breath from the cig before extinguishing it in a nearby ashtray. Naruto-senpai, where are you going? Yugito asked as the 2 ninjas started to jump across the rooftops. Out of this city, that's for sure. But the direction you're going in is towards the police station, Yugito said, causing Naruto to sweat drop. I think it's better if I lead us out of the perfect city to go to next, Yugito said as she grabbed Naruto's hand before re-pulling him in the opposite direction. The 2 kept on jumping across the rooftops, seeing no end to the roofs as the city seemed to stretch on for miles. Finally unable to handle the silence, Yugito opened her mouth to speak. I see you're still the same direction, confused Naruto as always senpai, Yugito said, grinning. Hey, I don't know why it just happens to me. It could be a blood cures as they put it in this world. You do know there is a blood cures in this world similar to what you have, Yugito said, getting an amused reaction from Naruto. Really? I wonder which is worse, genetics or self-learned, Naruto said as he continued jumping. Silence reigned again as the two continued jumping until Naruto stopped. Yugito too stopped and landed on the apartment building that Naruto was on. Yeah, self-learned. Naruto began with his face staring at his feet. I guess you can say my misdirection is the result of me not having a purpose anymore. What do you mean? Yugito asked as she took the time to study Naruto's face. It was completely blank and empty, no signs of emotions even from his eyes. Success can be fatal. I guess that's what happened to me. I defeated Akatsuki and became Hokage, but then what? I didn't have any more goals, but everyone still had theirs. As they worked to complete their own goals, they had a purpose in life, something that I didn't have. Naruto tip. Had his bamboo hat so it covered more of his face. Am I actually hearing this correctly? The great Uzumaki Naruto, self-proclaimed title, actually has no goal. Yugito asked, completely surprised at what Naruto had just said. Yes, every day with that mundane paperwork with no conflicts at all is more tense than having a war at your feet. Because of what I had accomplished, there were no more 3's and a perpetual peace going on through the elemental nations. It was as if there was no need for cages anymore. I guess this is sort of how I just lost track of my direction and my goals. Now, don't be so down. Although I didn't complete my goals in the shinobi world, doesn't I can't have new ones, does it? Yugito asked Naruto, who slowly looked up. I mean, most of my goals I could never see complete now that I'm in this world, so I just made new ones, such as upholding the title Lord of the Cats. Although I do have one goal from the elemental countries which I can accomplish now, Yugito said in front of Naruto, who had his face staring into hers. What is that, Yugito? Naruto asked. Stealing you heart, Yugito said as she landed a quick peck to Naruto's lips before jumping away. That's just a little teaser for what is to happen later on, Yugito said as she made some provocative moves in mid-jump, causing Naruto to blush. Oh, you shouldn't have done that, Yugito, especially since this world is starting to pervertify me, Naruto said as he jumped after Yugito with renewed vigor and his previous thoughts forgotten. Looks like they have the borders heavily guarded. Even if we shushin, somebody will notice our scent, Naruto said on another rooftop. In front of them was what appeared to be the end of the city, as the high skyscrapers ended with smaller, more rural-like homes, almost like Konoha. That's for certain. Once those Growiles get a whiff of your scent, they tend not to forget it, Yugito replied as she looked at the guards. There were a total of 5 officer Jennies along with 10 Growlies. Definitely not a good way to try and escape. Genjutsu. I'm not sure if I can pull it off, but that will probably be our best bet, Naruto said as he ducked a bit to avoid being seen by a Jenny. Don't you have your Najutsu? If I'm right, they are pretty good at illusions which are similar to Genjutsu, Yugito suggested. That's true, but I'm not sure if I want to use her. Oh, gimme that, Yugito said as she reached for Naruto's waist. Pulling a Pokeball from it, she opened it in front of her. Before Yugito could do anything, she felt 2 arms wrap around her. Oh, Naruto-kun, don't leave me in that stuffy old ball, Kuro said as she pulled Yugito closer. That is why I didn't want to bring her out, Naruto said as he saw Kuro moving her hands down to Yugito's neck. Their regions only to stop when she heard Naruto. Naruto-kun, what are you doing over there? You're supposed to be in my arms, Kuro stated as she moved over to Naruto, only for her to stop as Naruto put his hand out in front of him. Not right now. First we need to take care of a situation, which will also test how strong you've gotten. I see, so I'm needed, Kuro said in a serious voice before putting on a huge grin. What do you need me to do? On my go, cast an illusion over the guards by the area over there. It will be reinforced with what I can do, preferably I would like you to do one that disables their sense of smell while I take care of their sense of hearing. Alright. Let's do this. Getting in position, Kuro stood next to Naruto with her breathing matching Naruto's. Putting his hands together in a sign, Kuro too prepared as she opened her eyes a bit wider than before. Illusion, Kuro silently said as a thin veil of magic seemed to cover the pokegirls in front of them. It was when Kuro completed her illusion did Naruto start his genjutsu. Though sloppy, it seemed to do its job as the girls seemed to start looking at each other in strange expressions. It was when girls started to talk loud did the 3 move quickly, Yugito grabbing onto Kuro as she continued her illusion. Jumping to another rooftop, the ninjas landed to their knees as they channeled more chakra to their legs. Before the other girls could see them, the two ninjas jumped into the air into surprising heights. "TCH. I missed them," a voice said as someone seemed to appear on the rooftop. At the group of ninjas were standing on. Although they are quite interesting, they appear to have some kind of blood gift, both of them, maybe flight. The man asked before he stooped down holding his stomach. I guess I shouldn't have done that," the man said as he threw up on the ground in front of him. Standing up slowly, the man seemed to regain his strength as he reached into his coat pocket, taking a cig which he lit with a lighter. "Being a detective is too troublesome," the man said as he took a deep puff from the cig before letting out the smoke. "BZZ, Detective Yuji, it appears. The subjects have," a voice sounded from the mont's waist. "I know. I just saw them go. They seem to be heading into the city of Pyro," Yuji said as he started to walk to the side of the building. I'll go after them as soon as I regain my strength. Teleporting as you know takes too much out of me," Yuji said as he walked to the side of the building before finding the ladders that led down the building. "Having this blood gift is troublesome also," Yuji said before he fainted on top of the building. "Damn, it's about time we got out of that city," Kuro said as she clung onto Naruto. "I wonder how long we can stay in the nature like this?" Kuro asked as she didn't notice the two serious looks on the two tamers. "Not long. Apparently someone saw us," Naruto said in a serious voice. "Yeah, I didn't even sense him, and it seemed he was close to us the entire time. It is a detective, and he appears to be willing to follow you, even if his attitude suggests otherwise," Fumi said as she appeared beside Yugito. "Good. Anything else?" Quote, "They seem to think we are heading to the city of Pyro, are we?" "No, not even close. We'll be cutting through the forest to reach another city. I'm quite most there, so we'll most likely be safer there." "Lead the way then." "Sure, but we're going off the road then," Yugito said as she started to go off in a brisk pace to the right side of the road. Though, if we go through this way we most likely will meet stronger than normal girls, especially fighter types. They seem to like to gather in this forest," Yugito said before she jumped into Nay, I'm pretty sure I can take care of myself and the rest of my girls," Naruto said as he bawled Kuro before she could say anything. Taking one last look at the Cheshire, Naruto jumped into the air and disappeared. Yugito is right. That place is filled with fighter pokegirls, some stronger than my tamer. "So this is the forest, huh? Looks quite normal to me. It even has a road," Naruto Sahida's Yugito and Naruto walked alongside each other. "That's what I thought first also. That is until I met some Hirochins and others. If I hadn't run away I most likely would have been raped there. They wouldn't have been that strong, could they?" As Naruto asked this, one of his Pokeballs opened by themselves, letting Motoko out. "This forest, are we in the fighter's paradise?" Motoko asked. "Yes, why do you ask?" Yugito answered. "Because this was where I last saw my sister," Motoko said as a katana materialized in front of her. "Where my sister told me I could only come back after I had grown stronger." "Well, you always did mention a sister. What is she? A strong Ronin or something?" "No, she's too strong to be a Ronin. I believe she's what you people call a samurai." "A samurai? Isn't that he pokegirl evolution that Wood is trying to figure out?" "Wood, you know that crazy professor?" Yugito asked, disrupting the subject. "Yes, I do. In fact, he's the one that helped me get rolling in this world. Not that I couldn't have done so myself," Naruto said before he tensed up. Everyone else too soon tensed up as an eerie presence could be felt coming closer. "I did say this forest did have some strong inhabitants, didn't I?" "Yes, you did. I just hope she isn't stronger than us," Naruto said as he reached in his pant pocket to retrieve his Pokédex. Naruto closed his eyes, concentrating on whatever was reaching towards them. Opening his eyes, he suddenly pointed his hand, which was holding the dex, towards the right side. There was a beep sound before information started to flood the screen of the dex. Heroli, the kicking heroic Pokegirl type, very near human. Element, fighting. Frequency, rare Crimson League. Diet, human diet. Role, champions. Libido, average to high. Strong versus Dark, ice, normal, rock, steel. Weak versus flying, psychic. Attacks: Kai blast, high kick, low sweep, hyper kick, rolling kick, jump kick, lightning kick, fire kick, ice blade kick. Enhancements: enhanced strength x8, enhanced agility x8. Enhanced speed x12, superior jumping, flexibility. Evolves: none. Evolves from Amazonly, normal. Like their Hirochan counterparts, Heroles are much more friendly in their rivalry. They, more than any others, are far more likely to admonish their Amazonly sisters for any cruelty or otherwise unwarranted aggressive actions towards Amazon-chans. However, the two do have a teasing relationship when it comes to panty shots or cleavage peeks towards one another, just a possible way to goad one another into a greater intensity of a match than before. The Herole will, however, apologize for any uncalled for remarks immediately afterwards. They feel a need to be comrades to their Amazonchan and Hirochan counterparts. Heroles adore massages based around their legs and buttocks and are likely to demand a taming mid-massage. Their inner thighs are particularly sensitive and soft strokes can oftentimes stoke their fires, almost as much as a massage. Heroles' legs are often flexible enough for many enjoyable positions, and a Herole will often urge tamers to take up positions that take advantage of her legs. As a result of this increased sensitivity, these pokegirls rarely ever wear panties and dislike wearing tight pants instead. Loose, baggy pants, shorts, or skirts are their favorite things to wear from the waist down. Some tamers have taken to Ving their Herole pantyhose or fishnets when needing to correct them or to punish them. Although the sensations for the pokegirl are incredible, there is not one recorded instance of a Herole ever being able to attain release due to those sensations. Like Herochans, Heroles have various gestures that, while humans may consider them small, have much greater meaning for the Herole. Brushing legs, or rubbing their feet up against their partner is a great sign of affection and woe to those who ignore the powerful significance of these seemingly innocuous actions. Tamers that keep Amazonly or Herole in their harem are encouraged to learn just what these pokegirls like to do when feeling amorous, or else may find themselves left alone on nights when they would otherwise be taming them. It's also suggested that the tamer's harem also learn the signs, or else the Herole may not react kindly to certain actions, such as foot stompings or playful slaps on the buttocks. Heroles do not react as greatly as Amazonlys do to sugary foods or snacks, but still react poorly to actual sugar or things that high concentrations of sugar donuts, pixie sticks, cake icing, etc. A Herole that ingests a large amount of sugar will need several hours of either rest or simple activities before the effects will wear off and she can move about normally again. A favorite trick of the Herokapoara is to feed a Herole coffee that have high doses of sugar in it, and then tease them about it while the Herole attempts to defend herself. Unfortunately, the Herole doesn't seem too capable of doing such, most of the time. While she is feeling torpid, a fighting type, I guess that was to be expected, Naruto thought as he saw Motoko tense up as she lifted up her katana slightly. Before anybody could say anything, a blast of energy came their way, causing everyone to jump into a different direction. Reacting quickly, Motoko unsheathed her blade to block the Herole's attack, only to see her blade start to cover in ice a bit. Shit! Motoko quickly pulled her sword back before trying to land a kick on the opposing foe. The Herole, however, seemed to expect this and lifted her foot even higher. Before it started to be surrounded in fire. Fire kick! The Herole shouted another attack before she brought down her leg faster than before. Motoko saw the attack coming but couldn't put her sword up in time, forcing her to take the hit. Flying back a bit, Motoko tried to force her body to land on her feet, only to stop in fear as she saw the Herole running parallel to her. Lightning kick! The Herole said before she stopped running and started to throw a bunch of quick jabs with her feet. Each hit their mark with the sound of electricity sounding. The Herole pulled her legs back, or some kind of energy started to surround her leg. Hyper kick rang out from the Herole as she tried to deliver a side kick with her right foot. I don't think so, Naruto said as he appeared in front of Motoko. His right hand holding firmly the Herole's leg. A look of shock went across the Herole's face before it was replaced with a predatory-like grin. Pulling her leg back, the Herole adopted a fighting stance that made it so her legs could come out easily. Noting this, Naruto moved his legs farther apart a bit so that he could move around easier. Before the two could react though, a yell was heard before Motoko charged at the Heroli with her katana sheathed in the sword. Getting in range of the Heroli, Motoko quickly started to pull her sword out only to stop when a foot slammed into the hilt. Staring at the Heroli, Motoko could only grimace before she felt a strong energy source coming from the girl's hands. Kai Blast. A large blast of pure energy emerged from the Heroli's hands and headed straight for impaired Ronin. Shit, I won't make it, Naruto thought as he ran towards his pokegirl that was about to be hit with an attack at point-blank range. If I have to say anything, you've gotten worse, Motoko. A voice sounded in the wind before some kind of force blew away the Heroli along with her attack. Looking around to search for the owner of the voice, Naruto found himself having some trouble. Taking a glance over at Yugito, he saw her equally perplexed before both ninjas saw a girl about the same height as the Heroli that was just blown back by her attack apparently. She wore a bamboo hat that was similar to Naruto's, which covered most of her face but didn't cover her hair, which reached down to her ass in a black color. Just like Motoko though, she had a hakama-like GI which tried to cover her cleavage but failed miserably. Didn't I say to come back here when you were stronger, Motoko? The woman asked again. On Oni-san, Motoko let out as she started to back away from the approaching figure. She's strong. I didn't even feel her in the vicinity, Naruto thought as he moved his right hand inside of his cloak while his left dangled close to his leg. Yugito too had her hands near her waist which had Tonodashis attached to it, each being able to be pulled from the side. It was when the woman directed her gaze towards the two ninja tamers did they pull out their weapons. I don't think we should talk here right now, especially with weapons, the woman said as she made a quick gesture with her hands causing Naruto and Yugito's weapon to be knocked out of their hands. Besides, I wouldn't want to harm my little sister's tamer now, would I? The woman asked with her perpetual smile still on her face. How rude, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Sukuro, older sister to Motoko. Pleasure to meet you, Sukuro said as she bowed to Naruto and Yugito. The pleasure is ours, Sukuro-san, Naruto said wearily as he picked up his sword and put it in his cloak. You wouldn't happen to have a place where we can rest now, do you? Naruto asked as he watched Yugito put her weapons away slowly. Why yes, our dojo is close to here, you can stay there as long as you need to, Tamer-san, Sukuro said as she turned around. It should be this way, Sukuro then walked off. I feel like I've gotten myself stuck in something deep this time, Naruto said as he moved over to Motoko and helped her up. Well, it's not your first time now, is it, Naruto-senpai? The end. Remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.